After 2.5 years, he finally cleared this tower defense game. In that moment, he could not hold back his excitement and shouted right there on stream. Even the viewers had not expected someone to actually beat this game. After all, this was a classic tower defense game famous for its brutal difficulty, Guardian Empire. 10 full years after its release, the game finally had its first player to clear it. He said excitedly, "I told you guys, no matter how hard a game is, it exists to be conquered." And this boy's name was Ash, a streamer who specialized in challenging, brutally difficult classic games. After he cleared it, gifts started flooding into the livestream. But compared to the gifts from his fans, what satisfied him more was the achievement of conquering the game with his own hands as a professional gamer. Still, this victory was not as perfect as he had imagined. During all those days spent clearing the game, the viewers seemed to have grown attached to the characters inside it. They all hoped that in the final battle, every character would survive. But the true ending was that everyone died except the protagonist, Lucas. Yet Ash's goal had never been to save every single person. It was to finish the game. With the final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, defeated, the game officially reached its ending. Lucas still stood in the same place, before the enemy tower he had conquered, standing over a mountain of allied and enemy corpses, completely lost. Ash could not explain why. Lucas was clearly just a game character. And yet, that back looked painfully lonely. As the end credits slowly rolled, his 2.5 years of persistence finally came to an end. But for some reason, a strange sense of emptiness welled up inside Ash. Just then, he saw a comment drift across the screen. Shouldn't the developers give you some kind of reward? After all, this game had been controversial back then because of its insane difficulty, and countless players had cursed it before quitting. Ash smiled and said, "Forget the reward. Being able to play it with all of you this happily was already enough." Besides, the game's official website had disappeared a long time ago. 10 whole years had passed, and it had never released a sequel. So contacting the developers was basically impossible. For Ash, the more important thing now was keeping the fans he already had. But just then, the director of Guardian Empire suddenly contacted him. Ash's eyes widened on the spot. The moment that message appeared, the livestream chat instantly exploded. The person claiming to be the game director started by thanking Ash. But what he said next made Ash feel more and more that something was off. For us, the fact that hope still remains is a true blessing. You have proven your qualifications and ability. Please come here and help us. After thinking for a moment, Ash decided this was probably some bored person's prank. But just as he was about to kick this so-called director out of the live stream, a violent wave of dizziness suddenly hit him. Ash instinctively thought he had played for too long, and his body had finally reached its limit. Still, he believed the viewers in his livestream would call the police for help, and at the very moment, he collapsed. The ending credits of Guardian Empire finally reached the end. When Ash opened his eyes again, the space around him was already filled with countless magic projectiles. He shot up from the ground, only to realize this was no longer the familiar room he knew. Ash had just cleared the hardest tower defense game in history. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had been thrown into a completely unfamiliar place. He was still wondering what that voice had been when in the next second, a massive stone came flying straight toward him. Ash had only just woken up, and the sight in front of him instantly drained the color from his face. He could do nothing but clutch his head and drop flat to the ground. After finally forcing himself to calm down, he began analyzing the situation. This place was filled with the traces of war. The air reeked of gunpowder. Just then, the soldier beside him suddenly opened fire. Ash, who had barely managed to pull himself together, froze all over again. But in the very next second, another explosion thundered beside him. Ash could not help cursing. "Damn it, can you people give it a rest already?" But soon, the scene before him shocked him all over again. Countless fully armed soldiers stood lined up in front of him. They seemed to be holding back something outside the city wall. Only then did Ash realize this was probably not some bored person's prank. Still, he had no idea what was actually going on. Watching the soldiers rush back and forth along the wall, he finally understood that he might be standing in the middle of a war. Just then, a soldier nearby noticed him and rushed over while shouting, "Your Highness." The soldier asked nervously, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" Ash instinctively thought the enemy had climbed onto the wall. The sight of the sword-wielding soldier made him stumble back in fear. But in the next second, the soldier dropped to his knees on his own, trembling. He said, "Please spare this lowly one's life, Your Highness." Ash stared at him in confusion, completely unable to understand why this middle-aged man was suddenly acting like this. He cautiously said, "Sir, maybe you should calm down first." But before he could finish speaking, a powerful blast of magic shot straight toward them. Luckily, Ash was not hit directly. Still shaken, he stared at the attack and wondered if that had been some kind of new bomb. Very quickly, he realized the area that had been hit was now burning with eerie green flames. Then, a soldier's shout rang out from nearby. "Over here! They're over here! The raiders are climbing up!" Ash quickly turned toward the voice. The soldiers on the wall shouted, "Hold them back! No matter what, hold them back! Do not let them climb up!" But in the next second, the soldier standing by the edge of the wall was pierced straight through. It was the first time Ash had ever seen something so horrifying from such a close distance. And it did not end there. More and more soldiers began collapsing right in front of him. He could not help wondering what was waiting behind that wall. Very soon, his curiosity was answered, because an enormous spider had already climbed onto the wall and appeared right in front of him. In the next second, the spider let out a furious roar at Ash. Ash had never imagined that the soldiers were fighting monsters like this. The soldiers on the wall shouted, "The raiders are up here. Stop it. Do not let it move any farther." But against that spider, ordinary soldiers had no way to fight back. Ash was frozen in place by fear, unable to move at all. All he could do was stare helplessly at the monster as it crawled toward him, step by step. Just as the spider's sharp claw was about to strike Ash, a blonde knight suddenly appeared in front of him. With a single swing of his sword, the knight easily cut down the spider before him. The blonde knight turned and shouted, "Your Highness." Then he said helplessly, "You are seriously trying to deny reality? Your reaction is way too predictable, isn't it?" However, Ash clearly had not recovered from the terror just now. The blonde knight asked anxiously, "Your Highness, what happened to you?" He quickly continued, "Are you injured somewhere?" And Ash could not shake the feeling that the man in front of him looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the game character who had stayed with him for the past 2.5 years. Ash asked cautiously, "Are you Lucas?" The moment he heard those words, the man's eyes actually turned wet. He choked out, "As I thought, Your Highness, you must have injured your head, but I am still happy. After serving as your guard knight for my entire life, you had never once remembered my name before." But if the man in front of him really was Lucas, then the world Ash had been thrown into was none other than the world of Guardian Empire. Ash had been transported into the game he had already cleared, but he could not feel happy about it at all, because the entire point of this game was to desperately hold back the monsters that kept flooding in. It was the hardest tower defense game in history. Ash could not understand why he had entered the game world. Lucas said, in a low voice, "Your Highness, please calm down first. The ones rushing toward us right now are the Black Spider Legion. Although the front line is on the verge of falling, the enemy will stop appearing after sunset. Right now, there are roughly 30 minutes left until the sun goes down. No matter what, Your Highness, you must hold out until then." Ash did not know why Lucas was protecting him, nor did he understand why everyone kept calling him Your Highness. Right now, all he wanted to know was who he had become. After a long wait, the sun finally set. As the Black Spider Legion began to retreat, the soldiers immediately started clearing the battlefield. Lucas asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, would you like to rest first?" But Ash only stared down from the city wall without saying a word. The ground below was already piled with black spider corpses. But tomorrow those monsters would still step over their fallen comrades and charge toward this place again. Ash asked in a heavy voice, "Lucas, what time is it right now, and where exactly are we?" Lucas answered, "Today is the last day of February, in Imperial Year 649. This is the front line of Crossroad, the fortress city. In other words, tomorrow would be March 1st of Imperial Year 649. And that day was exactly day. The time and place of the tutorial Ash had played countless times over the past 2.5 years, which meant his current identity was the third prince of this empire. Ash muttered, "My name is Ash. I am Ash, born hater, ever black." Lucas looked at him with concern. "That is correct, Your Highness. Why do you keep saying such strange things?" As it turned out, the Empire's third prince was infamous for being a madman, and most of the fortress city's forces had been destroyed because of him. More importantly, Ash was destined to meet the most brutal ending in the tutorial. The reason this game was known as the hardest tower defense game in history was because it combined the highest difficulty, Hell mode, with Iron Man mode, where loading a save was impossible. As the only player who had ever cleared Hell Iron Man mode, Ash was confident he could handle every later stage. But this tutorial, at this exact time and place, was the one part he had no confidence in, because according to the game's setup, this tutorial was never meant to be won. The real story began with Lucas escaping the monster attack alone. From there, the story would continue for a total of 3 years. In this game, the Black Spider Legion was a monster force that only became huntable in the middle to late stages of the second year. But if he had to face monsters like this right from the start, then even with all his clear experience and every hidden trick he knew, Ash still could not think of a way to survive the tutorial. Worse still, these spiders were not only ridiculously high level, there were more than 1,000 of them, and the only thing Ash could use right now was a single SR artifact, the ancient magic cannon. But the more desperate the situation became, the more Ash forced himself to stay calm. As a professional gamer, he knew better than anyone that every hopeless situation had some kind of opening. What he needed to find was that slightly higher chance of survival, and that slightly better way to break through. Finally, Ash found the only hope of staying alive. He immediately rushed outside to look for Lucas. Ash ordered at once, "Go gather my direct team immediately." Lucas froze. "You mean Your Highness's personal guard?" He was about to continue. "You have never summoned them before, so why now?" But Ash cut him off directly. "Enough nonsense, bring them here right now," because Ash had already thought of a way to turn the situation around. Before long, everyone had gathered inside the battle command room. Aside from Lucas, Ash's personal guard had 3 other members. Every one of them was a face Ash knew all too well. The first was Lily, a fire mage with insanely high firepower. The second was Kane, a knight with a terrifying, vicious-looking face. And the last one was Damien, a priest wearing glasses. Ash had seen these people die countless times in the tutorial, but now that he looked again, why was Damien curled up over there? Unlike the other 3, Damien was crouched in the corner, quietly sobbing. Lily quickly explained, "Damien lost his comrades today. That is why he is like this. Please understand." In the game tutorial, Damien was always stuck in an abnormal state as well, so he usually died before he could even do anything useful. Ash did not waste any time and went straight to the point. "From now on, I will explain the roles each of you will carry out in tomorrow's battle. First, Lily, the team's main source of firepower. You will serve as the shield. As the main tank, you will block the spider's attacks head-on." Lily froze on the spot. Your Highness? I'm a mage." Next is the shield knight, Kane. Under normal circumstances, he would draw enemy attention with wide-range taunts and block attacks with his body. But his job will be to infiltrate the enemy formation and disrupt their attack rhythm. Lastly, the healer, Damien. From now on, he will serve as the team's sniper. As for Lucas, you will command the remaining soldiers. Hold the front line. After hearing Ash's assignments, everyone fell silent. Kane could not hold back and snapped, "Damn it, you call that a battle plan? Because of your wrong commands, we are already trapped in a hopeless situation, and now, you are saying something like this." Ash looked at him coldly. "The one standing before you is the son of the Emperor, and the supreme commander of this front line. I will ask you one more time, Kane. Are you going to disobey my order?" After all, in everyone's eyes, Ash had always been a madman. But if he wanted to clear this stage, he could not fight in a normal way. To them, Ash's plan was strange and reckless, so right now, he had to make them shut up and follow him without daring to talk back. Ash suddenly drew his blade and stabbed it straight at Lily. Calmly, he said, "I believe every one of you has the ability to complete your mission, don't you?" For a moment, everyone froze in place. In their eyes, a mage was an extremely important combat force, so Ash harming a mage before the battle even began made it impossible for them to trust him. But in the next second, flames suddenly ignited around Lily's body. For a moment, no one understood what had just happened. As it turned out, every tutorial character had a unique hidden trait, and those traits were often the complete opposite of their visible role. Ash looked at Lily and said, "Lily, you were cut by a blade when you were little, weren't you? During the goblin raid on your village. After that incident, you gained the trait Spark Skin. As long as you still have spare mana, you can evade all physical attacks." As it turned out, Lily possessed the trait Spark Skin. As long as she had enough mana, she could become immune to physical attacks. In the game, this trait had been almost completely useless. But this was reality. If Ash could use these traits properly, then maybe there really was still hope of clearing this stage. Ash looked at Lily and said quietly, "I'm sorry, Lily. I used an extremely rough method just now to prove it." Then he turned to Kane. "Next, it is your turn, Kane. You were a petty thief when you were little, weren't you? Born into a poor family, with a lot of relatives to support. Climbing all the way up to become a knight could not have been easy." Kane froze for a moment, unable to understand how Ash knew so much about his past. But Ash said coldly, "What matters is not how I know. What matters is what you can do in battle." Kane's trait was called Survival Rule of a Petty Thief. As long as he had enough health remaining, he could instantly slip out of other people's sight. As long as you want to, you can turn invisible. In other words, you can avoid people's line of sight and hide yourself. Ash stared at him and asked, "Are you going to answer me, or do you want me to prove it again?" Cain quickly said, "No need. There is no need to prove that. I can do it." With that, only Damien was left, and Damien was the most important piece of this entire battle plan. Ash looked toward Damien in the corner. "Your eyesight is incredibly sharp, isn't it? That is why you could see every single detail of your friend's death." Damien trembled as he said, "Ban was my friend from back home. We came from the same orphanage, but during the battle, he died trying to save me." He raised his head and broke down as he questioned him. "Why did you bring us here, Your Highness? Why did this have to happen? Do you have some noble goal? Or do you just think low-born people like us exist to entertain those with power? Please give my friend back to me. Maybe in your eyes, Ban was just some insignificant soldier, but he grew up with me. He was my best friend." Ash did not argue. He simply reached out and placed a hand on Damien's shoulder. In a low voice, he said, "Blame me, Damien, if you have to, then hate me. Your friend died saving you. Are you really going to do nothing and just wait to die here too? Just because the commander standing in front of you is a piece of trash? Are you going to give up the hope your friend bought with his life? You should struggle. You should take revenge on me. You should wipe out the spiders here, survive, get out of this place, and then make me suffer for it." Ash stared at Damien and asked him word by word, "Damien, tell me, do you want to kill those spiders? Do you want to kill me, the commander who made you lose your friend?" Damien stayed silent for a long time before finally giving a firm answer. In everyone else's eyes, that was an act of absolute disrespect. But Ash did not care at all. He only said, "I promise you, as long as you make it out alive, no matter when it happens, my life will one day end by your hand." Hearing this, Lucas tried to step forward and stop him, but Ash raised his hand and held him back. Ash continued, "If this operation fails, all of us will die. But when that time comes, I will leave this life for you. I swear it on the honor of the royal family. So even if it is only for tomorrow, follow my orders." Ash knew very well that when a person lost all hope of surviving, hatred could also become a force that kept them moving, even if the target of Damien's hatred was Ash himself. To seize that tiny chance of survival, Ash did not hesitate to swear on the honor of the royal family and place his own life in Damien's hands. Ash said in a heavy voice, "I will not make excuses. Because of my fatal mistake in judgment, our army is now facing total annihilation. But if we follow my plan, we have a chance to drive those spiders back. Even if that hope is incredibly small, we still have a chance. So just this once, will you believe me and follow me?" At that moment, even though the commander standing before them was the infamous Third Prince, the looks on everyone's faces still turned firm. Time quickly reached the next day. The monsters became active once again, and the Black Spider Legion began surging toward the fortress. Someone asked uneasily, "Is this really going to be okay?" Ash answered calmly, "Do not worry, just do exactly as I said." This battle plan was very simple. The team members would buy as much time as possible, and Ash's job was to find the Spider Queen, who was giving orders to the Black Spider Legion. Then he would use the ancient magic cannon to blow the Queen's head off. After removing the control orb, Ash had forcibly added more magic power to the cannon. Even if the enemy was the Queen, it should still be enough to suppress her. The only problem was that the Queen's position was usually hidden somewhere beyond the naked eye. Fortunately, Ash had one skill called map drawing. This skill could scan a certain area and display it before the user in the form of a mini-map. Although Ash himself had been shocked the first time he saw this ability value, luckily, this remaining skill was extremely useful. But Ash quickly realized that there was no boss marker on the map. That meant the Spider Queen was still very far away from here. At the same time, Cain was already preparing to leave the fortress alone. Before he left, Ash had given him every stamina potion in the fortress. But even Cain himself did not know whether he would be able to come back alive. As for Lily, her mission was to block the entrance with spark skin when the spiders pushed near the cannon. Even though she was trembling from fear, she still kept encouraging herself. "I can do this." At the same time, Lucas was already standing on top of the fortress wall. Under his command, all the soldiers had finished preparing. Lucas shouted, "Everyone, hold your ground. We have to buy time until His Highness drives back the Queen." When he saw Ash standing on the cannon platform, Lucas assumed that side was ready as well, so he immediately gave the order to open fire on the monsters ahead. In an instant, cannonballs and heavy crossbow bolts rained down into the spider swarm. Lucas then sent Ash a signal that everything was going smoothly. But what he did not know was that Ash's expression had already turned extremely grim. As the commander, Ash had to force himself to stay calm and keep morale steady. Besides, the purpose of the tutorial was never to kill the boss, so the absence of a marker on the map was not that strange. Even if this was the monster's all-out assault, the enemy would definitely keep reserves in the rear to handle unexpected situations. And the Spider Queen was most likely there. Ash immediately asked, "Damien, the boss should be over there. Can you see it?" But the direction Ash was pointing at looked completely empty, without even the shadow of an enemy. Damien lowered his voice and said, "I can see it. It looks like a group of spiders standing still, in place." Ash said at once, "The Spider Queen must be among them. Can you find her?" A healer wearing glasses was being asked to perform long-range sniping. It all sounded ridiculous, but right now, this was their only hope. Damien asked nervously, "The queen you mentioned, is it the monster with a human upper body and a spider lower body?" Ash immediately ordered, "Rotate the cannon. Direction, south-southwest. Damien and I will handle the exact angle." A soldier quickly reported, "Shell loaded. You may fire at any time." Ash looked at Damien. "Damien, hold it. You are going to aim for the queen's head." Damien's voice trembled. "Your Highness, I have no confidence. I have never done anything like this before, and now you suddenly want me to take on this role." Ash cut him off in a low voice. "Damien, even if you miss, it does not matter. I will take full responsibility. Even if you fail, even if everything falls apart, I will bear all of it. All you need to do is pull the trigger. That is the only thing you have to do. If you do that, you can at least avenge half of what happened to your friend." Hearing that he could avenge his friend, Damien no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. In the next second, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the cannon's muzzle. The blast shot straight toward the distant plane. As a mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, a deafening explosion reached everyone's ears. Ash immediately asked, "How was it? Did that shot hit?" Damien answered excitedly, "It hit. We struck right in the center of the monster group." For a moment, countless veteran soldiers gathered around Damien. Even in such a dangerous situation, they did not hold back their praise. As it turned out, Damien's trait was clairvoyance. As long as he could see the target, he could hit it. In the original game, he had been a character who could not even equip a weapon. But now, on this battlefield, he was showing terrifying value. For a moment, even Ash felt proud of his own plan. But very soon, he realized the spider's assault had not stopped. Logically, if the queen had been killed, the spider swarm should have retreated. Thinking of this, Ash immediately picked up a telescope and began checking the situation in the distance. The previous shell had indeed struck the queen with perfect accuracy, but the spider standing in front of her had absorbed too much of the damage. After being attacked, the spider queen immediately let out a piercing roar. In an instant, the entire swarm changed direction and rushed madly toward the cannon platform. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the fortress, Cain had only one stamina potion left on him. He could only hide behind a tree, hold his breath, and pray the spiders would not find him. After the queen gave her order, the spider swarm all turned toward the cannon platform. This was now Cain's only chance to escape, but he hesitated, unsure whether he should take it. At the same time, Damien had already fired the second shell. Although this shot had also struck the Spider Queen with perfect accuracy, the swarm still did not stop moving. That meant the queen was still alive. If this were the Spider Queen from the normal game stage, then 1 or 2 shots from an artifact should have been enough to kill her. But this was the Spider Queen in the tutorial, and Ash knew almost nothing about her exact data. On top of that, removing the control orb had heavily affected the cannon itself, leaving it with fewer usable shots than expected. Judging by the current situation, the ancient magic cannon could be fired 3 more times at most. In other words, they had to kill the queen within these 3 shots, or death was the only thing waiting for them, and at the worst possible time, the side effects of Damien's eyes were starting to appear. Ash did not know whether Damien could hold out until the end. The only good news right now was that the central wall was still holding, but just then, the Spider Legion's siege units appeared. Even worse, something that had never happened in the game appeared before them. All the spiders began slamming their bodies into the wall. Lucas immediately shouted, "Stop them. Focus all fire on the siege spiders." But even when every cannon shell landed on the siege unit, it still forced its way all the way to the wall. Just like that, the wall collapsed. The siege spider used its own body to smash open a path for its comrades. The Spider Legion surged into the fortress like a flood. As a veteran gamer, Ash had never seen a siege method like this before. The soldiers grabbed their weapons and shouted, "Everyone, take up arms. We're heading to the first floor to support them." With Lucas's reminder, Ash quickly forced himself to calm down. "Our mission is to keep firing at the queen. We have to kill her before those things reach the cannon platform." And so once the shell was loaded again, Damien fired the 3rd shot. but because of the side effects of clairvoyance, his eyes were already bloodshot. That shot also hit the queen, but she still did not die. Ash immediately ordered, "Do not hesitate. Load the next shell now." At the same time, Lucas had already reached the very front line of the battle. With his strength, dealing with these spiders should not have been difficult. Lucas shouted, "Everyone listen up. Protect the cannon platform with your lives. Protect His Highness." With Lucas there, the spiders could not reach the cannon platform for now. But Ash knew very well this situation would not last long. He had seen scenes like this countless times in the game. But now, every time the numbers changed, it meant another living person was disappearing right in front of him. The screams of his allies and the stench of blood in the air kept crushing the soldiers' morale. Worse still, the magic cannon had started malfunctioning, and the soldiers were using their own bodies to force it to cool down. There were barely any soldiers left beside Lucas now. At this moment, Ash could not think of any way to turn the situation around. Just then, Kane's furious roar rang out from the distance. "You damn monsters, I'm right here, look at me." Ash quickly noticed Kane inside the monster swarm. By now, Kane had already drunk his last stamina potion. He shouted at the spiders, "Listen up, all of you. I am Kane, a knight of the Empire." Almost instantly, every monster surged toward Kane. The horrifying sight made Kane's scalp go numb, but he still forced himself to roar, "That's right, you damn things. Come chase me." Kane soon saw a rock ahead of him. As long as he reached that spot, he would be able to activate his trait. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Go ahead and try to find where I am." Before he even finished speaking, Kane activated survival rule of a petty thief. But Ash instantly realized something was wrong. Wait. Kane's remaining stamina. It was already too late. Kane failed to activate his trait and was completely surrounded by the spiders. Kane cursed through clenched teeth. "Damn it, I knew I should never have trusted you." Just like that, Kane was brutally torn to pieces by the monsters. Even from the cannon platform, Ash could clearly hear the horrifying sound of flesh being ripped apart. Because of Ash's command error, a precious life ended right there. Kane used his own life to pull the front line farther away from the soldiers, and every soldier here was losing their life because of a single order from Ash. Back when he played this game, he would often abandon allied units as bait, depending on the situation, because this damn game was designed that way. If he wanted to save someone, obtain an item, complete a side mission, or unlock an achievement, then someone else's life had to be paid as the price. Back then, Ash had never once questioned any of it, but now, he finally understood. He understood the true meaning behind all the choices he had made before. Every single death was painful. Ash roared, "You damn monsters, I said stop." But the monsters did not stop. Shouting alone could never stop monsters from advancing. Just then, a sharp sword pierced straight into the monster's body. Lucas shouted furiously, "Insolent creature, how dare you target His Highness?" He immediately turned back and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? That monster did not hurt you, did it?" Looking at the monster swaying in front of him, Ash finally understood one thing. There was only one way to make the monsters stop. They had to be completely wiped out before everyone else fell. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, the fourth shell has been loaded, but the cannon body can no longer." Ash cut him off at once and turned to Damien. "Damien, can you still fire?" Damien answered quietly, "I can still do it, Your Highness." By now, blood was already streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Even so, he did not hesitate at all, and fired the shell. Guided by Damien's clairvoyance, the shell flew straight toward the queen. Seeing this, countless spiders immediately threw themselves toward the shell, trying to block the attack for the queen with their own lives. Fortunately, in the end, the shell still struck the queen's head with perfect accuracy. But that damn spider queen was still alive. As the queen's roar reached the cannon platform, the soldiers collapsed to the ground as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies. The truth was now right in front of them. Their efforts seemed unable to truly kill the queen, and the magic cannon itself had already reached its limit. If they fired it one more time, the cannon would explode on the spot. Someone said in despair, "We are already out of options anyway. We might as well give up." Ash did not want to admit it, but the facts were right in front of him. The cannon body was almost completely destroyed. The defensive line had fully collapsed. Even Damien, the one responsible for aiming, was in so much pain that he could no longer open his eyes. It felt like everything should end here. They could no longer see even the slightest hope. But just then, someone suddenly shouted, "It is not over yet. Our attacks absolutely worked. The queen's outer shell has completely fallen off." Ash had never expected that even in this situation, the scout was still holding his post. The scout continued shouting, "One more shell, just one more shot will do it." Unfortunately, before the scout could finish speaking, the cannon platform was completely destroyed by the enemy's attack. Seeing this, Lucas almost went mad on the spot. As the cannon platform completely collapsed, Ash knew it was all over. Through his fading consciousness, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It turned out that when the cannon platform collapsed, Lucas had blocked the falling boulder for Ash. Lucas forced himself to ask, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" Ash gritted his teeth and said, "That is what I should be asking you." But Lucas said quietly, "Your Highness, do you remember? It was almost 20 years ago." But Ash did not remember, because he was only a gamer possessing this body. Lucas continued, "When you first appointed me as your guard, you said those words to me. Although I cannot become emperor, I will become the coolest man in the world. So as my guard, you must also become the coolest knight in the world." Even though I was only a child back then, your words truly touched my heart. Even now, I still remember them. Lucas raised his head and said firmly, "That is why, Your Highness, I believe in you." Ash's voice trembled. "After everything has turned out like this, you still believe in me?" Lucas answered without hesitation, "No matter when, no matter where." But before he could finish, Lucas was buried under the rubble. After a desperate struggle, Ash finally managed to pull Lucas out. He knew very well that Lucas was the protagonist of this world. He was the one who would bring salvation to it, so he absolutely could not fall here. But right now, the more important thing was to regain control of the battlefield. After searching around, Ash finally found the surviving soldiers and the magic cannon, although they had all passed out. Luckily, none of them had suffered fatal injuries. But Ash soon realized something was wrong. Why was he still alive? And where had the spiders gone? Just then, Lily's weak voice rang out. "Your Highness, I finally waited until you came. I blocked all these spiders for you. We have not lost yet, right?" Ash was about to walk toward her, but Lily stopped him. Lily said, with difficulty, "I cannot hold on much longer, but I can still block the entrance for a little while. The siege spiders will break through the walls soon. We do not have much time left. Please hurry. At the very least, do not let our sacrifices be for nothing." At that moment, Ash could only clench his teeth and force himself not to let the tears fall. He turned and roared, "What are you artillerymen standing around for? Load the final shell." The artillerymen panicked. "But Your Highness, I already told you before, the cannon's durability has passed the critical point. The moment it fires, the cannon will explode." Ash said coldly, "If this keeps going, we will be pierced by the spider's claws anyway. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well risk everything on one final shot." The artilleryman asked urgently, "Then how do you plan to aim? We cannot see the queen at all. There is no angle to target her, and the cannon mount has already been smashed apart." Ash said in a low voice, "We can lift the cannon by hand. We do not need to aim. As long as Damien fires the shell, that is enough. Load the final shell. That is an order." Although Ash did not understand how clairvoyance worked, at this point he had no choice left except to trust Damien. Ash stared at Damien and said, "Damien, this is our last chance. You only need to fire one more shot. So please, give it one more try." Damien lowered his voice and asked, "Your Highness, what is the point of doing any of this? No matter what I do, nothing is going to change." Ash immediately said, "If you land one more hit, we can kill that monster." But Damien shook his head. "That is not what I mean. Even if I pull the trigger again and kill the Spider Queen, what does that actually change?" Lily, the mage, was blocking every spider for the survivors. With her own body, she had built a wall to protect their last hope. But Ash never expected that at the final moment, Damien's will would completely collapse. Damien's voice trembled. "I do not even know what the meaning of all this is anymore. My friend Ban is already gone. No matter how much revenge I take, he will never come back. No matter how hard I try, even if I fight with everything I have, this world only takes everything away from me. I do not want to keep going. I do not want to live this exhausted anymore. I want to go to Ban's side too." Ash looked at him and asked, "Damien, do you think this world is unfair? Even if you desperately survive the crisis in front of you, you still think being alive is painful, don't you? Do not be stupid. That is only natural. If this world had a difficulty level, it would definitely be Hell mode. This place is full of unfairness and absurdity. Nothing ever goes the way we want it to. But that is exactly what the world is. Do you think everyone else does not know that? We all live in this bleak and miserable world. So are we supposed to stop fighting because of it? You want to throw everything away and make some graceful exit, then take a good look around you. We have to keep fighting until the very last moment of our lives. I will keep fighting. I will keep thinking, and I will struggle until my final breath. If you truly want to let go and leave, then pick up this sword right now and end yourself. But if you are just a coward without the courage to end your own life, then become my trigger. Stop searching for the friend who is already gone. If someone needs to make you move, then your master alone is enough. Stop trying to give your life some unnecessary meaning. You are the cannon on my chessboard, the gun in my hand, my trigger. That is enough. At that moment, Ash awakened a passive skill, Indomitable Commander. Ash roared, "This is an order, my trigger. Grab that damn cannon and blow that damn monster away." Damien suddenly raised his head. "Your Highness, I obey your command," a soldier hurriedly reported. "The final shell has been loaded, but there is no way to cool the cannon body now." Ash said without hesitation, "If it cannot be cooled, then forget cooling it. I will lift the cannon myself." The soldier panicked. "It is extremely hot. If you touch it directly, it will not be an ordinary burn." Ash replied coldly, "Compared to dying and going to hell, I would rather live with burns." Ash looked at Damien. "Damien, are you ready?" Damien gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, I cannot see what is ahead." Ash answered calmly, "That is fine." Damien's voice shook again. "My hands have gone numb." Ash still said, "That is fine. I will lift the cannon for you. All you need to do is pull the trigger." The surviving people around them immediately rushed forward. "Hurry, go help His Highness." And so, the survivors lifted that burning hot hope together. But just then, the siege spiders finally broke through the wall. Ash gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damien, pull that damn trigger for me," with everyone desperately holding the cannon in place. Their final hope was finally fired. The shell flew straight into the distance. At that moment, the spiders had already surrounded every survivor. All they could do now was pray. After all, this was something that should have been almost impossible. Firing a shell from beneath a collapsed cannon platform at an enemy they could not even see sounded completely absurd. And yet, that shell flew straight toward the Spider Queen. It ignored height, ignored distance, and ignored the countless monsters blocking the line of sight. As if the result had already been decided, the shell struck the Spider Queen right in the forehead and blew her head clean off. Through everyone's effort, the final shell successfully struck the Spider Queen's head. As he hovered on the edge of death, Ash vaguely remembered his very first fan. "Bro, you're incredible. How did you clear it?" But his mind was already a blur, and he could no longer remember how he had answered back then. In the next second, a sharp pain pulled Ash's consciousness back to reality. Damien said quietly, "Your Highness, you should rest for a while. I have already treated you with magic, but your burns are severe. It will take a long time before you fully recover." Lily also let out a breath of relief. "You slept for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you might never wake up." Ash murmured in a daze. "I can't believe we actually survived," Lily said softly. "It was all thanks to you." After the Queen was killed, the Spider Legion stopped moving completely. "Your Highness, we did it. We won. The reinforcements that arrived have recovered our soldiers' bodies and dealt with the spiders that stopped moving. They are almost done cleaning up now, but your injuries this time are serious. Once we return to Crossroad, you will need to visit the temple. Even after you fully recover, you will probably be left with quite a few scars." Ash said quietly, "Scars are nothing compared to staying alive." He immediately looked at Lily. "Lily, what about you? How are your injuries?" Lily fell silent for a moment, before saying softly, "When my mana ran out, one spider slipped behind me. It probably damaged the nerves in my lower back, so I can no longer move my lower body. But, Your Highness, you do not need to worry about me. I am already happy just to be alive." The survivors are 5 artillerymen: Lucas, Damien, you, and me. Before the final battle, they still had hundreds of people left. That was why Ash regretted it so deeply. If he had not treated this like a game tutorial back then, if he had thought harder and found a better method, could more of them have survived? Lily said softly, "Your Highness, I hope you will not blame yourself too much. You are not a god. In that situation, no one could have saved everyone. You already did everything you could." But Ash said in a low voice, "But I was the one who brought the troops here in the first place." Lily shook her head. "No one could have known the monsters would move on such a large scale again after decades. And even under those circumstances, you still led us to victory. So I hope you will stop blaming yourself." Just then, Lucas suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. "Your Highness, thank goodness you woke up. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? I will go call Damien right away." Ash looked at him and asked, "You were badly injured too, weren't you? Is it really okay for you to be walking around like this?" Lucas smiled and said, "You know me, Your Highness. I have always been a tough one. During this time, I also prepared a list of the fallen. Some bodies still have not been found, but every body we could recover has already been sorted." Ash said quietly, take me to see them." The two immediately tried to stop him, but Ash said firmly, "They died because of my command. I have to go. Lucas, come help me up." And so, Lucas carried Ash on his back to the edge of the city wall. There, they ran into someone they had not expected. Neither of them thought Damien would be standing there alone in a daze. Damien turned around and said softly, "Your Highness, you finally woke up." Ash immediately asked, "How are your eyes?" Damien answered, "I am all right now. Since yesterday, I have slowly been able to see again. My vision has almost returned to normal." After all, Damien had treated every wounded person here. That meant he had used recovery magic, while he still could not see. The boy who used to collapse and give up at the slightest setback had gained a maturity far beyond his age after surviving this battle of life and death. During the 3 days Ash was unconscious, Damien treated every soldier's injuries while blind. Ash knew very well how much pain Damien had endured in this battle. Ash looked at him and said, "Damien, this operation succeeded because of you. If you want, I can give you more money than you could ever spend. And from now on, I will never make you stand on a battlefield again. You were originally a mercenary, but from this day forward, you are free." But Damien said, "Your Highness, you said it yourself, didn't you? I am the gun in your hand, and I want to know the origin of those monsters. I want to know who created them and why. I do not want anyone else to die in front of me like Bam did. So please, allow me to stay by your side." After a brief silence, Ash said, "Then from now on, you will follow me. Because a place of mourning needs a priest." Looking back on it now, perhaps there truly had been no better battle plan at the time, and there was no point obsessing over other possibilities after everything had already happened. Once a choice was made, the result had to be accepted. What Ash could do now was carry that weight on his shoulders and keep moving forward. After the simple funeral ended, all the bodies were recovered and transported away. In Crossroad, tens of thousands died every year, but their lives were worth far more than the cost of a funeral. Ash said, "There is an open field west of Crossroad. I plan to bury them all there and mourn them there. And from now on, the final day of February each year will be the day we remember their sacrifice." Ash was not doing this only for the people who had died here. He was also doing it for every character whose life had ended, by his own hands, without the slightest guilt, across the hundreds of times he had replayed the game. This was a form of atonement for the player known as Classic Lover. Ash looked at Lucas and said quietly, "Lucas, I will not fail a second time. I will never fail a second time." Ash said quietly, "It is getting late. We should head back to our main base, Crossroad." And so, under the escort of the reinforcements, the group began their journey back. After spending 3 full days in the carriage, Ash finally could not take it anymore. "Lucas, how much farther is Crossroad?" For the past 3 days, Lucas's answer had never changed. "Your Highness, we are almost there. Please wait just a little longer." Since he was bored out of his mind, Ash began checking his system panel. This character's stats were terrible. Fortunately, once he reached level 5, he would be able to choose a class. And in this game, every class was available for selection. But then Ash discovered a class he had never seen before, and he became curious about what kind of traits it had. In the previous battle, he had gained a passive skill, Indomitable Commander. This skill allowed allied units within a 10-meter radius to become immune to mental abnormal status effects. The effect itself was excellent, but it was almost useless in the early stages, because mental abnormal magic only appeared later in the game. Just as Ash was hesitating over whether to choose the commander class, Lucas suddenly said, "Your Highness, we can see Crossroad now." Ash immediately looked out the window. A massive fortress appeared before his eyes. This was Crossroad, the fortress built at the far southern edge of the world. The fortress had been built to block the monsters that emerged from the Black Lake. Once, it had been the largest fortress in the Empire. But as monster attacks gradually decreased, the Imperial Army was sent elsewhere, and the vacant positions were replaced by mercenaries of wildly uneven quality. Because this place had developed rapidly in recent years, people no longer called it a fortress. They called it the Monster Front. For mercenaries who valued money above all else, this place was a road to self-destruction. A city built on top of graves. This was humanity's final line of defense, Crossroad. The Crossroad before Ash was much larger than the fortress he had seen in the game. At the same time, it had a level of prosperity that did not match the size or nature of a frontier fortress. But no matter what, Ash's current identity was the lord of this place. Yet, when he returned to his own territory as its lord, the residents did not welcome him. Instead, people kept pointing at the carriage and whispering. In their eyes, Ash was a lord who had abandoned all his soldiers and crawled back in disgrace. But Ash also knew that a few words would never change what they thought. That was why he had already made preparations before returning. The carriage was now loaded with black spider magic stones. Since black spiders were extremely high-level monsters, even people who did not know much about magic stones could tell these were worth a fortune. Thanks to these magic stones, Ash would not need to worry about finances for the time being. And in order for the game to progress smoothly, maintaining a good relationship with the citizens was also extremely important. Conveniently, Ash knew exactly how to raise the citizens' favorability by filling the empty hearts of the citizens with bright, glittering gold coins. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Lord's mansion in Crossroad. Ash said quietly, "You worked hard on this trip, Lucas." With Lucas supporting him, Ash stepped down from the carriage. But in the next second, he was stunned by the luxurious estate before him. Compared to the place he had stayed in before, this was a completely different world. Just then, a figure pushed open the gate and rushed out. The man said excitedly, "My lord, thank goodness you have returned safely." Ash was confused. Who exactly was this person coming out to welcome him? As it turned out, his name was Aid. In the game, he was the NPC in charge of city management, and nearly all of Crossroads' administrative affairs went to him. Aid said dramatically, "This lowly servant of yours has been worried sick about you. What if your noble body had been left with scars? I have already prepared hot bathwater for you, and dinner is ready as well. Please rest properly today." Looking at the mansion's lavish interior, Ash could not quite process it for a moment. He turned to Lucas and said, "Lucas, go let the soldiers rest too. And you, stop overthinking. Go back and get some proper rest." Lucas hesitated. "But I still need to protect you." Ash waved him off. "Not today. Rest first. You can protect me again tomorrow." Guided by Aid, Ash arrived at the bath. Ever since he had been transported here, Ash had barely gotten any real rest, so he planned to use this chance to properly relax. But just then, Aid suddenly spoke. "By the way, you truly are impressive, my lord." "No, I suppose I should call you classic lover." This NPC, who looked exactly like a scheming minister, had immediately recognized Ash's identity as someone from another world. Aid smiled and said, "You really are something, classic lover." In that instant, Ash's hand froze mid-motion. Aid continued, "I never expected you to clear the tutorial using that method. It was completely beyond my expectations." Ash stared at him coldly. "How do you know all that? Don't tell me you're the bastard who..." Aid smiled and said, "That is correct. I am the director of Guardian Empire, Aid." Before he could finish, Ash's fist had already slammed into his face. After all, Ash had been transported into this game world right after receiving his message. Aid quickly shouted, "Classic lover, please calm down first. I am sorry for suddenly inviting you here, but this world needs you to save it." But before he could finish speaking, Ash had already lunged at him again. A short while later, Aid was kneeling on the floor with a bruised and swollen face. Ash said coldly, "Now, let me sort this out. You are saying you were the one who sent me that message back then, and you really are the director of this game?" "No, of this world." "Then why did you bring me here?" Aid answered quietly, "Because this world has a true ending. The one ending that no one has ever been able to reach." Aid continued, "And in order to reach that ending, I have reset this world countless times. But not once did I succeed. So I began seeking help from others." As he spoke, the scenery before them began to change. Aid said, "I converted this world into the form of a game and showed it to players from other worlds. Those players used methods even I had never imagined, and opened up new possibilities. Unfortunately, no one ever reached the true ending." Ash frowned and said, "Same here. I did not even know something like that existed." "But," Aid replied, "although you did not reach the true ending, you accomplished a feat no one else could. So far, you are the only person who has ever cleared Hell Iron Man mode. Based on my judgment, you are the player with the highest chance of success. That is why I invited you here." Ash said coldly, "You mean kidnapped me? And on top of that, you made me possess this guy's body." Aid looked slightly awkward. That part was actually a bug. "I did not expect things to turn out this way either. In any case, if you can reach the true ending, I will reward you. Classic lover, I will grant one wish of yours. If you want to know what I am, my existence is similar to that of a god in this world. So, when you return to your original world, giving you a generous reward will not be difficult for me." Ash immediately asked, "Anything? Can you give me 10 billion in cash?" Aid answered calmly, "A mere 10 billion, even 100 billion would not be a problem." Although what Aid was saying sounded a lot like an empty promise, Ash did have many things he wanted to accomplish. Or rather, he had one wish that had to be fulfilled. Aid looked at him and said, "You do have a wish you want to make come true, don't you? And it is a wish more important than money. A dream you once thought was impossible, so you gave up on it. Only then did Ash finally understand that Aid had brought him to this world after thoroughly learning who he was. He knew Ash regretted something. And he also knew that Ash had been living with that regret all this time. Aid said, "I can help you make that dream come true." But Ash replied quietly, "That dream ended a long time ago." Aid shook his head. "If it is still in your heart, then that means the dream has not failed yet. It is still there, waiting for you." If Ash could complete the true ending of this world, he would be able to receive everything he wanted from Aid. But Ash was curious. If Aid really had that kind of power, why did he not solve everything himself? As it turned out, Aid was currently under many restrictions. In this world, he was only an ordinary human, which was why he had to seek help from players in other worlds. However, if Ash failed along the way, he would truly die in this world. Aid warned him seriously. "This is a real world, so you must remember that you only have one life." Since Ash had cleared Hell Iron Man mode before, he was already familiar with that kind of rule. Aid continued, "If you want to return to Earth right now, I can send you back as well. Actually, when I first invited you here, I wanted to ask you this question. But because of everything that happened afterward, I never had the chance. Now please make your choice. Do you want to challenge the true ending and gain the chance to have your wish granted? Or do you want to return to your safe, peaceful daily life where your life will not be in danger?" Classic lover, I will respect your decision. Although Ash really did want to go back, the chance to make his dream come true was now right in front of him. On top of that, he had already cleared Hell Iron Man mode. In a sense, he knew almost everything about this world. So Ash felt that even if he had to clear it again, it should not be that difficult. He raised his head and said, "Something that small? Fine. I will give it a try. I will take it seriously and put in the effort. So you had better help me properly too, and do not forget this. If I reach the true ending, you must grant my wish." Aid immediately nodded. "Of course. You can even treat me like a dog and order me around if you want," Ash said at once. "Then before tomorrow morning, go sell every black spider magic stone." Aid froze. "But it is almost nighttime. The market should already be closed." Ash said coldly, "If I tell you to do it, then do it. I do not care what method you use. Before I handle government affairs tomorrow, I want to see the money." Aid could not help asking, "But there are 388 black spider magic stones. Even at market price, that is a huge amount of money. What do you need that much money for?" Ash said calmly, "My team is still empty, isn't it? Obviously, I am using it for the gacha." Early the next morning, Ash brought Lucas to the Mercenary Guild. Aid had already sold off all the magic stones yesterday, so Ash now had plenty of funds. That was why he decided to start the day with a simple 100 pull. Just as the two arrived at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, loud noise was already coming from inside. Ash glanced at Lucas and smiled. "Lucas, looks like our luck this morning is pretty good." With that, Ash kicked the door open. As a blinding shaft of sunlight poured into the room, every mercenary inside turned toward the entrance at once. Someone immediately cursed. "Where did this brat come from? You got a death wish?" Ash sneered. "You damn bastards actually dare glare at me? I'm your future employer." The other side snapped back without hesitation. "I think you're the one with a death wish." The crowd quickly recognized that the man standing at the door was the infamous Third Prince. Ash ignored their stares and began carefully searching for suitable talent. In this game, character strength ranged from N to SSR, divided into 4 rarity tiers. Naturally, the higher the rarity, the higher the character. Just then, Ash saw one person, shining with a purple glow. The man stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, welcome to the Crossroad branch of the Continental Mercenary Guild." Ash looked at him. "Mercenary, can you tell me your name?" The man answered respectfully, "My name is Jupiter. It is an honor to meet you." Ash studied him and asked, "I have never seen that uniform before. Where is it from?" Jupiter replied, "It is a uniform from the Everblack Empire. It is a style from several decades ago, so it is normal that you have not seen it before." Ash nodded. "So you were originally an Imperial soldier?" Jupiter said, "I served in the military for 30 years, and once held the position of captain of the 2nd Squad of the Imperial Magic Corps. After retiring, I have been making a living as a mercenary." Ash said lightly, "Still devoting yourself to the Empire after retirement. A fine example of a soldier." Jupiter gave a bitter smile. "It is not only for the Empire. A retired soldier's annual pension is not exactly enough to live comfortably. But that is beside the point. Your Highness, what brings you here?" Ash answered directly, "Why else would I come to the Mercenary Guild? Obviously, I am here to hire capable mercenaries." Jupiter asked in return, "Your Highness, are you sure you are not here to buy shields to die in your place?" Hearing that, Lucas immediately moved to draw his sword, but Ash raised a hand and stopped him. Jupiter continued, "The result of your battle at the forward base has already spread everywhere. Your first display of reckless courage seems to have cost quite a few lives. We are indeed people who work for money. But we are not fools digging our own graves. We do not want to throw away our lives by following an immature commander. Ash nodded. That makes sense. But you came here to sell your lives, didn't you? Because aside from selling your lives, you have no other choice. And now, you are telling me you are afraid of losing your lives, claiming you are not fools digging your own graves? Lady Jupiter, doesn't that sound a little strange? Your record may look impressive, but wasn't the reason you retired because you got caught doing shady things behind the army's back? How is what you did any different from digging your own grave? From military corruption to smuggling supplies with an enemy nation, you were caught red-handed, and that is why you were expelled from the army. After all that, you still have the nerve to wear that uniform. You really are shameless, Lady Jupiter. The embodiment of corruption. A fallen soldier, a disgraced retiree whose achievements were all erased. However, as a fighter, Jupiter's strength was beyond question. She was a lightning warlock known as a true heroine among warriors. Jupiter said in a low voice, "Although the ending was not honorable, I am proud that I was once a soldier of the Empire. So please watch your words." Ash looked at her and asked, "Then let me ask you one question. How much is that pride of yours worth? How much do I have to pay for you to become my hunting dog?" Jupiter said coldly, "I may not look like much, but I am extremely expensive. My current yearly fee is 100,000. Ash answered directly, 200,000. I will pay you double. 200,000 might be a massive annual salary for a mercenary, but to the third prince of the Empire, it was nothing. If money could buy an SR rank character, then no matter the price, Ash was willing to pay it. Ash turned toward the crowd. "I will buy your fear of death, with double your base annual salary, paid all at once. Cowards who do not want to sell their lives can leave right now. But if any real mercenaries want to make a fortune, come to the open field west of Crossroad tonight." After finishing all that, Ash went to the temple and received treatment from the Saintess. Once the treatment ended, the Saintess said, "The treatment is complete, but fade scars will still remain." The Saintess who treated him was the R-rank hero and mid-level healer, Margarita. Later, if certain conditions were met, she could be invited to join the team. But that was not why Ash had come this time. The Saintess said, "Then, as we agreed earlier, I have gathered all the priests who are not currently assigned to any duties." Since returning, Damien had also been secretly stationed here by Ash. Ash nodded and said, "Then let's go. There is still a lot to do today. It is going to be busy." That night, the line of coffins that had departed from the forward base finally arrived at the western side of Crossroad. Some bodies would sleep here forever, while others would remain on the battlefield for all time. The soldiers lined up in perfect order, the imperial flags draped over every coffin, and the large choir of holy singers made this city witness an unusually formal funeral for the first time in a long while. The most eye-catching part was the compensation given to the families of the fallen. Shocked by the amounts, people kept talking about it, and soon the news spread throughout the city. Ash had no intention of disguising what this was. It was a performance, a completely reasonable performance. He wanted everyone to understand that fighting on this front line should be seen as a noble duty dedicated to humanity. Standing before the crowd, Ash said in a solemn voice, "Let me say the ugly part first. Some of you may also die on the front line in the future. New graves will appear in this cemetery every week, and the choir's hymns will continue to echo here. But I want all of you to know this. Your sacrifice is more expensive than survival itself." The funeral expenses and compensation for the dead added up to an enormous amount. For this one event alone, Ash had spent half of the money earned from selling the magic stones. Therefore, death must never become cheap, and it must never become something taken for granted. Ash continued, "I will do everything in my power to keep you alive. No matter what method I have to use, I will save you. I will make it so you can charge into the front line with confidence. So do not fall so easily either. Make sure you come to me alive to collect your pay, instead of making me spend that money on your funerals." And with that, Ash's speech ended. He did not care how the citizens would view it. Maybe they would see it as the excuse of an incompetent commander, or maybe they would see it as the reckless spending of a mad lord. None of that mattered, because in this place, no one was more capable than him. Ash knew it was time to clear Stage 1. That night, he brought Lucas to the backyard of the Crossroad Lord's mansion. Without hesitation, Ash activated the portal. A pile of scattered stones began floating into the air, one by one. In the next second, a portal, filled with magic, appeared before them. Lucas asked in shock, "Your Highness, what is this?" Ash answered, "This is the gate to the dungeon beneath the lake. In other words, it allows us to freely reach the enemy's main base." Guardian Empire was a game that combined two different styles of gameplay. The scenes where monsters surged toward Crossroad were tower defense, And when the enemy was not attacking, exploring dungeons and uncovering the origin of the monsters was dungeon offense. Ash thought back on everything that had happened since he arrived here. Although nothing had gone smoothly, this was actually a very solid start. Not only did he have Damien, a character who was practically a cheat, but he had also obtained Jupiter, an SR wide area attacker. On top of that, he still had plenty of money in hand. In other words, he had never had such a beautiful opening before. Ash briefly explained the rules to Lucas and told him that they were going to scout the next enemy. Lucas nodded seriously. Your Highness, now that you have explained it, I understand everything. But looking at Lucas like this, Ash actually felt a little suspicious. The Prince Lucas had served his entire life, had suddenly changed personality, and somehow knew the layout of a city he had only just arrived in, even down to whether it had a dungeon. All of this was obviously suspicious. Yet Lucas never asked a single question. He simply followed Ash in silence. Ash finally could not hold back and asked, Lucas, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Hearing that, Lucas's eyes suddenly turned serious. Ash also grew worried that he might not be able to answer whatever question came next. But Lucas only said in a firm voice, I will simply act according to your orders. I have no questions. I am both your sword and your shield. So I will attack by your command and block danger in your place. Ash knew very well that Lucas could not truly have no doubts. But what Lucas had just said was his way of telling Ash that even if he had doubts, he would still choose to trust him. Ash nodded. Good. Lucas, are you ready to enter the cave of hell with me? Lucas answered without hesitation. As long as I am with you, even if we must descend to the deepest part of hell, I will follow. And so, Ash selected the only destination available, Lakeside Dock. With a flash of dazzling light, the two vanished for where they stood. The stones that had been glowing with magic just moments ago returned to normal. When the two appeared again, they were already standing before a lake. The black water before them was the source of the monsters, a hell that released nightmares, and the dungeon located at the southern edge of the world. Just then, the lake suddenly changed. The surface, which had been calm moments ago, slowly split open into a passage. Immediately afterward, hands began reaching up from beneath the ground. The next enemies they would face were none other than these ghost knights. The moment Ash saw this, he completely panicked. He had imagined all kinds of monsters that might appear in Stage 1. Even if the enemy had been wyverns, he could have accepted it. But, out of every possible enemy, the one he least wanted to face was the ghost knights. So those were the monsters they had to stop this time. Just then, the system sent a notification. They were about to face 1,000 ghost knights, along with one unidentified enemy. Lucas also noticed the change in Ash and quickly asked, Your Highness, are you all right? Your face looks terrible. But Ash had already realized what was going to happen next. Crossroad was truly finished this time. Even if the enemy had been powerful wyverns, Ash would not have been afraid. But this time, the enemy just had to be a massive army of ghost knights. Back when he played the game, whenever Ash encountered ghost knights in Stage 1, he would reset without hesitation. Ghost knights were monsters made of armor, with undead spirits dwelling inside as their true bodies. They had extremely high resistance to physical attacks. From the middle stages of the game onward, once the player had access to various types of gear, they could be handled fairly easily. But right now, they had almost no equipment capable of stopping ghost knights. Ash felt as if he could sense some kind of malice, as if someone was deliberately trying to interfere with him. Worse still, there were only 3 days left before Stage 1 officially began. Ash said in a low voice, Let's go back first, Lucas. Right now, all they could do was try every possible defensive measure. After returning to the mansion, Ash immediately asked Aid about the city's military strength. Aid answered, The total number of troops available for the front line is 526. Most of our forces were already lost in the tutorial, and there are no more troops in the city to replenish them. Ash immediately ordered, Then send envoys to other cities to borrow soldiers. Pay them double the standard wage. Also, send another envoy to the royal family. Tell them the monsters have started moving again, and request the maximum number of reinforcements. Aid hesitated. My lord, are you certain? If you request support from the Empire now, it may trigger a fatal scenario later. Ash said coldly, That is a problem for later. Right now, we have to survive first. Also, gather every craftsman and alchemist in the city. Aid froze. But if we do that, the magic stone processing work will stop. Ash cut him off directly. The city is about to be destroyed. Is processing magic stones more important than that? Stop the work and bring them all here. Ash had realized that this world might be even harder than the game he had once played. He had not fully made up his mind, but there was no time left to hesitate. The harder the game, the more he needed to create new variables, so Ash decided to gamble and chose to change his class to Commander. The system immediately congratulated Ash on successfully changing classes, but in the next second, Ash felt something wrong with his body. As it turned out, Ash's stat growth rate had dropped by 50%. On top of that, his equipment proficiency growth rate had also dropped by 50%. For a moment, Ash could hardly believe his own eyes. He could not understand why a class with negative effects like this even existed. But in the next second, a string of pop-up windows made him calm down. As it turned out, after changing class to Commander, he could provide buffs to all allied units. Even if Ash only stood on the battlefield, his allies' attack and defense would both rise. With that, Ash finally understood why this class came with negative effects. On top of that, the Commander exclusive class system would provide additional stat bonuses based on the class composition of his team members. For Ash, who had once been a gamer, this was practically the best possible class. However, things did not continue that smoothly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ash asked coldly, "Do you want to explain what this is?" Aide said awkwardly, "No one responded to your recruitment order, so I had no choice but to urgently invite the people in charge here." In other words, Aide had invited them in his own way. Ash could not help cursing. "You little bastard. Is kidnapping the only way you know how to summon people?" The captured managers also began complaining. "Why were we suddenly brought here? You cannot just tie us up like this. If something goes wrong with the processing work, will you take responsibility? Even if you are royalty, you cannot do this." At this point, Ash could only apologize to them in his own way. He slammed the table and barked coldly. "Are you people asking to get beaten? How dare you shout in front of me? Do you not know who I am? I am the prince of this nation and the lord of this city. If I call you here, you should come even if you have to crawl. You actually hurt my feelings. Are all of you tired of living?" The managers immediately lowered their heads. "We are sorry, Your Highness. This is our first time serving a royal lord." But after hearing what Ash said next, they could hardly believe their ears. Ash said, "I will sell you the magic stones recovered by the army at 20% of the original price. Having a direct channel to obtain magic stones should benefit you as well, shouldn't it? However, from now on, whenever I give an order, you must prioritize the production of military supplies. Of course, I will pay every single coin required for production." So? This should be a pretty good deal, right? Ash's goal was to use money and profit as leverage to convince them to cooperate. Because right now, he was so poor that all he had left was money. The managers immediately changed their attitude. "Of course we are willing to do business with you, my lord. When do we start? And what exactly should we make?" Ash felt relieved. As expected, money was always the most valuable thing in this world. After that, Ash summoned the hero characters in the city. You should have heard from Lucas already. An army of 1,000 ghost knights is advancing toward Crossroad. They will arrive in about 2 days. Aside from Lucas, everyone present looked shocked. Someone could not help asking, "Your Highness, what should we do next?" Ash said calmly, "You will do everything you can. Now I will assign each of you your duties. Lucas, you will serve as the overall commander of our troops. Right now the soldiers are far too undisciplined. Within 2 days, you must reorganize them." Lily was just about to speak when Ash looked at her and said, "I am sorry, Lily, but I cannot do this without your help. However, you will not have to go to the front line, so do not worry. You will supervise the training for the city defense gravity field magic weapons." After everything they had been through, Ash had already decided that he would make sure Lily lived the rest of her life in this city. Jupiter asked lazily, "Your Highness, I only have one question. If you want to see this old lady get a little more motivated, does that mean you will raise my salary?" As it turned out, Jupiter's trait was gold mania, making her a complete money grubber. In this battle, she would serve as the assault squad captain. Ash then looked at Damien. "Damien, take this. I prepared it especially for you." Since Damien possessed the clairvoyance trait, he would serve as the long-range sniper. To prepare for the upcoming battle, Ash had assigned everyone their roles, but the one he was most worried about was still Damien, who had to act as the sniper. After all, this position was never Damien's original specialty. Only then did Ash notice something and ask, "Come to think of it, Damien, where are your glasses?" Damien answered, "Actually, I used to wear glasses on purpose to weaken my eyesight, but now my eyes have a use, so I no longer wear them." Seeing that everyone had not panicked because of the enemy's arrival, Ash finally felt a little relieved. After the strategy meeting ended, Ash went to the southern wall of Crossroad. When the craftsmen saw Ash arrive, they all put down their work. Ash asked directly, "What is the condition of the wall?" One craftsman answered quietly, "Not good, Your Highness. It has been neglected for too long." Ash frowned. "This is called a fortress city, isn't it? Shouldn't maintaining the walls be the most basic requirement? Why was it just left like this?" The craftsman said helplessly, because there was not enough budget. As monster appearances decreased, the number of magic stones collected also dropped. So the previous lord reduced the budget for wall maintenance. Ash said coldly, "Wasn't this fortress built to stop monsters? I do not care how many materials or how much money it takes. Reinforce it. Repair it to an absurd degree. Start immediately. The monsters are still marching toward this city." After leaving the wall, Ash went to the lumber factory. He said to the person in charge, "You should have heard the news already. What you need to make over the next 2 days is walls. About this tall will do. As long as they can block paths, that is enough." The person in charge quickly said, "I am very sorry, Your Highness, but monsters can easily smash wooden walls apart." Ash shook his head. "What I need is not a sturdy wall that can completely stop the monsters. Just follow my instructions and make walls out of timber. Do not worry. When the time comes, these wooden walls will be extremely useful. So stop complaining and start working immediately." During the time that followed, every preparation continued in an orderly manner. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and now only 30 minutes remained before Stage 1 began. The scout kept his eyes fixed on the forest outside the city. Just then, he suddenly noticed something strange in the woods. The monsters had appeared. The moment the monsters appeared, the entire fortress grew tense. Ash stood at the front and shouted, "Do not be afraid. I will fight with all of you on the front line. Those things are nothing but small fry. Their only advantage is their number. And we are the strongest army in the Southern Empire. Our defensive preparations are complete, and our equipment is in excellent condition. We can absolutely drive the enemy back. So do not worry. Fight according to my orders, and tonight we will raise our cups to celebrate victory." But even as he said that, Ash knew the truth very well. The Ghost Knight army was the hardest enemy to deal with in the early stage, while the city's defenders were mostly low-level wandering mercenaries. Because time was so limited, they had not made nearly enough preparations. But he could not tell the soldiers defending the city any of that. So Ash could only keep it buried in his heart. Right now, he could only pray that Jupiter would perform the way she was supposed to in this battle. Jupiter rolled her wrist and said, "Little brats, it is our turn." All monsters operated on the same basic principle, eliminating the enemy in front of them. If there were no obstacles in the way, they would basically take the shortest path to kill humans. That made their movement routes easy to predict, which also made it easier to lure them into traps. Unfortunately, because there had not been enough time, the traps had not been dug very deep. To face the hardest monsters in Stage 1, Ash had set traps around the area in advance. They were not deep enough, but for now, they would do. Ash immediately ordered, "Jupiter, now." Jupiter sneered, "You damn monsters, let this old lady make a fortune off you." With that, Jupiter activated Purification Zone. Unfortunately, there were simply too many Ghost Knights. After the damage was spread out, it was not enough to kill them all. Jupiter immediately snapped, "You dare provoke me? You brats have no respect for your elders." The monsters that had been hit by Purification Zone began crackling with faint sparks of lightning. At the same time, the lightning around Jupiter gradually turned blue. She said coldly, "Brats, tonight's dinner is fried armor. Now, shatter for me." With that, Jupiter swung her hand down hard. Countless bolts of lightning in the sky seemed to answer Jupiter's fury. Seeing that scene, the soldiers on the wall immediately had their morale lifted. As it turned out, Jupiter first used her first skill to mark the monsters, then used her second skill to unleash unavoidable attacks on marked targets. Jupiter's performance in this battle was undeniably outstanding. Unfortunately, there were more than 1,000 Ghost Knights. Even after suffering a heavy blow, they still continued surging toward the city without end. Ash immediately ordered, "Jupiter, do not get dragged into a prolonged fight. Retreat, now." Hearing the order, Jupiter immediately led the assault squad backward. Behind the 5 of them, a dense mass of Ghost Knights was chasing close after them. These monsters had no fear of death. Even when their comrades fell beside them, they never stopped moving. Jupiter shouted, "Old boys, run faster. Do not look back. Just keep running forward." Seeing this, Ash immediately ordered, "They have lured the monsters over. Prepare to act according to my plan. Jupiter, just move along the route I indicated." The assault squad was moments away from being caught by the Ghost Knights. But aside from praying for them in his heart, Ash could do nothing. Fortunately, the assault squad eventually managed to retreat behind the curtain walls. So far, everything was proceeding smoothly according to Ash's plan. Next, it was time for those curtain walls to do their job. These Ghost Knights had no ability to think for themselves. They only chased the humans in front of them by instinct, which meant they would not actively destroy the wooden walls before them. When the massive enemy force surged into the narrow gaps, their formation width was forcibly compressed. Ash shouted. I know you have been waiting for this, soldiers of the Empire. From this moment on, do not save ammunition. Fire every shell we have. In an instant, the cannons on the city wall began roaring, one after another. The ghost knights packed tightly together had no time to react. They could only watch as the shells came closer and closer. In the end, they were completely swallowed by the explosions. This was the most basic principle of tower defense strategy, forcing the enemy's route to create an opportunity for concentrated annihilation. Ash continued ordering, fire every shell. Keep the barrage as heavy as possible. At that moment, the flames before them gave everyone an incredible sense of relief. Someone could not help saying, at this rate, we might actually win. Another person asked, those monsters cannot get through now, right? But Ash said in a low voice, no, it is still too early to decide that. Suddenly, shield-bearing monsters appeared among the ghost knights. They moved to the front and forcibly blocked the heavy cannon fire. As expected, attacks like this could not completely defeat them. They really were a tough bunch. Fortunately, Ash had already expected this situation. Ash immediately shouted, Lily, now, activate it. Lily responded at once, yes, your highness. Gravity field magic weapon, activate. Hearing me order, the alchemists immediately began operating the device and activated the gravity field. A terrifying force of gravity was instantly applied to the shield soldiers. Their movements clearly slowed down. Ash immediately shouted, Lucas. Lucas responded at once, yes, your highness. Ballista unit, prepare. The soldiers on the wall immediately moved. Almost instantly, every ballista aimed toward the center of the battlefield. Lucas gave the order in a sharp voice. Aim at the spirit cores in their chests. Furious volley. The moment he finished speaking, heavy bolts shot out, one after another, easily piercing through the shields and destroying their spirit cores. This was the second step of the battle plan. Stacking damage through crossfire bombardment, then finishing the enemy off with the gravity field magic weapon and ballistas. So far, everything was going smoothly. Just then, a soldier shouted urgently, Your Highness, some of them are coming around the wall. As it turned out, there were simply too many enemies. The crowded monster formation had pushed some ghost knights out of the planned route. Ash immediately ordered, Jupiter, stop the ghost knights coming around the right side of the curtain wall. Use knockback coordination tactics and hold them back no matter what. Jupiter replied in a low voice, as you command, Your Highness. With that, Jupiter led the assault squad toward the curtain wall, preparing to lure away the monsters that had been pushed out of the route. The monsters charged straight at them without hesitation. Jupiter cursed, Damn monsters, didn't I tell you to respect your elders? With Jupiter holding the right side, that area was safe for the moment. The real concern now was the enemy pouring in from the left. Ash immediately ordered, Damien, it is your turn. Shoot the ones coming in from the left. Do not let them get near the wall. Damien was still afraid, but the moment he aimed at the enemy, his eyes changed. Without the slightest hesitation, Damien pulled the trigger in his hand. The arrow flew toward a ghost knight at a strange angle. In the next second, it pierced straight through the spirit core in the monster's chest. Although Ash already knew Damien's trait was basically no different from a cheat, seeing him hit a spirit core with only a crossbow still left Ash a little stunned. Right now, the front line had cannons, ballistas, and the gravity field magic weapon. The right side had Jupiter, the lightning warlock, and the left side had Damien, who was practically a living cheat. Before they knew it, the enemy casualty count had already reached 500. At this rate, victory should be easy. But at that moment, Ash noticed a change on the battlefield. It was a scene he had never seen in the game. Ash suddenly remembered that when the enemy casualty count reached 500, the boss of the Ghost Knight Legion would appear, which meant the monster floating in the air was the Undead Knight. This was the strange strength of these monsters. The Legion itself was already powerful, but after being pushed back, a boss monster would appear, as if the battle had entered a second phase. But right now, the Ghost Knights had not actually been pushed back, and the Undead Knight should not have taken any action. It should have just floated stupidly in the air. But Ash had forgotten one thing. This was not a game. This was reality. The sudden appearance of that massive phantom alone was enough to throw the soldiers into panic. The Ghost Knight Legion had not been completely repelled yet, but the boss, the Undead Knight, had already appeared. Even if it only floated motionless in the sky, the human soldiers were still terrified. And this was the one thing Ash had overlooked in his battle plan. That enormous, abnormal form awakened humanity's most primitive fear. Its appearance caused the front line's firepower to drop sharply. And it was not just the humans. Even the animals were affected by the Undead Knight. This was something no one had expected. Jupiter, the assault squad captain, was thrown hard to the ground by her frightened horse. Not far away, The Ghost Knights were closing in with murderous intent. If Jupiter fell here, the entire defensive line would collapse. But the monsters were already charging in, driven only by the urge to kill the living human before them. At the critical moment, the assault squad members stepped forward. But Ash knew very well that their strength was nothing in front of those monsters. Lucas said urgently, "Your Highness, we need to use the cannons and fire net to support Jupiter's team." Ash gritted his teeth and refused. "No. If the fire net disappears, even more monsters will break through from there." The appearance of the undead knight had instantly exposed flaws throughout Ash's battle plan. The cannon and ballista fire stalled, and the fire net that once had no openings loosened in an instant. Ash forced himself to stay calm. First, restore the fire net. The soldiers have completely lost focus. Right now, all Ash could do was pray that Jupiter could hold on a little longer. At the same time, Jupiter finally woke up from unconsciousness, and the sharp pain running through her body told her she was still alive. A mercenary beside her shouted urgently, "Lady Jupiter, you finally woke up. Lady Jupiter, we are running out of time." Jupiter forced her eyes open. What is going on? Why is everything such a mess? She quickly realized that now was not the time to lie down and rest. The mercenary gritted his teeth and said, "The rescue team will be here soon. We just have to hold out until then." But before he could finish speaking, a ghost knight charged straight toward Jupiter. The man immediately swung the flail in his hand and knocked the monster back. But even though the monster's helmet had been dented, it still did not fall. The man stared in disbelief. "It took my hammer and still didn't die?" Jupiter suddenly shouted, "Brat, watch your back." Unfortunately, the man was still pierced through by a spear. He clearly remembered that the monster behind him had already been dealt with, but now it was too late to say anything. Everything was already over. Jupiter gritted her teeth and cursed, "You damn monsters." Just as she was about to cast magic, she suddenly felt something strange. Perhaps because of her injury, her mana had gone out of control. When a mage could no longer use mana, all she could do was watch her teammates fall, one after another. Under these circumstances, the mercenary's resolve completely collapsed. Without the slightest hesitation, one man threw away his shield and turned to run. But he had forgotten the worst thing one could do on a battlefield was show the enemy your back. The small defensive line maintained by the assault squad completely fell apart, and Jupiter could even smell the odor coming from the ghost knights in front of her. It was the smell of rust mixed with rotten water, the smell of someone who had drowned. Jupiter said coldly, "You should have stayed quietly under the lake. Are you really that unwilling to let this old lady collect her salary?" In extreme anger, Jupiter forced herself to cast magic again, and with a single strike, she destroyed the monster in front of her. But she knew very well that this attack had not even reached a quarter of her usual power. She knew she was truly finished this time. The assault squad members were falling one after another, and as a mage, she could no longer use magic like before. A sea of monsters surged before her, and Jupiter knew her life was finally reaching its end. She looked at the young mercenary beside her and said, "You should go too. Better to save one person than let everyone die here. I will use magic to buy you time. Brat, use that chance and run." But the young mercenary gritted his teeth and said, "How could I leave? Staying here is the best option. Grandma, you are a mage. Second rule of mercenary survival. Always stay close to an allied mage. Compared to running away without a horse, my chances of surviving are higher if I stay by your side and support you." Although his words sounded incredibly childish, the young mercenary's tactic was actually working. He did not try to kill the ghost knights in front of him. Instead, he used his spear to keep knocking them back and forcibly maintain distance. The young mercenary shouted, "No matter what, I will hold them off. Please get ready to cast your next spell." Although Damien was also providing support from the city wall, it was still nowhere near enough to stop those monsters. Just as Jupiter finally gathered enough mana to summon lightning, the young mercenary's entire body had already been pierced by the monster's spears. Jupiter roared, "You damn bastards." She kept unleashing lightning to vent her fury, but it was already too late. If she had gathered her mana just a few seconds faster, could she have saved this young boy? Jupiter was already too old to remember every single sacrifice one by one. She asked quietly, "Hey brat, do you still remember the first rule of mercenary survival?" Hearing Jupiter's voice, the boy turned his head with difficulty. He said, weakly, "Never accept a job that pays way too much for no reason." The boy murmured, "I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." Jupiter gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, every one of your survival rules was wrong. If you work as a mercenary like that, you will never succeed. If you want to get rich and make a name for yourself as a mercenary, do not take extremely dangerous jobs. Take jobs with enough pay to make the danger worth it, and stay as far away from those damn mages as possible, because those damn mages will steal all your credit. But the most important thing is, if you want to survive, then do not become a mercenary in the first place. Jupiter laughed bitterly. I can't believe I do not even have enough mana left to light a cigarette. I really thought I was finally going to enjoy that high salary. So, this is where it ends. Looks like I was a failure of a mercenary too. 3 minutes earlier, Ash had ordered Lucas to give up on immediate rescue, because in that situation, stabilizing the soldiers' morale was the only way to keep the defensive line from collapsing. Ash roared, "You idiots. Pull yourselves together. Do not freeze just because that monster is huge." The moment his words fell, the soldiers seemed to be injected with strength and regained their spirit. Ash realized that this was probably the effect of his skill. Thinking of this, he immediately called Lucas over. "I will calm the soldiers and restore the fire net. You go out through the gate and bring Jupiter's team back." Ash knew very well that sending Lucas outside alone was an extremely reckless order, but Lucas did not hesitate at all. Alone, he rushed toward the most dangerous part of the battlefield. Ash continued roaring, "Everyone stay sharp. Wake up." Lucas charged out of the gate alone and rushed into the monster swarm, all to bring back the assault squad members left outside. But he did not know that by now, Jupiter was the only one left, and Jupiter had already prepared herself to die. Just then, Lucas's voice suddenly rang out. "Lady Jupiter, please stay where you are." Before the words even finished, Lucas cleanly cut down the monsters around her. His timely arrival finally gave Jupiter hope of survival. But if Lucas had arrived just a little earlier, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Lucas said nothing and directly pulled Jupiter onto the horse. Then he squeezed the horse's sides hard and quickly fled the area with Jupiter. Seeing this, the monsters behind them threw their weapons one after another, trying to stop their escape with spears. But Lucas casually swung his sword once and resolved the crisis in front of them. Jupiter could not help saying, "This young knight really is extraordinary. How about meeting my granddaughter someday? She is quite a pretty girl." Lucas said calmly, "If you still have the strength to joke, then please use magic to recover your body first, so you can cast magic again. There are still many monsters left." Jupiter said, quietly, "Even so, thank you for saving me." Lucas replied, "You do not need to thank me. I was merely following His Highness's order." But Lucas was also frustrated. If only his horse had been just a little faster. Jupiter said, "Save the regrets until after we kill those monsters. This old woman has not been on a battlefield in a long time, and I have not been this angry in a long time either." Thanks to the skill, indomitable commander, the fire net at the front had been restored. Jupiter had also returned safely. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. But in that single moment, Ash had lost 4 precious hero characters. Ash realized that he had trusted his old game experience too much. This was a real world, so he had to account for far more details, such as the curtain walls catching fire from cannon blasts. The monsters had already broken through the curtain walls and charged in. In the end, they still had to fight head-on across the city wall. Ash's original plan had been to clear the stage through firepower suppression. The good news was that only 1/4 of the Ghost Knights remained. At least for now, this battlefield was still under Ash's control. Lucas came before Ash and said, "Your Highness, I have rescued Lady Jupiter." Although Lucas did not like the old woman in front of him, he knew very well that maintaining a good relationship with a mage was the smart choice. Ash looked at Jupiter. "I am glad you came back alive." But Jupiter lowered her head and said, "Your Highness, I have no face to stand before you. This old woman made a mistake. I caused innocent young people to die for nothing, and it truly pains me." Ash said in a heavy voice, "This was not your fault. No one expected a monster to suddenly appear in the sky, and no one expected the horses to panic because of it." Jupiter shook her head. "No, this is my fault. At my age, if I still stand on a battlefield, then I should know how to handle things. So I will personally make up for the mistake I made. I will slaughter that thing with my own hands." Ash looked at her and said, "Then focus on recovering yourself, because I am going to need your power very soon." At this moment, the monsters were still surging toward the wall. Cannon fire also continued pouring down onto the monsters, without stopping. Ash suddenly ordered, "Cease fire." The monsters were clearly still charging forward, yet as the commander he ordered the cannons to stop. But this was not because Ash had given up resisting. It was because they had to save their strength for the strongest enemy. Ash then looked at Damien. "Damien, you should rest for a while too." Damien quickly said, "But the monsters are still advancing." Ash said in a low voice, "You need to hunt a stronger monster. Use this chance to recover." At this point, the monsters had already reached the wall, Although they had not broken through it, they were now climbing up along the surface. Ash immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare for melee combat." Hearing the order, the soldiers grabbed their weapons and moved to the edge of the wall. From this moment on, this was no longer a battle fought with magic. It was a fight where they had to stop the enemy with their own bodies. And this was what real war looked like. As the monsters drew closer, step by step, the soldiers' hearts climbed into their throats. But they still could not attack yet. They had to wait for the perfect timing. The moment when they could inflict the greatest damage on the enemy. Ash suddenly shouted, "Now, drop them." Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately pushed the prepared barrels to the edge of the wall. Inside were all kinds of leftover materials from the wall reinforcement project. Just in case, Ash had ordered them to be kept on the wall in advance. Many monsters shattered apart from the impact when they fell to the ground. But the remaining monsters stood back up again, completely intact. Even after taking such a heavy blow, they continued climbing the wall. The soldiers could only use their spears to hold them back as much as possible. Ash now had to assign Jupiter as a main party member. Since the team now had 2 mages, the party's magic attack increased by 20%. Unfortunately, the monsters had already climbed onto the wall. Now, the soldiers had to fight the monsters in close combat with their own bodies, looking at the monsters roaring in front of them. Ash did not know whether his soldiers could handle it. After all, to fight monsters, they first had to overcome the fear buried deep in their hearts. Just then, a golden light flashed across the wall. Lucas shouted, "I will cut them down. All of you hold your positions with everything you have." Encouraged by Lucas, the soldiers immediately regained their spirit. Seeing this, Ash finally breathed a little easier. If they could not overcome their fear, only death would be waiting for them. Ash immediately ordered, "Lily, activate the next gravity field magic weapon." Lily answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Haste gravity field magic weapon, activate. With this, all allied units' movement speed would increase by 5% for 5 minutes. Combined with the buffs from Ash's class, the human soldiers finally had what they needed to fight the monsters in melee combat. But Ash knew very well that there was still a massive gap between the two sides. Ordinary soldiers alone could never truly stand against monsters. The ones who could truly change the flow of this battle were the heroes with traits and skills. Lucas's first skill was called Strike of Will. The more enemies he killed, the higher the damage of this skill became. With that skill alone, he had held half of the wall, but even for him, defending the entire wall was impossible. As time passed second by second, the number of wounded soldiers kept increasing. Yet even when injured, these ghost knights did not lose any combat ability. Damien wanted to join the battle, but Ash stopped him, because Damien had to save his strength to deal with the undead knight. Only by doing that could they reduce the soldiers' casualties as much as possible. Just as Ash was at a complete loss, a flash of fire suddenly lit up the wall. At that moment, the figure sitting in the wheelchair looked incredibly reliable. Ash immediately asked, "Lily, you can still use magic, right?" Lily could not help saying, "Aren't you being a bit too much? I am a mage, you know." However, the mana shortage common to fire mages was also fully showing itself in Lily. Ash said, "Lily, I believe you can still do it." Lily replied helplessly, "Please, just let me retire already. Besides, I have almost used up all my mana." Ash continued, "Just one more time. I believe you can do it." With all the buffs stacked together, Lily's magic damage had increased quite a bit, and so Ash pushed her wheelchair around the wall again and again, forcing their way through the stage. The soldiers blocked the monsters with their bodies. Lucas kept cutting enemies down with his blade, and Lily repeatedly burned them with flames. At last, the ghost knights all collapsed. For a moment, the soldiers could hardly believe they had actually won. Once they realized it, they immediately burst into thunderous cheers. But Ash knew very well that things were not that simple. Although he also wanted to let everyone rest for a moment, they were about to face the undead knight. The remains of the ghost knights all flew into the air, merging one by one into the body of the undead knight. Soon, an enormous monster appeared before everyone. Just by landing on the ground, it caused a violent tremor. For a moment, all the soldiers panicked. Even Ash had not expected the undead knight in reality to be this terrifying. This was clearly a monster he had seen countless times in the game. But when it truly stood before Ash, he felt fear rising from the deepest part of his heart. His body even trembled uncontrollably from terror. But he quickly forced that fear down, because he knew there was no running away here. Ash roared, "Open fire. Do not hold back. Fire every shell." In an instant, fierce cannon fire completely swallowed the undead knight. But even that overwhelming firepower only forced it back half a step. The undead knight continued advancing toward the fortress, step by step. Ash immediately shouted, "Lily, activate the third gravity field magic weapon." Hearing the order, Lily activated the mana amplifier at once. It could double the mana output of one user, and the one receiving that mana boost was naturally Jupiter. Jupiter flexed her fingers and sneered. "Good. Now this finally feels a little like my prime," Ash said in a heavy voice. "Jupiter, I need you to go all out and concentrate your firepower on the enemy's chest armor." Jupiter grinned. "Then your highness had better watch out for the lightning. If you get shocked, I'm not taking responsibility." In the next second, Jupiter unleashed a full power strike. It actually punched straight through the undead knight's armor. At that moment, the monster's spirit core was clearly exposed before everyone. Ash immediately shouted, "Damien, now, aim for the monster's spirit core." Hearing the order, Damien activated clairvoyance at once. He raised the heavy crossbow and fired straight at the undead knight's spirit core. Without the slightest deviation, the bolt struck the spirit core. In the next instant, the core shattered before everyone's eyes. Just as Ash thought everything was finally over, the undead knight raised its sword toward the fortress. Even though the bolt had pierced through the monster's spirit core, it still lifted its blade. If that sword came down, the entire wall would be smashed apart. Ash immediately roared, "Jupiter, one more time." Jupiter sneered. "In a storm full of thunder and lightning, you actually dare raise your weapon over your head. What, does this idiot want to get struck by lightning?" In the next moment, streaks of lightning began flashing across the undead knight's body. Then a bolt of blue lightning came crashing straight down onto the monster. Although the undead knight was completely swallowed by lightning, the sword in its hand was already falling toward the wall. Ash immediately shouted, "Everyone, dodge! Get out of the black shadow." Lucas said urgently, "Your Highness, you need to dodge too." But by then, the sword in the undead knight's hand had already slammed down onto the wall. The aftershock of that strike alone sent the surrounding soldiers flying. Thanks to Lucas protecting him in time, Ash was not hurt by the attack. The hero characters in the team also managed to escape the attack range in time, but the undead knight's sword remained lodged in the wall, and now, Ash and the others no longer had the strength to keep fighting. The good news was that the undead knight had also used up the last of its life force in that attack. They had finally won this battle, but at that moment, the remains of the undead knight changed again. Lucas immediately moved to protect Ash, but Ash raised a hand and stopped him. As it turned out, this was the undead knight's final struggle. Although the attack would not harm the body, if someone was accidentally caught in it, it could cause a complete mental collapse. Ash said coldly, "This is human territory. Get out already." And just like that, the undead knight's final attack scattered into golden light. Someone asked blankly, "Where did that giant monster go? What about the ghosts?" Then someone else shouted excitedly, "His Highness destroyed them all. Is it finally over?" As the undead knight disappeared, dawn finally pierced through the heavy clouds. The Imperial flag still flew over Crossroad. The soldiers burst into cheers. "We defeated those monsters. We won. We survived. And from now on, we will keep winning and keep surviving." Fear gradually vanished from the soldiers' eyes, replaced by the joy of victory. At that moment, Ash was no longer the infamous third prince in their eyes. He was a capable commander and a true lord. However, they did not know that what they had just survived was only the first stage. On the night after the battle, Crossroad returned to its usual calm, but the city's central square was brightly lit. Ash raised his cup and said, "We drove back those armored monsters. To celebrate our victory, cheers. Everyone, drink as much as you want tonight. It is on me." After Ash's speech ended, the banquet officially began. After an entire day of fighting, the people immersed themselves in music and finally enjoyed a brief moment of rest. Soldiers and residents drank one cup after another. The food in the pots gave off an enticing aroma. Steaks sizzled on the grill. Everything looked so beautiful. But Ash stayed away from the crowd and sat alone to the side. Looking at the happy smiles on everyone's faces, he finally felt a small sense of satisfaction in his heart. Lucas walked over to him and asked quietly, "Your Highness, are you all right? You have not eaten all day. Please have something. You do not look like a commander who just won a battle. You drove back more than 1,000 ghost knights without suffering major losses. I believe you could allow yourself to be a little happier." Ash said quietly, "It is true that we did not suffer massive losses this time, but some people still lost their precious lives." Ash knew very well that when people had died, talking about whether the losses were big or small meant nothing. No life weighed more or less than another. Every single life was precious. But because of his own arrogance, Ash had failed to save everyone. If he had thought things through more carefully back then, perhaps those people would not have lost their lives. And unlike the tutorial, there had definitely been room for improvement this time. Once Ash realized that, The pain in his heart only grew stronger. Lucas said quietly, "Your Highness, I believe you have already done enough. There's no need to keep blaming yourself. I know that even if I say this, your regret will not disappear. But Your Highness, this banquet is being held to celebrate our victory. If you are unhappy, the soldiers' morale will not truly rise either. So please smile, at least for this moment. Enjoy this happiness together with everyone. That is also something a commander must do." Aide suddenly popped out from behind Ash. He is absolutely right. Mourning the fallen is important. But there also needs to be time to celebrate victory and enjoy happiness. Meat is bad for the body, so I specially prepared some vegetables for you. And congratulations on clearing stage 1. It was an extremely difficult stage, and you did wonderfully. Please continue leading everyone to victory like this from now on. After hearing Aide's words, Ash picked up a tomato and was about to eat it, but the people around him suddenly cried out, "His Highness Ash is eating vegetables. There must be no meat left here, so His Highness has no choice but to eat vegetables." "We are sorry, Your Highness. This is our fault." The third prince, famous for eating nothing but meat, has been forced to eat vegetables here. Someone immediately shouted, "You brats, hurry and bring His Highness some meat, and bring him wine too. Let us eat meat by the mouthful and drink wine by the cup." Ash had no idea how things had suddenly turned into this. He had clearly only planned to sit off to the side and review today's battle. But just then, a hand suddenly tugged at Ash's clothes. As it turned out, Willie had quietly come up behind him at some point, and somehow, she was already drunk, pitifully pleading, "Please let me retire. Let me retire, Your Highness." But with manpower this short lately, there was no way Ash could let Lily step back. Fortunately, the alchemists quickly noticed what was happening and immediately dragged Lily away to rest. But before Ash could even process that, something happened with Damien. "Your Highness, this water tastes a little bitter." As it turned out, Jupiter had been secretly pouring alcohol into Damien's cup. Jupiter said, with perfect confidence, "He is now a proper mercenary, so he needs to learn how to drink a little and smoke a little. He is like my own grandson, so I will personally educate him properly." But at that moment, Damien leaned against Ash, on his own. Ash could not help saying, "You dare rest your head on the royal body, Damien? You are getting braver and braver." Damien said quietly, "When I am alone, I often remember my dead friend. That day keeps replaying in my mind, and the guilt often weighs so heavily on me that I can barely breathe. But strangely enough, whenever I am by your side, my heart calms down." But Ash knew very well that this was not because he was some incredible person. It was all because of his passive skill. But he could not tell Damien the truth. Damien continued, "I do not know why, but while I am under your command, I feel like my mana becomes stronger. Is it because your command is that outstanding?" Ash understood that this was actually the result of his trait and the team's synergy effect. But once again, he could not reveal the truth to everyone. At that moment, Lucas also said seriously, "Your Highness, when I am with you, my mind becomes clear as well. My body feels lighter and faster. This is all thanks to your noble character and your natural talent as a leader." Ash looked at him and asked, "So is that why you keep following so closely by my side too?" Lucas gave a faint smile. "Who can say?" Someone raised a cup and shouted, "For our fallen comrades, for those of us who survived, and for His Highness." Before Ash realized it, people had gathered all around him. Someone said, regretfully, "This is our fault for not livening things up properly. His Highness, who can drink for a whole week straight, has not even had a single cup tonight." Ash sneered. "If you dare make your lord and commander drink, then I assume you can handle it too, right? Everyone fill every cup." And so, as the moon crossed the night sky, everyone ate meat by the mouthful, sang at the top of their lungs, drank freely, and enjoyed this hard-earned victory. After the banquet ended, Ash prepared to open all the clear rewards first. To his surprise, the very first box produced a golden legendary item, and it was a completed SSR rank piece of equipment. For a moment, Ash was so excited that his whole body trembled. But in the next second, he threw the glove straight away. As it turned out, Lucky Hand was a joke item in the game. The damage of this glove was decided by a roulette wheel, and it was usually used to create funny moments during streams. Still, no matter what, it was an SSR rank item. Even though it was useless, Ash eventually picked it back up and put it on. All he could do was pray that one day, in an emergency, it would land on the jackpot. Time quickly passed to the afternoon of the next day. When Ash woke up, his head was still buzzing, and Lucas, who was standing at the door, also looked half dead. Ash could not help asking, "Are you all right? You should have gone back to rest this morning." Lucas forced himself to answer, "As your Highness's guard, how could I possibly rest?" Just then, Aide suddenly popped out. Good morning, you two. Here is some warm honey water. Each of you should have a cup. After sobering up, Ash went up to the city wall. Looking at the terrible state of it, he asked, "At this rate, this wall probably could not even stop a wild beast. How long would it take to repair?" A craftsman answered, "About 2 weeks. Just lifting that sword alone will be a massive project." But right now, there were less than 10 days left before Stage 2 began. Ash immediately ordered, "Mobilize every uninjured soldier. Starting tomorrow, all of them will assist with repairing the wall." Then, he looked at Aid. "How is the troop expansion going?" Aid answered, "The nearby cities will send soldiers soon, and the envoy sent to the capital will also return tomorrow." Ash could interfere with many things, but troop replenishment was the one matter he could not solve by himself. Since there would be no progress until tomorrow, he turned to Lucas and said, "Lucas, during this time, let us do what we can. We are going to the dungeon to destroy the source those monsters are coming from." Lucas asked, "Are we going to Black Lake through the portal like last time?" Ash nodded, "Exactly. But this time, we are going directly beneath the lake." Ash did not explain too much to the others. He only told them that they would set out on an expedition the next morning, and since entering the dungeon required a party of 5, Ash was forced to bring Lily and Aid along. Ash ordered, "Prepare supplies for the expedition." Aid asked, "What items do you need?" Ash replied, "Preserved food, camping tools, and various potions. Most importantly, lighting lanterns. Bring anything that can produce light." Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. Looking at the scale of the setup, Jupiter could not help asking, "You really made this into a big operation. Where exactly are we going?" Ash said calmly, "You will know soon." Before he finished speaking, the stones on the ground began floating into the air. Soon, a portal appeared before everyone. Jupiter was shocked. "Is this teleportation magic? That magic disappeared hundreds of years ago. How could this?" Ash said, "Now, we will take this portal to Black Lake, the monster's base. Their kingdom is beneath the lake. We need to investigate that place and find out why monsters keep pouring out. This is the only way to permanently prevent monster invasions." With that, Ash directly selected Lakeside Dock. A short while later, the group arrived at their destination. Jupiter looked at the lake before them and said quietly, "So this really is that lake?" Ash asked, "Jupiter, have you been here before?" Jupiter said, "That was 20 years ago. Back when the Imperial Army was still stationed in Crossroad, the higher-ups ordered us to come down here and fill this lake with dirt." Ash frowned. "They told you to fill a lake this size with dirt? Looks like the commander from 20 years ago was pretty stupid too." Jupiter continued, "Back then, they mobilized the entire magic corps and tried to fill the lake by dumping soil into it over and over again. But in reality, the lake could not be filled. No matter how much soil, stone, or sewage they dumped into it, the lake swallowed everything endlessly, as if it truly connected to hell. Back then, the incident spread like wildfire among the Imperial Army. On the 7th day of the operation, monsters began pouring out in massive numbers. In the end, the entire army retreated, and the operation failed. Since then, this was Jupiter's first time standing this close to the lake. Ash said in a low voice, "Being nervous is good, because we are about to go even deeper." With that, Ash used the system to open the path into the Lake Kingdom. A massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, and that was the entrance to the dungeon. Without the slightest hesitation, Ash jumped into the water first. After jumping into the lake, everything around them immediately sank into darkness. Ash quickly said, "Everyone, stay calm. Do not rush. Turn on the lights first." Soon, Ash and the others could see their companions around them. Just then, Lily was startled by something that suddenly appeared in front of her. Hearing the commotion, everyone quickly looked ahead. Someone could not help asking, "Your Highness, what exactly is this place?" Ash answered, "This is the Stranded Lake Kingdom, the dungeon beneath the water. And it is also the monster nest we will have to clear one by one from now on." Ash realized that not only could they breathe normally here, but their movements were not restricted either. It was probably because some kind of ancient magic was covering the city. Lily could not help asking, "How is there a city beneath the lake? And how are we able to move normally?" Lucas suddenly warned in a low voice, "Do not speak. Someone is coming." After Lucas's warning, everyone immediately entered combat stance. A white-haired figure in a black robe, carrying a sword on their back, slowly walked toward them. Ash immediately said, "Everyone, do not be nervous. That person is not an enemy." Since this was their first time entering the dungeon, Ash guessed that the person was probably an NPC guide. The person asked, "Are you Tomb Raiders who came to the Lake Kingdom looking for treasure? There is nothing here that you want. Leave while you can still breathe." Looking at the woman before him, Ash could not help feeling surprised, because this was an NPC he had never seen before. More than 100 NPCs lived in the Lake Kingdom, and they would appear at random, with one of them guiding the player. But the woman who appeared this time was a character Ash had never seen once across all 742 of his runs. Ash said in a heavy voice, "We came from the surface to find the source of the monsters. Because the monsters pouring out from here are tormenting the people above. We came to end this situation." But the woman said quietly, "The nightmare of the Lake Kingdom will not stop. No one will ever wake from it. Great warriors and countless heroes once challenged this place to break its curse, but without exception, every single one of them failed. Do not step into this darkness. Before things become irreversible, return to the surface." Ash said firmly, "I am the Lord of Crossroad, the fortress city that stops the monsters. I carry the responsibility of protecting the people and preventing monster invasions. I do not fear the darkness. We must enter this city and destroy the source of the monsters. That is why we came here. But because the gate is locked, we cannot enter. If there is another path through, could you guide us?" After a moment of silence, the woman said, "Very well. Then let me see whether those words came from true courage or mere reckless bravery." She turned and said, "Follow me. The path into the city is this way." Ash asked, "What should I call you? What is your name?" The woman answered calmly, "I have forgotten my name. If you must call me something, call me Nameless." And so, everyone followed Nameless around the outside of the city wall for several dozen minutes. Lucas warned in a low voice, "Your Highness, we should not follow some unidentified stranger. This has to be a trap." But Ash said, "I told you it is fine. For now, follow her." At that moment, Nameless finally stopped. She pointed ahead and said, "If you enter from here, you can reach the inside of the city. This is a water distribution facility, so the ground is slippery. Be careful." After that, the group walked through the narrow waterway entrance for over 5 more minutes. Finally, they arrived at the first area of the Lake Kingdom, the dried water distribution zone. This place once contained the water distribution facilities that supported the entire city, though now, there was not a single drop of water left. Ash did not hesitate and immediately built a portal here. With that, this place became a safe zone monsters could not enter, and next time, they would be able to teleport directly here and continue exploring. But by this point, Lily no longer dared to keep going deeper. Still, there was no way Ash would turn back now. Nameless said calmly, "My guidance ends here. From this point on, you must move forward by your own will. Let me warn you. The Lake Kingdom has been completely swallowed by nightmares. The deeper you go, the darker it will become, and the stronger the monsters will be. Even so, if you must walk into the abyss, then I will give you one piece of advice. Never let the torches in your hands go out." Seeing Nameless's serious expression, everyone fell silent. Nameless said one final thing. "I wish you luck. I hope we meet again someday." And so, Nameless walked into the darkness, alone. Lily could not help asking, "Who exactly is that woman? How is she living in a city beneath the lake?" Damien also said quietly, "Your Highness, the darkness here is strange. Even my eyes cannot see clearly over there. And that woman had not even been holding a torch. So how was she able to move freely through this darkness?" But Ash did not know the answer either. He could only say, "We will definitely meet her again. We can ask her then." After a short rest, Ash and the others prepared to clear the first floor. With the team's current level, there should not be any major difficulty. And so, everyone held up their torches and walked deeper into the darkness. Lily looked around and said, "So this is a corridor connected to the sewer system. What is at the end?" Ash answered, "Do not rush. We will be there soon." Dungeons were basically made up of rooms and passages. Inside rooms, players could fight enemies, discover items, or trigger random events by encountering NPCs. And the event in the first room was simply to kill the monsters in front of them. Ash and the others needed to eliminate a total of 14 giant sewer rats. Although there were quite a few of them and they could not be underestimated, they were definitely not troublesome enemies. Ash immediately ordered, "Lucas, you will take the front and hold that position. Just kill anything that gets close. Damien, these things have very hard skulls. Aim for their eyes or necks. Mages, conserve your firepower. Only attack the ones that break through Lucas's line." As for Ash, the only one with no combat power, he just had to stand back and watch. And so, Lucas easily cut down the monsters that approached. Damien also made full use of his trait from the side. Every arrow he fired struck the monsters precisely in the throat or eyes. Before long, all the giant sewer rats in the room had been wiped out. Ash said, "Good work, everyone. Pretty easy, right?" Lucas nodded. Compared to the enemies from before, this was indeed much easier. But Damien looked around and said, "Your Highness, there are only 13 here. Should we collect the magic stones now?" Ash suddenly remembered. that the system notification had clearly said there were 14 giant sewer rats. The moment he realized it, Ash spun around, only to see the final monster already lunging at him. Ash instinctively reached out and punched the monster. Because he was wearing Lucky Hand, that punch triggered the lottery system. To his surprise, it dealt 121 damage. The giant sewer rat was blasted straight into the wall by his punch. For a moment, everyone stared in disbelief. After all, the lucky roulette almost never landed on a 3-digit damage number. Lucas quickly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Were you hurt just now?" Ash forced himself to stay calm. "I am fine," Lily asked suspiciously, "but what exactly was that just now? How did you punch that monster and send it flying?" Ash said with a straight face, "Because my fist is the fist of a prince. In emergencies, members of the royal family can sometimes unleash superhuman strength." Of course, aside from Lucas, everyone on the team looked completely unconvinced. Still, Ash somehow managed to gloss over it. When they entered the second room, there was nothing inside. Ash immediately said, "There must be something hidden here. Everyone, search carefully." Soon, Danian spoke up, "Your Highness, I think there is something here." Ash looked over and said, "It is a treasure chest. Be careful. It might be a trap disguised as a chest." However, because Jupiter had the gold mania trait, she had already rushed out at the first possible moment. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary treasure chest. Jupiter said awkwardly, "I am terribly sorry. Whenever I smell money, I simply cannot control myself." As she spoke, she handed the treasure chest to Ash, though her pockets were already secretly stuffed with gold coins. The third room was just like the first, and they cleared it easily. Before long, the group arrived at the final room. Ash said, "Once we clear this place, we can go back. Everyone, stay sharp." But when he saw the scene inside, even Ash could not help being shocked. The room was filled with the corpses of giant sewer rats, and in the deepest part of the room stood an enormous monster rat. The monster muttered, "Rats must hunt rats. Rats must be exterminated. Rats must be cleared out of this place. I will make the Lake Kingdom clean again." Damien had not expected a monster to be able to speak human language, but the monster heard his voice as well, and suddenly turned its head. "There are still living rats here? No matter how many I kill, rats keep appearing without end." The system immediately displayed a notification. The monster before them was a giant ratman, sewer manager, Balrik. Ash could not understand why a ratman had been given such a human-like name, but he had no time to think about it because the monster had already lunged toward them. "I will exterminate all of you." Since Lily was extremely afraid of rats, she instinctively cast fire magic at the ratman. That attack happened to interrupt the ratman's attack rhythm. The scene deeply shocked the other three, and it also gave Ash time to think of a countermeasure. Jupiter said coldly, "You damn rat, it is about time you went to sleep. This old lady is tired too." The moment she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning pierced straight through the monster's head. Powerful lightning continued bursting from the ratman's body. Even Ash had not expected the boss to be dealt with so quickly. The final room of the dungeon had turned out to be a monster with a human name. Ash had expected a fierce battle, but the ratman was instantly wiped out by the two mages. Lily quickly asked, "Your Highness, can we go home now?" Ash nodded. "Of course, but first, we need to open the treasure chest." With that, the group arrived in front of the reward chest. Ash immediately said, "Lucas, go hold Jupiter down first." Jupiter struggled and shouted, "Lucas, let me go. You should respect your elders." Taking advantage of that moment, Ash opened the treasure chest. Inside was a level 2 longsword that could deal extra damage to elemental monsters. Since Lucas was the only one in the team who used a sword, Ash handed the weapon to him. Ash said, "It cannot replace the sword you have always used, but if you carry it with you, it will definitely come in handy someday." However, Ash remembered that there should be one more reward here, so he began searching through the chest again. Soon, he found what he wanted. It was the guaranteed drop from this area, an automatic defense turret. After obtaining the reward, the group continued deeper into the Lake Kingdom. Before long, they arrived at the second area, the hidden alley. Ash had not expected even a small alley in the Lake Kingdom to be this gorgeous. This city, once built by an incredibly advanced magical civilization, now showed no signs of living beings at all. It could only sink endlessly into darkness, moving step by step toward death. After a brief moment of sadness, Ash built a portal here. The areas beyond this point would be even more dangerous. Besides, Ash had already obtained what he came for. Ash looked at everyone and said, "Good work, everyone. That is enough for today. We are heading back." Ash did not know that after he left, someone appeared inside the Lake Kingdom. The man said quietly, "Could it be the final player? So, you have finally come here." With that, the man blew the flute in his hand. In an instant, countless sewer rats appeared throughout the entire alley. The man murmured, "Pitiful players, please forgive our sins. Just like you, everything I do is for the Lake Kingdom." Meanwhile, Ash had already returned to the mansion through the portal. Everyone worked hard today. Get some proper rest. Jupiter sighed. I am not sure I can even rest. There's actually a city like that beneath the lake. I cannot even imagine what happened there. And that darkness is definitely not something normal. Lucas looked at Ash and asked, "Your Highness, is there anything else you want to tell us?" Although Ash had cleared the entire game, the game had never explained why the Lake Kingdom had become that way. Ash could only say, "Not right now. We will slowly learn more about it together." Jupiter rubbed her forehead. "Looks like I will not be sleeping tonight. I need to go have a drink." Lily also said quietly, "Then I will go with you. I feel like I will not be able to sleep at all unless I get drunk." And so, Jupiter pushed Lily away first. Damien also said, "I will return to the temple first. When I think about that darkness, I feel a little scared too. Praying should make me feel better." Ash nodded. "Damien, make sure you rest properly when you get back." Then he looked at Lucas. "Now we should go relieve some fatigue too." Lucas asked, "Your Highness, do you not need to go down and investigate again?" Ash shook his head. "No, this scouting mission is complete. The monsters that will attack this time are the Sewer Rat Legion." As it turned out, those monsters first gathered in the free exploration area, and once their numbers passed a certain threshold, they would overflow out of the lake. So the monsters they encountered during exploration were the army they would have to face in the next defense battle. The next enemy would be the Sewer Rat Legion, and judging by the current situation, they were not a difficult enemy. But as soon as Ash returned to the mansion, Aid brought him bad news. Both the capital and the nearby cities had all stated that they could not send reinforcements to Ash. Ash could not understand why this was happening, but at that moment, Lucas's stomach growled at the worst possible time. Since the situation was already settled, asking more questions now would not change anything. So Ash simply told Aid to prepare dinner first and decided to discuss the matter tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ash summoned Aid to the strategy room. As it turned out, the Empire was currently at war with an enemy nation in the west, and almost all available troops had been sent to the Western Front. Ash knew this part of the game's background very well, but he could not understand why even the troops in the remote southern region had been moved away right when he requested reinforcements. On top of that, only a few days had passed since the last battle, so the mercenary guild did not have many mercenaries left either. Just as Ash was growing troubled, Aid suddenly smiled. Ash frowned and asked, "Why are you still smiling? Is there actually somewhere that can provide troops?" Aid answered, "There is one place, but it will put you in a difficult position." Ash said coldly, "Is this the time to worry about whether I will be uncomfortable? We have to clear the next stage. Tell me where the troops are." Aid smiled and said, "If you want to know that badly, why not come with me directly?" Before long, the three of them had prepared their horses. Lucas asked, "Aid, where are we going now?" Aid answered, "We are going to the mansion of the former lord, the Border Count of Cross." A border count was a count who guarded the Empire's borders. They had to resist enemy nations and eliminate monsters that invaded the Empire. Because they carried the duty of defending the border, a border count had greater authority than an ordinary count. From the moment people first gathered in Crossroad, the Cross family had ruled this place. In fact, the fortress's name came from the Cross family name. Ever since the fortress was founded, the Cross family had guarded this land, making them a highly respected family. Ash asked, "Then why did the border count give up the position of lord here?" If what Aid said was true, then the border count's authority here was even greater than the emperor's. If he had not voluntarily given up the lordship, Ash would never have been appointed as the lord of this place. That was why Ash could not understand why the border count would abandon a territory his family had ruled for generations. Aid said in a low voice, "It is complicated. You should hear the explanation from him yourself." Before they knew it, the group had arrived at the border count's mansion. This was the villa of the Cross Count family, and after giving up the lordship, he had moved here. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Ash could not help wondering if anyone really lived here. Aid said, "Of course, I have been sending supplies here regularly." Just then, an old man suddenly appeared and asked coldly, "Who are you people? Do you know what this place is? How dare you come and go as you please? Get out of my house." Aid quickly stepped forward. "Lord Border Count, have you been well? It is me, Aid." Ash had not expected that the old drunkard in front of him was actually the Border Count. The Border Count, who had guarded Crossroad for so many years, had become nothing more than an ordinary old drunkard. Aid said, "Lord Border Count, I have brought guests." But the old man cut him off impatiently. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone come see me?" Aid continued, "This is the newly appointed lord, the third prince of the empire, His Highness, Ash. Ash began. It is a pleasure to meet you, Border Count Cross. I am the youngest son of His Majesty, the Great Emperor. I came here because there is something I wish to discuss with you. But before he could finish, the old man coldly said, "Leave." Ash had not expected to be cut off before he could even finish speaking. The old man repeated, "I told you to leave. Did you not hear me?" Ash frowned. "Even if you were once the true ruler of this land, Lord Border Count, it is still inappropriate to drive away a prince you are meeting for the first time. Are you not being too insolent? Do I need to remind you of the hierarchy between us?" But at that moment, the Border Count had already silently picked up his weapon. Ash immediately realized that the Border Count in front of him might be a complete madman, and the best way to deal with a madman was to step back for now. The old man said coldly, "Get out before I take action, and do not show your face here again. Do not appear anywhere nearby. Pretend I do not exist." The Border Count's name was Charles Cross, a character who had never appeared in the game, but his daughter, Evangeline Cross, was the strongest tank in the entire game. So no matter what, Ash had to win over this old drunkard. After leaving, Ash asked, "By the way, why can that old man help us solve our troop shortage?" Aid answered, "Because the Cross-Border Count family has private soldiers. They are an elite force, loyal only to the Border Count. If we can persuade him, the troop shortage will improve greatly." It seemed that no matter what method he used, Ash had to stir the old man into action. But right now, let alone persuading him, even meeting him was a problem. Aid said, "Your Highness, we are not completely out of options. There is a special way for drunkards to get closer to each other." After hearing Aid's words, Ash immediately understood what he meant. That evening, he returns to the Border Count's mansion. The moment the old man saw him, he said coldly, "Looks like you do not value your life. I already told you last time." But when he saw what was behind Ash, his attitude changed slightly. "What is that?" Ash lifted the cloth covering the cart and said calmly, "What else could it be? It is obviously something you love to death. After all, the third prince was famous for his indulgent lifestyle, so of course he would not come to the countryside empty-handed." Ash smiled. "Let's have a drink together, Border Count. This is premium liquor from the imperial capital. But if you do not want it, then forget it." The old man immediately changed his tone. "Who said I do not want it? Your Highness, please come in and bring all that liquor with you." And so, the Border Count led Ash into the mansion. The first thing Ash saw was empty liquor bottles scattered all over the floor. The air was also filled with the sharp, stinging smell of alcohol. The Border Count said quietly, "It has been a long time since I drank with someone else." Ash picked up a cup and asked, "Is this cup clean?" The Border Count immediately replied, "Even if the house is a mess, the drinking cups must at least be clean. That is basic respect for liquor. Now hurry up and show me what good stuff you brought." The moment the Border Count saw it, his eyes widened. "This is royal whiskey from the first year of the Peacemaker. This liquor is extremely valuable. This liquor had been brewed to commemorate the year the current emperor ascended the throne. Even ordinary nobles rarely had the chance to enjoy it. Because of that, Ash believed the Border Count's attitude toward him would not be too terrible from this point on." After taking a sip, the Border Count sighed. As expected of famous liquor, the moment it goes down your throat, it feels completely different. Ash could not help saying, "You are drinking it that fast. Can you even feel its true charm?" The Border Count answered confidently, "If I want to compare it fairly with the cheap stuff I usually chug, then of course I need to drink this the same way. Only then can I judge it fairly." Ash tried to get to the point. "Anyway, Border Count, what we need to discuss today is..." The Border Count immediately cut him off. "Do not change the subject. I only let you in to drink. If you want to talk about something else, get out." Ash said helplessly, "Then at least prepare some snacks to go with the drinks." This time, surprisingly, the Border Count did not get angry. He casually tossed over a bag of blackened things. "Take it. These are dried fruits made from the fruit in my orchard." Ash froze. "You have an orchard? Can I see it from the window?" The Border Count said, "It is behind this mansion. It is a very small place. Taking care of those fruit trees is how I pass the time." But the moment Ash put the dried fruit in his mouth, he spat it right back out. "What the hell is this? It is bitter and fishy. How is anyone supposed to eat this?" The Border Count immediately looked offended. "Those fruits were harvested after I carefully raised them myself, and you just spit them out. How rude." But even as he said that, the Border Count tasted one himself and immediately spat it out too. He grimaced. "Even if I grew them myself, this really does taste awful." Ash said speechlessly, "Then I guess you have no choice but to give it to me as a gift." The Border Count replied as if it were obvious, "Why would I give you something even I cannot swallow?" The Border Count said flatly, If I could eat it, I would keep it for myself. Why would I give it to you? For a moment, Ash could not find a single thing to say in response. Crossroad was located at the southernmost edge of the continent. It had abundant sunlight and fertile land. There should have been no better place to grow fruit trees, and not just fruit. The same went for all kinds of crops. As long as the land was cultivated, it should have produced rich harvests, assuming those monsters did not keep invading. The monsters destroying farmland and killing farmers was already a serious problem. But the worst part was that when those monsters died, they left behind turbid magic in the land. The border count asked, "Do you know what happened after that?" This entire region was polluted. Even if we planted crops, they could not escape the fate of becoming dead cores. In other words, this land had been cursed. That was why there were no fields around Crossroad. The border count looked at the liquor in his glass with a complicated expression. That golden royal liquor in his cup had been brewed from grains and fruits that this land could no longer produce. Ash could not help asking, "If that is the case, why are you still taking care of the orchard?" After a moment of silence, the border count said quietly, "As long as a person lives, there is always something they cannot let go of. That orchard is what I cannot let go of." At that point, the border count took another sip. "Looks like I do not get drunk that easily anymore." Ash looked at him and asked, "Border count, would you like to guess why I came here today?" The border count said coldly, "Didn't I already tell you? If you want to talk about something else, get out." Ash said calmly, "If you want to drive me out, go ahead. But I will say what I came to say before I leave. The monsters are moving again, and this time their scale cannot be underestimated. Last time, 1,000 ghost knights invaded. We somehow managed to stop them, but the wall was severely damaged, and we are currently short on troops." After several rounds of drinks, Ash finally revealed his purpose. "We urgently need soldiers. Border count, I need the troops under your command." The border count said quietly, "I have no soldiers." But Ash looked at him and said, "I already know that your family has soldiers." After a moment of silence, the border count said, "There are indeed some friends I personally selected and trained, people who went to battle with me for a lifetime. But when I gave up the lordship, when I put down that spear and shield, those friends put down their weapons as well. Now, they have all retired." Ash said, "Please gather them again." But the border count shook his head. "It is useless. This land is no longer worth protecting. Do not make them throw away their lives, defending a worthless front line. Let them run." Ash never expected that a man from a family that had protected this land for generations would say something like that. The border count looked at Ash and asked quietly, "Tell me, Your Highness, why did you come to this land? Everything on this land will eventually die. There is no future here and no hope. This is the advice of someone who wasted his life protecting this place. Leave. The sooner, the better, before the curse of this land devours you too." After leaving the mansion, Lucas asked, "Your Highness, did you manage to persuade him?" Ash shook his head. "No, but I did receive a gift. Things like this do not get solved in a single day. We will take it slowly." Lucas asked again, "By the way, did something happen to the border count in the past? It seems like he went through something major. Do you know anything?" Ash shook his head. "I do not know either." Thinking about how Aide had told him to hear the explanation from the border count himself, Ash could not help cursing in his heart. That damn director. Once he got back, he would have to teach him a proper lesson. In any case, persuading the border count was important, but before that, they had to handle what they could do right now. No matter what happened next, the monsters' attack would arrive on schedule, and what Ash had to do was eliminate those monsters as efficiently as possible. Ash looked at Lucas and said, "We are going back to Crossroad. There is still a lot to do. This time, they would face 3 elite monsters and 3,251 giant sewer rats." Time quickly reached the next day. The giant sword on the wall had already been cleared out, and today was supposed to be spent removing all the debris and officially beginning wall repairs. But Ash said directly, "Do not clear the remains of the giant sword. Leave them in front of the wall. They will make excellent roadblocks, perfect for a rat trap." Then, he asked, "How long will it take to repair the wall?" The craftsman answered awkwardly, "Because the wall is in worse condition than expected." Ash cut him off directly. "Get to the point. How many days?" The craftsman said quietly, 10 more days. But now, only 7 days remained before the next defensive battle. The walls of Crossroad were the product of Imperial construction technology. Ash knew very well that they could not simply be patched up with a few stones. He said in a low voice, "I will have manpower and supplies airlifted here. No matter what happens, the wall must be repaired within 1 week." Ash knew this was an unreasonable demand, but right now, he had no choice but to force them to make it happen. Because the giant rats they had encountered in the dungeon numbered more than 3,000 this time. For this defensive battle, they absolutely could not be without a wall. The craftsmen lowered their heads and said, "We will do our best." Ash nodded. "I will remember your hard work and effort. Everyone, this is work that protects the world. Let us all give it everything we have." To successfully defend Crossroad, Ash began living a routine split between two places. During the day, he supervised the repairs on the wall. At night, he went to the Border Count's house to drink with him. He and the Border Count no longer talked about anything serious. They simply drank together. Meanwhile, the defensive line was being repaired step by step. All the drinking over the past few days had also started wearing down Ash's body. Finally, 3 days later, the Border Count spoke first for the first time. "Your Highness, do you have someone you deeply love?" Hearing that question, Ash was stunned for a moment and did not know how to answer. The Border Count asked again. "I asked if you have someone you deeply love. Judging by your face, I suppose you do not." Ash said quietly, "I really do not." But the Border Count looked at him and said, "Think carefully. Truly no one?" After all, Ash was not from this world, and in the world he originally lived in, he had always been alone. He had never truly received someone's love, nor had he truly loved someone. He had simply lived in loneliness. Later, after he started streaming, he slowly gained popularity and received love from many viewers. But even that was only love given to him one-sidedly by his audience. The Border Count said flatly, "Young man, your life sounds boring." Ash immediately replied, "Is that really something a man who sits at home alone doing nothing but drinking should say?" Ash asked in return, "Border Count, did you have someone you deeply loved?" After a brief silence, the Border Count said, "I did. My wife was the only person I loved in my entire life, but she died 3 years ago. She was torn apart by monsters right here in the orchard. In the end, I could only hold a funeral for her with an empty coffin." The Border Count stared into his glass for a long time. Then he said, "The Lord of this land carries a spell passed down through generations, or rather, a curse. One day, without exception, you will be forced to choose between this city and the person you love. From the lords of the distant past, to my grandfather, and then my father, not a single one of them escaped that curse." As he said this, the Border Count's hand began trembling uncontrollably. I was the same. In the end, I had to face that choice too. Back then, the monsters had been quiet for more than 10 years, and the city was peaceful. But our revenue had decreased. Because the financial situation worsened, we had to start a new industry no matter what. At that time, my wife suggested that we cultivate the land south of the front line. The land north of the front line was already saturated, and the empty land to the south was undeniably attractive. Monster appearances had decreased, and the magical pollution in the land had disappeared. It truly had become land suitable for farming, so I expanded the farmland southward. After that, refugees from other regions began arriving after hearing the news. Since there were fewer monsters, they could be driven back fairly easily. For a long time, everything truly seemed to be improving. And this orchard is located at the southernmost edge of that reclaimed land. My wife, as the Lord's wife, personally stood in the most dangerous place and led the land clearing effort. Even now, I still remember the sight of my wife feeding me grapes with hands covered in dirt. During the first year after the land was reclaimed, the fruit we grew here was not very good. But to me, it was sweeter than anything else in the world. So for a brief time, I had that wish too. Maybe one day we would no longer have to kill monsters. Maybe we could live by reclaiming land and harvesting fruit instead. I asked myself whether those days might continue forever, even though deep down I knew that was impossible. In the second year of reclamation, I received a warning that about 100 monsters were approaching the city, so I hurried back. My wife, who stayed home to look after the orchard, waved to me while telling me to be careful. But when I reached the city, I learned that the monsters had split into 2 groups. A dozen or so had broken away from the main force and attacked the reclaimed land. Meanwhile, the main monster force had already begun attacking the city. I had to make a choice: save my wife in the reclaimed land, or protect the tens of thousands of people in the city. The Border Count looked at Ash and asked quietly, "Your Highness, what do you think I chose?" After a few seconds of silence, Ash said, "You chose to protect the city." The Border Count nodded. "Correct. Just like my family had done for generations. According to logic and principle, I chose the city. I locked the gates and kept the monsters outside." After several hours of battle, we finally drove them all back. Later, when I rushed back to the reclaimed land on horseback, the fields had been destroyed, and every civilian there was dead. Hundreds of people had been torn apart by a dozen monsters until nothing remained. This orchard and my wife were the same. I remained loyal to my duty, but I lost the most important thing in my life. Where did it all go wrong? Was it because the defensive line against large monsters was not strong enough? Or was it because I forced the expansion south of the front line? Yes, all of it was my fault. But what hurts me the most is the moment I made that choice. I abandoned my wife with my own hands and chose the city. My daughter said I had gone insane. She could never understand why I chose the city instead of her mother. A few days after it happened, she left this place. In the end, this is what a lifetime of protecting this land gave me. My wife died, my daughter left me, and I was left alone here to slowly grow old. The border count looked at Ash and said, "New Lord, this is only one example. You should know what people call this front line, don't you?" Ash answered quietly, "A city built on graves." The border count said, "This city, built on piled up death, will one day demand that you make a choice too. The moment will come when, in order to protect this city, you must sacrifice the thing you love most." Ash felt that calling it a curse was not quite right. It felt more like a prophecy, as if it had already foretold an ending that was bound to happen. Our family has carried that sacrifice for generations. But I can't let it keep happening. I won't hand this cursed duty over to my daughter. Ash finally understood. "So that's why you returned the lordship. You didn't want your daughter to inherit it." Charles nodded. "That's right. I want my daughter to leave this cursed land behind and live a peaceful, happy life. Your Highness, you said you wanted me to help you protect this city, but I already gave everything I had to protect this place. I even lost the person who mattered most to me. I don't want to keep doing this anymore. I don't want to devote myself to those walls. I just want to grow old here, in this orchard." Reflected in the wine glass, the eyes of the border count no longer held the pride of a man who had defended the front line all his life. All that remained in them was the regret of a man who had failed to stay by his wife's side in her final moments. The border count, whose family had guarded Crossroad for generations, could now only numb himself with alcohol, barely drifting through this world. Charles said quietly, "That answer should explain well enough why I don't want to help you. I'm only telling you the truth, because I'm grateful you kept me company all this time. Go now. And before you leave, let me give you one last piece of advice. If you ever face a moment like that, choose carefully. Don't end up regretting it like I did." At that point, only 2 days remained before Stage 2 began. "Everyone, you've worked hard. Eat something first and take a short break." When Ash arrived with food, the workers immediately gathered around. The supervisor shouted, "You brats, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, get right back to work." Then Ash asked the supervisor about the wall repairs. The supervisor replied, "Thanks to the manpower you provided, Your Highness, we should finish on time. The wall will be fully repaired in 2 more days." Ash nodded. "Then it's time to build that." The alchemist's eyes lit up at once. "Your Highness, does that mean I can finally use this?" It turned out to be the magic scroll Ash had obtained in the dungeon, and the alchemist had just finished studying it today. Ash did not hesitate and used the scroll on the spot. After a flash of light, the scroll in Ash's hand vanished. Then, Ash began gathering the materials needed to build the cannon platform. The level 2 mana box he had obtained from the treasure chest finally came into use as well. Once the materials were ready, Ash chose the location for the cannon platform. In the next instant, the broken stones on the ground all floated into the air, rapidly assembling before everyone's eyes into an enormous cannon. In just a few seconds, a brand new cannon stood on top of the city wall. Seeing a form of magical construction technology that had vanished hundreds of years ago, the alchemist's eyes filled with longing. Ash looked at everyone and said, "It's thanks to all of you that we were able to build such a strong defensive line. I'll be counting on you from here on as well." And so Ash left the wall amid the crowd's cheers. More than anything, he hoped this state of things could last. After leaving the city wall, Ash headed to the blacksmith shop. Using the materials he had gathered earlier, he commissioned a custom set of armor for Lucas. The armor's base stats were nothing impressive, but its special trait was extremely valuable: Undead Transformation. Once activated, it allowed the wearer to become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. During that time, however, the wearer could not attack any enemies either. Lucas said solemnly, "I'll make good use of it." Ash nodded. "You better. I had this made specifically for you." When Lucas had come in to have his measurements taken, he had looked like he was about to cry. Ash decided he should give him gifts more often from now on. Ash looked at the blacksmith. "Thank you for making such a fine set of armor." The blacksmith smiled and replied, "I should be the one thanking you. It's been a long time since I got to work with materials this good. I truly enjoyed it. If Your Highness brings me more materials in the future, I'll put everything I have into making something worthy of them. Please come by for custom orders anytime." In the game, equipment crafted by the blacksmith shop remained important all the way to the end, so Ash knew he would be coming back here for a long time. After taking care of the blacksmith shop, Ash still had one last thing to do. Let's head to the Western District. There's one more important event waiting there. On the plains west of the fortress city, cannon fire rang through the sky in honor of the dead. The funeral had begun. It was a ceremony for the soldiers who had fallen in the previous stage. Beneath rows of neatly arranged gravestones, new coffins were buried under the soil. The number of deaths in the previous stage had not been high. Ash did not know whether that should be called fortunate or unfortunate. The choir's hymn continued to echo through the area. And just like that, every part of the ceremony seemed to pass in an instant. Even after night fell, Ash remained in front of the gravestones, unable to leave. Charles Cross's voice came from beside him. Spending a large portion of the city budget on funerals, and even establishing compensation for the dead. That certainly feels like something royalty would do. But this is the monster front. This is a place that pushes people to their limits. Sooner or later there will come a moment when even that kindness becomes more than you can afford. Ash looked at him. Border Count, did you come all the way here just to say that? Or did you run out of liquor? Charles said flatly. For someone like me, there's never enough liquor. But I can buy that myself. I came today for another reason. I asked my old comrades what they thought. They were once my soldiers, and I asked whether they were willing to help you protect this city. Ash immediately asked, and what did they say? Charles answered, they all said yes. They're willing to protect this city again. Ash let out a breath of relief. That's wonderful, Border Count. That's the best news I've heard all week. Charles said, I don't know how much those old soldiers can still do, but they're rearming themselves. I'll hand command of them over to you. Be careful when you deploy them. They're old men, just like me. Ash said sincerely, thank you, Border Count, truly. Charles shook his head. Don't thank me, thank them. Ash had been struggling with the Border Count's stubbornness, yet in the end, Charles had come to help him on his own. Charles continued, and that's because you went to speak with them yourself. If anyone should be grateful, it's this miserable old man. This is all I can do for you. I'm leaving this city in your hands, new lord. Good luck. Ash said, thank you for your help, Border Count. I'll make sure I do well. And from now on, I'll come borrow your wisdom often. Charles waved him off. What wisdom? Just remember to bring liquor. Ash added, I'm very worried about your health, so I'll send you plenty of medicinal herbs. Charles immediately frowned. Brat, if you're sending me that stuff, you might as well send nothing. And so, the Border Count waved his hand and left Crossroad, the city he had protected his entire life. Ash watched the Border Count's back as he slowly walked away, and deep down, he wanted to ask him to stay. After all, even if the Border Count was old, he had spent his life as the commander guarding the front line. In a defensive battle, he would have been an enormous help. But Ash could not do that, because the Border Count had already lost far too much in this city. The only thing Ash could do was silently watch the old man's back as he left. Ash had thought that if he had the chance next time, he would sit down with him properly and listen to the former lord's advice. But at that moment, Ash never imagined there would be no next time. This was the final conversation between the two lords of Crossroad. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The city wall had been completely repaired. Many sections had been rushed, but it would still serve its purpose as a defensive wall. Now, everything was ready. Not only were supplies fully stocked, but the once empty ranks had also been reinforced. The Twilight Corps had once numbered over 1,000, yet only 300 now stood here. Even so, having this many people show up was already extremely good news for Crossroad. The automatic defense turrets would also make up for much of the shortage in firepower. The kill zone prepared specifically for the monsters had been fully set up as well. Ash was now confident that they could repel this enemy without much trouble. But just then, a masked man appeared. On that empty stretch of land, he stood alone, silently staring at Crossroad. At that moment, a soldier came riding in from the distance. Your Highness, report from the scouting base. The monsters are already surging toward Crossroad. Before long, Ash saw dust billowing across the open land. He warned everyone in a low voice. They're coming. No one drops their guard. Ever since he had started playing this game, Ash had never had such a perfect opening. But then, he suddenly noticed what looked like a human figure inside the cloud of dust. He could not understand why anyone would appear on the monster's marching route at a time like this. Lucas noticed something was wrong. Your Highness, what is it? Ash frowned and said, Lucas, I just saw someone over there. But, when they looked in the direction Ash was pointing, there was nothing there, except the dust-filled air. Ash immediately asked, Damien, did you see someone over there? Damien activated clairvoyance at once, then shook his head. I don't see anyone, Your Highness. Ash stared ahead with a grim expression, only able to pray that he had truly seen it wrong. Just then, the city wall began to tremble, which meant the siege monsters were already extremely close. But the more critical the situation became, the calmer Ash had to be. Whether he had seen things earlier or not, and no matter how many enemies there were, there was only one thing he could do now. Stop them. Ash immediately gave the order. Artillery unit, prepare to fire. The moment the command was given, cannon fire erupted across the city wall. Countless shells flew toward the rat swarm, dealing massive damage to them inside the narrow passage. The very first volley alone blew hundreds of rats to pieces. Ash knew very well that the rat swarm's greatest trait was its sheer number. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly troublesome about them, and because there were so many of them, they had no choice but to move in clusters. As long as he used area attacks, he could wipe out huge groups at once. Before anyone realized it, the battle had already gone on for more than 30 minutes. If things continued at this pace, they could clear this stage without taking any losses. But then, the rats actually climbed over the wooden barricade blocking their path. Ash quickly picked up his telescope and checked the battlefield. It turned out that rat corpses had piled up beneath the wooden barricade, and those monsters were stepping on their comrades' bodies to climb over it. Before Ash could think any further, more rats began pouring over the barricade. As the corpses kept piling up, the wooden wall finally collapsed under the weight, and the kill zone lost its purpose in an instant. This was completely outside Ash's expectations, so he immediately ordered the artillery unit and the ballista unit to change their points of aim. Fortunately, there was still some distance between the kill zone and the city wall, and the space in between was filled with obstacles, but Ash had overlooked one thing. Once the rats were no longer restricted, their movement speed was far too fast. The large cannons and ballista could not aim at them accurately at all. For a moment, even Ash, as the commander, could not come up with a solution. He should have noticed this trait of the rats in advance. Maybe the good news that had come one after another recently had made him overlook the most important problem. If this continued, far more rats than Ash had expected would reach the city wall. Right then, the automatic defense turret beside him activated. In a single instant, it fired dozens of shells, and without exception, every shot accurately hit the monsters beneath the city wall. Even Ash could not help being stunned by its effect. But a single automatic defense turret still could not change the entire battlefield, and after using up its shells, the automatic defense turret immediately entered its reloading sequence. Now, there was nothing left to stop the rats from advancing. The giant sword fragments were still slowing them down to some extent, but it was only a matter of time before they reached the wall. Once they reached the city wall, people would have no choice but to block the rat swarm with their own bodies. If that happened, casualties would be unavoidable. Just then, a shell landed perfectly in the middle of the rat swarm, and that was only the beginning. Every shell that followed effectively slowed the monster's advance. Ash could not help wondering what was going on. That's it, just like that. You're doing well, kid. As it turned out, the Twilight Corps was made up of battle-hardened veterans. They were giving the younger soldiers the valuable experience they lacked. Keep your heads up and push through. Don't burn yourselves out already. The battle's far from over. It's fine if you miss. Just keep firing. Even forming a fire net will help. Your Highness, don't worry. Leave this place to us old soldiers. We'll keep them under control. The veterans stayed right beside the soldiers, acting as their mentors and dragging the battlefield, which had nearly fallen apart, back onto the right track. Thanks to the Twilight Corps stepping up, the giant sewer rats were once again being suppressed effectively. At the same time, Ash and his party members were handling their own assignments. Lucas was commanding from the front line. His role was to take Ash's orders and turn them into precise commands. Even when Ash, who was no expert in military tactics, gave vague instructions, Lucas could immediately understand what he intended. Then he converted those intentions into accurate battlefield orders. Damien was in charge of sniping. His firing speed was a little slow, but every shot was terrifyingly accurate. Any giant sewer rat that got close to the city wall was picked off by him, one by one. In a large-scale battle like this, his role might not have stood out that much, but he still eased a great deal of pressure on Ash. Lily remained on site as well, managing the gravity field magic weapons used for defending the wall. She was even raising her voice on purpose, as if trying to make herself look busy. It was almost like she was showing Ash, "Look, I'm working seriously." Even so, Ash could not afford to move her to the rear right now. The only one acting differently was Jupiter. While everyone else was busy holding back the monsters, she was lying alone on the city wall, casually drinking. Ash had indeed told her to rest first, but he had not expected Jupiter to drink so openly right here. The problem was that Jupiter was still a precious mage, so Ash could not really scold her. If he were being honest, he did not particularly like this grandma. Still, for now, the battle line was holding steady. The automatic defense turret had also finished reloading its shells. Every time it fired, it dealt effective damage to the rat swarm. If things continued like this, they would definitely clear the stage smoothly. But then, Ash once again spotted a tiny black dot. That black dot was the same human figure Ash had seen earlier. After realizing he had not been mistaken, Ash immediately activated map drawing. But the moment he saw the map, he froze. He had never expected a hostile NPC to appear in Stage 2. It was true that this game had different events in every stage. Among them, NPCs from enemy kingdoms or the Lake Kingdom dungeon would interfere with the stage in their own ways. But this was only Stage 2. It was not the point in the game where hostile NPCs were supposed to appear. And Aid was not here right now, so Ash had no way to ask what was going on. Ash immediately asked, "Damien, can you see that man?" Damien answered, "Your Highness? Do you mean that bard?" Ash gave the order without hesitation. "Don't hesitate. Aim for his head and shoot him now." But Damien hesitated. "But he doesn't look like a monster. He's human, just like us." The moment Damien said the word bard, Ash finally remembered who that man was. He shouted sharply, "You have to shoot him in the head before he plays that flute." But Damien froze. His hands were trembling because he did not want to aim his weapon at a human being. Ash gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't you say you would become the gun in my hand? If you don't want to see more people die here, then aim for his head right now." But it was already too late. A clear, flowing melody had already reached the top of the wall. Ash slowly turned his head and looked toward the bard. The bard had already lifted the flute to his lips. The sound should have been beautiful, yet in that moment, it sent a chill down Ash's spine. All at once, every giant sewer rat stopped moving. The soldiers on the wall froze as well. None of them understood why the rats had suddenly stopped. In the next second, all the rats let out sharp screeches, as if they were answering the bard's flute. Then they began surging toward the same spot. Ash immediately tried to read their movement. Where are they aiming? He soon realized it. The center of the city wall, the section that had only just been repaired today. Ash gave the order at once. "Cannons and ballista units, change your points of aim. Focus all firepower." Almost the instant Ash gave the order, the cannons and ballistae fired together. But it was still too late. The battlefield changed too quickly, and the monster's movement had shifted too suddenly. The giant sewer rats accelerated so fast that the soldiers simply could not react in time. But what happened next stunned everyone. The giant sewer rat at the very front slammed headfirst into the city wall and died on the spot. And it did not stop there. The monsters behind it crashed into the wall one after another, all striking the section that had only been repaired that morning. The bard had delivered death's invitation. His beautiful flute song became the signal for the assault. The monsters surged toward the fortress without the slightest hesitation, slamming their bodies into the wall again and again, and the place they struck was the very section that had just been repaired that morning. The wall had only been fixed a few hours ago. Everyone had done everything they could with the limited time they had, but there was no way the wall could be fully restored to perfect condition. Since they had focused only on repairing the cracked sections, some small gaps were impossible to eliminate completely. And now, those monsters were using their own bodies to attack those gaps. They rammed their heads into the wall, pried up iron plates with their claws, crushed stones with their teeth, and tore the wall apart, bit by bit. This was a method no other monster could use. Only rats could pull it off. And even if it cost them their lives, they did not hesitate at all. And yet, Ash had no way to deal with any of it. In that instant, Ash was not sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw the bard smile. The bard was an NPC from the Lake Kingdom. He could command monsters with his flute, and players called him the Flute Man. Ash shouted at once, "Damien, hurry! Aim for his head. Do not let him get away." But Damien's hands would not stop trembling. As if mocking him, the bard calmly adjusted his hat while standing directly in Damien's sights. Ash snapped, "Damien, how long are you going to wait?" But even by the time the bard disappeared, Damien still had not fired the bolt in his hand. Instead, only after the man escaped did Damien lower his crossbow, as if a weight had finally been lifted from him. Damien said in a low voice, "I'm deeply sorry, Your Highness. I know he's an enemy, but for me, aiming at another human being is still..." Ash did not blame him. "It's fine. I understand. After all, Damien's original role was a healer. But from here on, many of their enemies would also be human. Fighting humans in the future was unavoidable. If Damien could not overcome this, his combat ability would be severely limited." Ash said in a heavy voice, "We'll talk about this after the battle is over." Because right now, Ash had a far more urgent problem to solve. He immediately gave the order. "Concentrate all firepower. Do not let those monsters reach the wall. Jupiter, you've got work to do. Get out here now." Jupiter's voice rang out. "I knew you'd need me. I've been ready for a while." Ash did not hesitate. "Blast those rats into dust." In an instant, powerful lightning crashed down from the sky, striking straight into the rat swarm in front of the wall. Ash immediately shouted again, Lily, prepare flame burst. Use all gravity field magic weapons at maximum power. Lily responded at once. Yes, Your Highness. Activating flame burst and gravity field magic weapons. In the next second, raging flames surged out from the gravity field magic weapons. For a moment, the area in front of the wall became a forbidden zone the rats could not enter. That space had now turned into a natural kill zone. Ash said coldly, "Did you think the fortress of the Empire's sword was just for show? Brain-dead pests." But at that moment, a new system notification suddenly appeared. The boss that had been displayed with question marks now had a name. That meant the boss had officially entered the field, and they had brought the second wave of the Sewer Rat Legion with them. Their intention was obvious. They were going to break through the weakest part of the wall. Almost the instant they appeared, the Ratman fighters charged straight toward the city wall. Ash immediately roared, "Don't just stand there and watch. Stop them." In an instant, every cannon turned toward the newly appeared Ratman fighter. But the Ratman fighter ignored the shells completely and charged straight toward the city wall. Its body was at least twice the size of the Ratman Ash had seen in the dungeon. If it managed to slam into the wall, everything they had worked for would be ruined. At that exact moment, the automatic defense turret finally finished reloading. Dozens of shells shot straight toward the Ratman fighter. Overwhelming firepower swallowed it in an instant. And just like that, the first boss fell before everyone's eyes. But the situation had not truly improved. More were coming. Ash immediately shouted, "Get ready. We have to take down the Ratman fighters. Fire. Don't hold back on ammunition. Full firepower. Activate the Mana Amplifier Gravity Field Magic Weapon. Target Jupiter." Jupiter grinned. "Your Highness, I feel like I've got endless power right now, you little rat brats. Let me teach you how to respect your elders." Dozens of lightning bolts rained down into the rat swarm. In a single instant, countless rats were melted by the lightning. But because of that, the Ratman fighter did not fall. Jupiter's attack had been spread across too many rats, and the remaining damage was not enough to kill the Ratman fighter. Ash immediately shouted, "Lily, hurry, use Flame Burst." Lily quickly answered, "But Your Highness, the gravity field magic weapons are still cooling down." Ash replied at once, "Exactly. That's why, Lily, you have to do it yourself this time." In the next second, roaring flames swallowed the Ratman fighter. Amid the blazing firelight, the Ratman fighter finally stopped moving. When the flames faded, the second Ratman fighter had fallen as well. But at that moment, the third Ratman fighter shoved aside the corpse of its comrade, blocking the way. Ash shouted, "Only one left. Stop it no matter what." Lucas raised his sword onto his shoulder, his gaze steady and unshakable. In the next second, Lucas's longsword shot straight out from the city wall. But even that strike was still not enough to kill the Ratman fighter. Lucas immediately judged the situation. "Your Highness, one more shot." Ash gave the order at once. "Damien, end this." This time, Damien did not hesitate at all. He fired the bolt in his hand. The soldiers immediately cheered. "We did it! We killed it!" But in the next second, the Ratman fighter staggered forward and kept charging toward the wall. Ash never expected it to still be able to move after taking so much damage. With a thunderous crash, the Ratman fighter finally collapsed. But the place where it fell was right beneath the city wall. The wall had been breached. A few minutes earlier, the border count had been watching the battle at Crossroad from a distance. As a commander who had survived countless battles, he could tell at a glance that these monsters were different. Not only were they massive in scale, but they were not some chaotic mob of monsters. They were a unified legion, moving with a single purpose. He could not imagine that Ash had already gone through 3 battles like this. At last, the border count understood why Ash had begged so desperately for his help. That pampered noble boy, the one who should have spent his days drinking and fooling around in the capital, was doing unbelievably well. But even so, all of this was still far too dangerous. The border count hesitated, wondering whether he should step in and help. Then he remembered what he had seen when he returned to the orchard. The memories Crossroad had left him were simply too painful. Besides, the border count had already stepped down. As an old man, he no longer had any reason to take the field himself. All he had to do was stay in the orchard, remain by his wife's side, and live out his final years in peace. But just then, the border count heard a thunderous crash. At the moment of its death, the Ratman fighter had breached the gate of Crossroad. But the border count had already sworn that he would never step onto the battlefield again. Right now, all he wanted was to return to the orchard. In his heart, he whispered, "Wait for me, my love. This time, I'll protect you." At the same time, Ash immediately ordered, "Issue an evacuation order inside the city. Do it now." The gate had been breached. The residents inside the city were no longer safe. The second wave of the Sewer Rat Legion was already right in front of them. Ash continued, Leave a few artillerymen and engineers behind. Everyone who can fight in close combat, get down below the wall. Ash continued giving orders. Everyone else, keep firing. Build a fire net in front of the collapsed wall. Jupiter, fight based on your own judgment, but try to take out as many enemies as possible at once. The moment you build up enough mana, release every bit of lightning you have. Ash immediately asked, which gravity field magic weapons can we still use? Lily answered, only haste. Ash pressed, what about the flame gravity field magic weapon? Lily quickly replied, 10 minutes until it finishes charging. Ash ordered at once, use haste on the close combat soldiers immediately. As soon as flame burst is charged, fire it. At that moment, Damien had already sunk deep into self-blame. He believed the current disaster was all his fault. Ash flicked Damien hard on the forehead. He said, you've done well up to this point. I'm not going to blame you over 1 or 2 small mistakes. So don't lose heart. As a sniper who could hit enemies with absolute accuracy, Damien was basically a cheat character in this world. Ash said seriously, just having someone as capable as you under my command gives me tremendous strength. So I want you to trust yourself the same way I trust you. Damien, listen carefully. You are going to be the final line of defense for this fortress. You will snipe the giant sewer rats that slip through the gaps between the close combat units and enter the city. All Ash could do now was pray that each of them could complete their assigned task. Then, someone shouted, they're inside. Close combat unit, get ready. In an instant, every soldier's expression turned grave. They waited for the moment the giant sewer rats entered the fortress. The first giant sewer rat that charged in was cut down with a single slash. As the commander of the close combat unit, Lucas had to set the example. He commanded in a low voice, the passage they're coming through is narrow. Don't panic. Take them down one at a time. Encouraged by Lucas, the soldiers' morale surged. But Ash noticed something was wrong. The number of giant sewer rats coming through the wall was increasing. He suddenly realized that the monsters must be secretly widening the passage. Just then, Lily shouted, flame burst, the gravity field magic weapon is ready. But in the next second, a scream suddenly drew Ash's attention. Some of the giant sewer rats had already climbed onto the wall and bitten the alchemists to death. Those alchemists collapsed right in front of Lily. Ash immediately rushed over and slammed his fist into a giant sewer rat. But this time, Ash's attack did not deal much damage. The monster was only knocked away. It was not killed. More and more giant sewer rats were still climbing onto the city wall. Ash gritted his teeth and shouted, come at me, you damn pests. But the breach in the wall was still being widened by the monsters, and more of them had already reached the top. On top of that, because the alchemists had suffered casualties, the gravity field magic weapons could no longer be activated. Even the close combat unit holding the first layer of defense was starting to take injuries. The interception unit farther away was supposed to reduce their burden, but now casualties were increasing on both sides. Even Ash had no choice but to join the fight, using Lucky Hand. If this continued, they would suffer losses they could never take back. At the critical moment, a turning point appeared. Someone suddenly shouted, that's the border count. Hearing the soldier's voice, Ash quickly looked outside the city. On the plains not far away, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. Ash remembered that spear. Back then, the border count had pointed that very weapon at him, and now, that stubborn old drunkard was charging toward the monsters, all by himself. Charles roared, you damn monsters. Come at me. The moment Ash saw that familiar light, he knew the border count had used wide-range taunt. Now every giant sewer rat would target him. Ash could not understand what this old man who no longer wanted to protect the fortress was trying to do. He shouted, what are you doing, border count? You'll get yourself killed. But the only answer he received was the border count's unshakable gaze. Charles Cross had been born in this fortress built to hold back monsters. Whether it was after his father's death, when he inherited the title of border count, or when he became lord at a young age, he spent every day hunting monsters. To him, the world had always been that simple and clear. At least, it had been until that woman came to the city. Charles once asked her, what are you planning to sell in this city? The woman answered, flowers, my lord. The female merchant received permission to open a shop inside the city. But Charles Cross could not make sense of her at all. This was the monster front. What this place needed was guns and ammunition. What use were flowers? They would wither soon anyway. But the woman said that's exactly why people need flowers, because they're useless. Flowers are beautiful because they wither so quickly. Charles Cross could not understand it, so he suspected the woman was a spy sent by an enemy nation. To find proof that she was a spy, he visited the flower shop every day. Later, he began to distinguish the colors and scents of flowers, and even memorized every type she sold. But he still could not understand why flowers were beautiful. 1 year later, Charles Cross proposed to her. Back in the present, The border count skill drew the attention of every monster. In an instant, the entire sewer rat legion surged toward him alone. Just like he had in the past, the border count charged into the swarm of monsters and did what he had once been best at. He still remembered that day. It had also been a day when monsters invaded. That night, after driving the monsters back, he rushed home in a hurry. His wife held the child and said to him, "Honey, look, this is your daughter." Charles Cross had not even had time to wash the blood and dirt from his body before carefully lifting that tiny little child into his arms. His wife smiled and said, "Evangeline, our daughter, beautiful, just like her name, right?" But Charles Cross did not really know, so he gave no answer. He could not understand how something so fragile, something that seemed like it might vanish if handled carelessly, stood before them, could fill a person's heart with so much joy. Just moments ago, when he was hunting monsters, he had felt like he understood everything. Yet now, he understood nothing at all. Ash immediately ordered, "Prepare the troops quickly. Do not use heavy weapons, or we might hit the border count. Use crossbows and bows. Shoot the giant sewer rats on the outer edge first. Lucas, take every soldier who can fight in close combat outside the wall. You have to save the border count." But, Lucas said in a low voice, "No, Your Highness. We are not just going to save the border count. This time, the strategy is to circle around behind the giant sewer rats and attack from the rear. That way, we can wipe them out in one strike. We will annihilate those things and bring the border count back alive." Lucas raised his sword and shouted, "Everyone, come with me. Kill those monsters and bring the border count back alive." At that moment, all Ash could do was pray in his heart that nothing would happen to the border count. That old drunkard, who had sworn never to protect the city again, was now fighting for the city. Charles Cross himself could not understand it either. He could not understand why he was doing this now. He had clearly decided to spend his final days beside his wife. So why had he chosen the city again? He did not know what it was in this hateful city that had drawn him back into battle. He had spent his entire life trying to understand. But in the end, he still did not. Even so, there was one thing he understood clearly: flowers and his daughter. He wanted to protect those fragile, fleeting lives. He would not let these monsters harm them. Charles Cross roared, "Behind that wall is my daughter, and the world my daughter lives in. I will not let you pass, not a single one of you." As time passed, the wounds on Charles Cross's body multiplied. But he still did not fall. He kept holding the monsters back. He knew that no matter how carefully he cultivated the orchard, and no matter how many monsters he killed here, the time he had lost would never return. But this man, who had only ever known battle, would raise his spear once more, even if he could only kill one more, even if he could only buy one more second. Charles Cross gritted his teeth and held on, determined to drag as many companions as he could with him on the road to the underworld. Gradually, everything around him grew quiet. He wondered why the monsters were no longer attacking him. Maybe he had already breathed his last. Just then, a voice beside him caught his attention. "Border Count Cross, you defeated all the monsters." Only then did Charles Cross finally come back to his senses. "The monsters have been wiped out. You can rest now." And so, the border count of Crossroad, Charles Cross, collapsed. After the monsters were repelled, Ash immediately rode over on horseback. Lucas said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I'm deeply sorry. I think I arrived too late." Ash did not scold Lucas. Under the eyes of every soldier, he walked forward step by step. At that moment, Damien was in the crowd, treating the border count's wounds, when he noticed Ash looking at him. Damien silently shook his head. Ash immediately took out the high-grade potion he had obtained from the reward chest. "If we use this, maybe," but Charles said, "Put it away. Even that probably won't heal these wounds. It'll only hurt like hell and make me suffer more. Help me sit up." Charles asked in a faint voice, "I can't see anything anymore. Is the battle over?" Ash answered, "It's over, border count. You did something incredible." Charles asked again, "They didn't break through the wall?" Ash said, "They breached it, but we didn't let a single monster enter the city. The people inside are safe." Charles finally let out a breath. "That's good." He looked at the people around him and said, "Don't all of you look so dead. This is the monster front. People dying here is only natural. This time, it was simply my turn. Don't drown yourselves in grief just because one man fell. Be happy that you won. Be happy that you survived. This is a city built on graves. Yes, it earned that name because so many people died here. But it also means that even on top of graves, people still keep living. If sorrow makes you do nothing but mourn, this city will come to a stop. Funerals are important, but you also need to let everyone feel joy equal to that grief." Ash said quietly, I will remember that, Border Count. Charles continued. Hope is the strongest force that keeps people alive. So if someone has to die, it should be someone like me. Someone with no hope left and nothing more to lose. Charles struggled to speak. Promise me one last thing, Your Highness. Ash immediately replied. Tell me, Border Count. If it is within my power, I will do everything I can. If my daughter ever comes here one day, please tell her that her father is sorry, and that I hope she lives freely, however she wants. Charles's voice grew weaker and weaker. I'm sorry, my love. As a knight, in the end, I couldn't protect anything. I couldn't protect the orchard, or you, or our daughter. Ash said at once. That's not true, Border Count. You saved the world, not just this time. Your whole life you've been saving the world. You saved everyone on this front line. This world owes you more than it can ever repay. But the Border Count no longer answered him. He only kept apologizing again and again. Ash knew Charles could no longer hear his words. Just then, Ash remembered the dried fruit the Border Count had once given him. Before this, he had never understood why the Border Count always carried around dried fruit, that even he himself thought tasted awful. But maybe it had been for this very moment. Ash brought the dried fruit to his lips. Charles whispered, These grapes really are sweet. And just like that, the Border Count stopped breathing with a smile on his face. A deep bell rang out from the distance. It was the bell announcing that the monster invasion had ended and the evacuation order was lifted. Ash could not understand it. This man had lost everything protecting the city. This man had hated the city so much that he gave up his own family legacy. So why had he returned at the final moment? And what exactly had he sacrificed himself for? What was it about this front line that could devour a man's entire life? It was too heavy. Border Count, the position of Lord of this city is truly too heavy. The bell continued to echo through the sky. This unbearable day had finally come to an end. Charles Cross became the only hero character to fall in this stage. By the time Ash returned to the mansion, it was already night. Aide immediately came to greet him. My lord, you're finally back. Are you hurt? I've been worried about you. Ash ignored Aide's concern and grabbed him by the collar. Before Aide could react, Ash slammed him against the wall. Ash suppressed his anger and said, Tell me the truth, you damn director. Something is obviously wrong with the current situation. What the hell is with this insane difficulty? The tutorial stage was always that kind of place, so I let it slide. Stage 1 had ghost knights, but I just wrote that off as my own bad luck. But in stage 2, an NPC who commands monsters showed up. Even hell mode shouldn't create something like that. What did you do? Is the next stage going to have something even stranger happen? You said you would help me, so why are you hiding this from me? Explain yourself. After a moment of silence, Aide said in a low voice, My lord, you may not believe me, but I am helping you in my own way. Ash cut him off coldly. Don't give me that nonsense. You call this helping me? And you still won't tell me anything? Aide said, The necklace you obtained in the tutorial stage. Once you clear stage 3, its skill will be unlocked. And once that skill is unlocked, you will understand everything that feels strange to you right now. Clear just one more stage, and you will know why all of this is happening. I only hope that when the time comes, my lord, you will be able to bear it. I sincerely pray that even after you learn the truth of this mad world, you can keep fighting with the same resolve you have now. Because by then, there will truly be no escape. Ash frowned. Escape from what? Why would I need to escape? From this world itself. But Aide did not say those words to Ash. And on that very day, a little girl began her journey home. Soon, 3 days had passed since the end of stage 2. All across the city, half-mast flags fluttered quietly in the wind. The air was still heavy, but Crossroad was moving as always, busily preparing for the next defensive battle. After finishing his schedule for the day, Ash boarded the carriage back to the mansion. There were 12 days left before the next stage, and the repairs on the city wall were going smoothly. But at the entrance of the mansion, Ash spotted an unfamiliar figure. He was just about to warn Lucas when that person had already reached the carriage window. Ash, the lord of this city, had been attacked right in front of his own mansion. Fortunately, the girl's attack did not hit Ash. Her actual goal had only been to puncture the carriage wheel. The moment the attack happened, Lucas got off the carriage first to check on Ash. After confirming that Ash was unharmed, he immediately drew his sword and turned toward the attacker. But neither of them expected the attacker to be a child. Ash paused. What? It's just a little brat. Lucas warned him, You must not let your guard down just because she is a child. She appears to be trained combat personnel. Look at her uniform. That is the uniform of the Imperial Royal Academy. Ash looked at the girl. What is an academy student doing here? State your name. The girl frowned. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Uncles, this is the house I used to live in. Ash immediately shot back, we are not uncles. The girl continued, I finally came back after all this time, only to find the place occupied by a bunch of unfamiliar soldiers. I had no idea whether they were bandits who had always liked stirring up trouble, or an invading force from some enemy duke. There wasn't enough information. While I was hesitating, I happened to see ye uncles arriving in a carriage, so I stopped you. Ash could not help saying, you could have just asked. Why did you have to damage the carriage? The girl answered confidently. That's what they teach at school. If you suspect someone is an enemy, you suppress them first. That said, I did not intend to damage the carriage that badly. I apologize for that part. Anyway, who exactly are you people? Why are you occupying someone else's house without permission? Depending on your answer, I'll decide whether to punish you. Ash was speechless. What is this little brat even talking about? This is the Crossroad Lord's mansion. Of course it belongs to the Lord. The girl froze. What is that supposed to mean? My father is the Lord here. The moment they heard those words, both Ash and Lucas fell silent. On the third day after the Border Count's death, his daughter had returned. Ash said quietly, I see. So you're Evangeline Cross. The girl asked warily, Uncle, you know me? Ash answered, I often heard your father talk about you. The moment their eyes met, Ash felt it deeply. This girl really was the Border Count's daughter. Those green eyes looked just like her father's. But Ash clearly remembered that Evangeline in the game was a tall, beautiful woman, so he simply could not understand why the Evangeline in front of him was so short. Lucas immediately warned him, how can you comment on someone's appearance to her face? That is extremely rude. Only then did Ash notice that Evangeline was trembling with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, you actually mocked someone's physical condition right to her face. Looks like you must have a lot of lives to spare. Ash quickly said, no, I only have one. Evangeline said coldly, then you should treasure it more. I've changed my mind. I was only planning to ask what was going on, but now I'm getting serious. The moment she finished speaking, Evangeline charged straight at Ash. Seeing that familiar stance, Ash became even more certain that she really was the Border Count's daughter. In the next second, Lucas blocked Evangeline's attack with his sword. Lucas said in a low voice, put down your spear. The person standing before you is the third prince of the empire. Evangeline sneered. So you occupy someone else's house, and now you're pretending to be royalty too? Catching Lucas off guard, Evangeline kicked the sword out of his hand. The third prince is famous for being a wastrel. Why would he ever come to a backwater place like this? One look at Lucas's eyes was enough to tell that he had gotten serious. Ash had not expected things to escalate like this either. Evangeline raised an eyebrow. This uncle's actually pretty good. Lucas immediately replied, of course, Miss Evangeline. I'm also your senior from the academy. I am Lucas McGregor, second place graduate of the 369th class of the Imperial Royal Academy. And His Highness Prince Ash behind me is also your senior. Among the 369th class, he was the legend of legends, Ash. Ash froze for a moment, genuinely curious why the owner of this body had that kind of story. As it turned out, even though Ash was a prince, he had once sworn to become the last place student at the Imperial Royal Academy. Evangeline immediately sneered. Now you're pretending to be seniors from my school too? Do you think I'm stupid enough to not recognize my own academy seniors? But if you want to play, then I'll play along. Evangeline Cross, top graduate of the 375th class, who graduated early. Greetings to my two seniors from the 369th class. And just like that, Evangeline and Lucas clashed head-on. Judging from how they moved, both of them were fighting seriously. Perhaps because both of them were SSR rank characters, their battle was incredibly fierce. The fight was eye-opening for Ash, but if it continued, someone was definitely going to get hurt. Ash quickly said, that's enough. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding here. Let's talk properly and clear this up. But the two knights were completely immersed in their fight, and neither of them paid any attention to Ash. Left with no choice, Ash had to rely on Lucky Hand to stop this meaningless battle. He did not need to deal much damage. He only needed to make the two of them calm down. With that thought in mind, Ash punched Evangeline's shield, but then an accident happened. Lucky Hand dealt 777 damage. Ash never expected to roll such an absurd number at a time like this. Evangeline also noticed that a rainbow-colored light had appeared on her shield. In the next second, that light instantly covered the entire Lord's mansion. Even Ash, the one who had thrown the punch, felt a chill of fear afterward. He could not understand why his luck had to hit the jackpot at a moment like this. Lucas said in surprise, Your Highness, that punch just now was remarkably powerful. How exactly did you do that? But no matter how anyone looked at it, Evangeline was still only a child. Lucas could not help saying, "How could you strike a child with that much force?" Ash asked carefully, "Lucas, you think she's still breathing, right?" Evangeline still remembered that whenever monsters invaded the city when she was little, her mother would always come to her room and stay with her. Her mother would always say, "I came to comfort you because I was worried you might be scared of the monsters." Her mother said that every time, but Evangeline knew the truth. The one who was really afraid of the monsters was her mother. Back then, young Evangeline would say innocently, "Mom, come on, Dad will defeat all the monsters. What's there to be scared of?" But only later did Evangeline understand that her mother had not been afraid of the monsters. She had been afraid of losing her husband and afraid of the fate that would one day force her daughter onto that brutal front line too. Just like that, her mother's figure slowly faded before Evangeline's eyes. When the dream ended, she woke up surrounded by a scent she knew all too well. Evangeline had returned to her own room. With a knock, the door to Evangeline's room opened. The moment she heard someone come in, she immediately pulled the blanket over herself. The person outside walked straight over and sat down in the chair beside Evangeline's bed, hiding under the blanket. Evangeline said, "It's been 3 years since we last saw each other. Have you been well? Though I guess it's obvious even if I don't ask. You love hunting monsters so much, so I'm sure every day has been wonderful for you." Evangeline did not really want to say those things, but the moment she thought of her father, the words spilled out before she could stop them. Then the person beside her said quietly, "I'm sorry, Evangeline. I'm not your father." Only then did Evangeline notice that her body was wrapped in bandages and her weapon had been taken away. Ash said with a guilty look, "Yeah, I definitely hit too hard yesterday." Evangeline finally recognized him. "Oh, it's you, the uncle from yesterday. The one who looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over, then threw that insane punch." Ash sighed. "Either way, let me introduce myself one last time. I am the third prince of the Empire and the current lord of Crossroad, Ash, born hater Everblack." Evangeline sneered. "So you're bandits who took over the lord's mansion and now you're claiming to be the lord while pretending to be the third prince? I'm not 3 years old. Why are you still spouting nonsense? If you're a prince, then what am I, the queen of some country?" Ash said nothing else and simply took out his royal token. Evangeline froze the moment she saw it. "That's the royal insignia of the Everblack Empire. It's actually real?" In the next second, her eyes lit up. "I'm a fan of your highness. Please give me your autograph." Ash felt a little helpless, but he still did as Evangeline asked. He could not help asking, "So you became my fan because I'm the most famous wastrel in the Empire?" Evangeline said as if it were obvious. "You don't know? You're the most reckless, untamed wastrel in the entire Empire. I've always wanted to rebel against my father, the kind where I don't just cause trouble, but do whatever I want, and even drag the family name through the mud. That's why I ran away from home. I even enrolled in the Royal Academy, the place my father hated most. But forget rebelling. I was basically forced into becoming a model student there." Ash knew very well that Evangeline was not merely a model student. She had completed a 6-year curriculum in only 3 years and graduated early as the top student. She was a genius whose name could go down in the Academy's history. Evangeline said quietly, "My only act of rebellion was not contacting my father for 3 years." Ash could not help saying, "That's honestly a pretty cute rebellion." But Evangeline said seriously, "Back then I heard the legends about you. Even though your father is His Majesty the Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Empire, you still dared to make him angry every single day. And every week, the trouble you caused was completely different. You built a fountain out of gold, and you even did something insane like using jewels as a carpet. I heard His Majesty was so furious back then that he nearly collapsed from rage. You were amazing, so cool, Your Highness. You were my role model." Ash never imagined that the garbage lifestyle of this body's previous owner could somehow become someone else's inspiration. But then Evangeline suddenly asked, "By the way, Your Highness, where exactly is our old man? I was planning to use all the wastrel methods of filial piety I studied from watching you one by one against him. Did he find out ahead of time and hide from me?" Ash's heart sank. "Evangeline, so you didn't come back because you heard the news?" Evangeline looked confused. "What news? I just came home after graduating." Hearing her answer, Ash could not help clenching his fists. Evangeline noticed something was wrong. "Your Highness, did something happen here?" After a moment of silence, Ash said quietly, "I'm sorry to tell you this in this way. Miss Evangeline, your father, Order Count Cross, Charles Cross, has passed away. A few days ago, during the battle against the monsters, he sacrificed his life and saved everyone in the city. His sacrifice was deeply honorable. I recorded your father's achievements in full and reported every detail to the Emperor. Because of the many merits he earned over the years, he should receive a Royal Medal of Military Honor. His funeral will be held in 3 days, and I intend to send him off with the highest honors." Evangeline was silent for a long time before she whispered, "I see. I was planning to officially become an unfilial daughter from now on, but he already ran away. He always said he would die on the battlefield while fighting monsters. I didn't think he would actually leave that way. I haven't even finished resenting him yet, but he's already gone." Ash said quietly, "I'm sorry. I am the current lord and command of the front line was in my hands. Your father's sacrifice is my responsibility. So, if you need someone to resent me." Evangeline looked up at him. "Uncle, are you really Prince Ash? The Prince Ash I heard about was a reckless wastrel, who only cared about himself and never considered the feelings of the people around him." Ash sighed helplessly. "Please stop calling me a wastrel to my face. There will be attendants waiting outside. If you need anything, tell them." Just as Ash was about to leave, Evangeline called out to him again. She said quietly, "I'm truly sorry about yesterday, the carriage and everything else. I know what happened now." Ash paused for a moment, then only said, "Get some rest first." And so, Evangeline was left alone in the room again. Aide reminded him, "Your Highness, the first thing you should know is Miss Evangeline's age. She is still a student, 2 years younger than Damien. In the game, the earliest she was supposed to appear was the second half of the second year. But because of all the abnormal events in this run, she appeared earlier than usual." Ash finally understood. "I see. No wonder Evangeline is the only one who looks different from her Dame version." For a tank-class character, Evangeline's agility was absurdly high. Her stats alone were enough to prove why she deserved the title of the strongest tank. But then, Ash noticed a strange trait. Because Evangeline was still young, she could make mistakes of all sizes on the battlefield. In other words, showing up too early was not entirely a good thing. After all, Evangeline was still just a child. A girl her age should not be anywhere near this kind of battlefield. She should be living like any normal kid, laughing and playing with her friends. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through Ash's head, and he remembered a familiar voice. Aide asked, "My lord, are you going to invite Evangeline to join your party?" Aide's words pulled Ash back to reality, but Ash did not answer. Aide continued, "You are not planning to invite her? Miss Evangeline should become a major fighting force." Ash said quietly, "It would be a lie to say I don't want her." But Ash had made a promise to the border count. It was the dying wish Charles Cross had left behind. His final request that his daughter not be dragged into the family's curse. Ash said, "I'm going to keep my promise. I plan to let that kid live however she wants and do what she wants to do." Aide said, "But my lord, your face says otherwise. Wouldn't it be better to force her to stay? If you miss this chance, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Ash answered honestly, "I definitely will. But I don't want to violate basic human decency just to clear the game." Aide asked, "But wasn't the reason you cleared Hell Iron Man mode precisely because you didn't let morality hold you back?" Ash said in a low voice, "If I clear this run the exact same way, then that means I haven't grown at all. I want to become stronger than the person I was yesterday." Aide warned him, "One day, those moral restraints will close around your throat, my lord." Ash remained calm. "I don't care. I'm not pretending to be some noble saint, but I don't want to become a monster either. Even in a world where human lives are lighter than feathers, I still want to stay human. That's all. Either way, take good care of her. She's at that age where her heart is probably a mess." Aide asked again, "But my lord, what should we do about Miss Evangeline's spear and shield?" After appraisal, both of her weapons were confirmed to be SSR items, but they are so badly damaged that they can't even be used as materials. How should we compensate her? In this world, SSR items meant expensive and rare. Ash suddenly had an idea. "Right, we can make her a new set of equipment. We still have one high-grade mana core left from the last team battle." Aide immediately said, "That mana core was already used entirely to make the magic spear. Why did you use it on such a useless item?" Ash tried asking, "My lucky hand is also an SSR item. Can I compensate her with that?" Aide rejected it instantly. "Absolutely not, my lord. Who would want a useless item like that?" Ash sighed. "Then there's only one option. Gather the party members. We're going to collect mana cores. It's about time we scouted the dungeon anyway." A few hours later, everyone gathered in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. Ash felt like it had been a long time since they had done this. He looked at the group and asked, "Did everyone get enough rest these past few days?" Judging from their condition, they were already prepared to scout the dungeon. Everyone except Lily, she could not help complaining. "Why me again? Didn't you say we had a few new people this time? Just take them." It was true that new mercenaries had joined, but they were all N rank. At least for now, they were not ready to join the main party. If Ash could find a good enough character to replace Lily, he would not want to force her like this every single time either. Just then, an unexpected person appeared. "Where are you going?" Seeing the unfamiliar face suddenly appear, Lily stopped what she was doing. Ash introduced her to the group. Some of you are probably meeting her for the first time. Say hello. This is the Border Count's only daughter, Evangeline Cross. The moment they heard that name, everyone immediately bowed to the girl in front of them. Even Jupiter, who was usually anything but serious, straightened up. Please accept our condolences for your father, Lady Evangeline. Evangeline answered quietly, thank you all for worrying about me. But I'm fine. She then asked, so where exactly are you going? Ash replied, we're going to the dungeon. Evangeline frowned slightly. Where would there be something like that around this city? Do you mean the dungeon beneath the lake? That's just a ridiculous old story. Sure, every once in a while, some foolish adventurers rush off chasing treasure under the lake, but not a single one of them has ever come back alive. Ash said calmly, it's not just some ridiculous story. We've already been there. Evangeline froze. So you're saying there's a dungeon in a place managed by the Cross family for generations, and I didn't know about it? But your highness has already been there? Ash said, maybe your family knew about it all along, and you just didn't. Evangeline had never studied the lessons meant for an heir, so even if this secret had been passed down through the Cross family for generations, there was no way she would know it. Ash did not explain any further. Either way, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. We're leaving now. But at that moment, Evangeline asked to go with them. Let me come too. I may be small, but I'm the top graduate of the Royal Academy. I'm confident I'm stronger than anyone here in battle, and I'm the only heir of the Cross family. My parents both died because of the monsters that came out of that lake. So I have the right to go there myself. But that was exactly why Ash did not want to bring her. Her parents' final wish had been for her to break free from the chains of the Cross family. Ash asked, how's your body? Evangeline answered, perfectly fine. Ash asked again, in your mood? Have you calmed down a little? Evangeline said, doing nothing will only make my head messier. I'd rather move my body. Just take me with you. With her saying that much, Ash had no real reason to keep refusing her. Besides, behind Ash, there was another gaze full of expectation watching him. Ash had no choice but to say, in that case Lily, you stay in Crossroad. After Evangeline joined the party, a new team synergy appeared. Dual Knights, increasing all party members' physical defense by 20%. Since Evangeline had decided to join on the spot, Aid first brought over the equipment she had used when she was younger. Ash looked at everyone. We're leaving now. Is everyone ready? Judging from their expressions, Ash knew they were all prepared. He said to Evangeline, I'll introduce the party members to you in detail on the way. For now, we're heading out. Lucas smiled faintly. Junior Evangeline, allow this senior of yours to show you the sacred place hidden in your hometown. Before long, the group arrived at the first area, the dried water distribution zone. Lucas asked, Your Highness, haven't we already scouted this area? Why are we here again? Ash explained, because we have a new party member and I think working on coordination in an easier area will be more efficient. Lucas immediately understood. You mean the monsters have returned here? Ash nodded. Exactly. After a defensive battle ended, the monsters inside the dungeon would respawn. That was why players could keep leveling and farming items. The monsters in beginner areas were especially low risk, making them perfect for substitute teams to grind levels. Meanwhile, the main party handled dungeon exploration, scouting, opening paths to deeper unknown areas, and defeating bosses to clear stages. Although Ash was leading the main party, he brought them back to the easiest first area so Evangeline would have time to adjust to the dungeon. But since this was Evangeline's first time using teleportation, she immediately started feeling sick. Evangeline said with a pale face, so teleportation can make you dizzy too? Lucas looked puzzled. This is the first time I've seen someone get teleportation sickness. Evangeline immediately snapped. What are you two uncles staring at? I'm completely fine. Lucas said seriously. That cannot be true, miss. You look like you are struggling quite a bit. Ash had thought the two of them would get along well, since they were both tanks. But so far, that did not seem to be the case. After Evangeline recovered, the group headed deeper into the dungeon. Evangeline could not help saying, so this place really exists. How did you know about it, senior? Even I, as a member of the Cross family, didn't know. Ash had expected her to ask that, so he had prepared an excuse from the beginning. He said calmly, His Majesty would not have sent me here for no reason. Judging from everyone's reaction, that explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. In this empire, the Emperor's name was the best justification. No matter where they were, mentioning him made almost anything sound reasonable. Ash continued, I can't say more than that. Let's head deeper inside first. Since this was Evangeline's first time in the Lake Kingdom, she was clearly having trouble adjusting. She had not expected the place to be this dark. Ash reminded her, you need to get used to it quickly, because this entire dungeon is covered in this kind of darkness. Then he teased her. If you're afraid of the dark, you can still go back now. Evangeline immediately snapped back. Are you kidding me? I'm not afraid of the dark. After joking around with Ash, Evangeline relaxed a little, and she did not say much during the rest of the walk. Before long, Ash stopped. So what monsters are we hunting today? A rumbling sound echoed around them. A massive golem appeared in front of Ash. The event in the first room was to eliminate the 4 golems inside. Golems were not easy monsters to handle in the early game. Just imagining those huge things charging in groups was enough to give Ash a headache. Maybe because this was her first time entering the dungeon, Evangeline looked a little nervous. At a time like this, the commander had to step up. Ash said, "The enemy is right in front of us now. So everyone, let me see what you can do." As if eager to prove herself, Evangeline charged forward first. With a thunderous boom, Evangeline blocked the golem's attack with her shield. But the numbness running through her arm was enough to show just how powerful this monster was. Evangeline used her first skill and stored the damage she had absorbed. "I know you're monsters, but that strength is ridiculous. Whatever, take this first." With that, Evangeline raised her spear and charged in. Evangeline's second skill could return all stored damage to the target that attacked her. That was another reason why, beyond her stats, she could become the strongest tank. Although there was a limit to how much damage she could store, it did not stop her from dealing extremely high damage as a tank. After taking down one golem, she immediately rushed toward the other monsters. But right then, an accident happened. Evangeline slipped and fell. It was all because her current trait was full of flaws. Ash immediately shouted, "Everyone, get over there. Do not let Evangeline get hurt." Almost instantly, Jupiter's lightning and Lucas's slash wiped out the remaining golems. And so, the dungeon run went smoothly. Maybe because she had fallen earlier, Evangeline became especially serious in the battles that followed. In less than an hour, they cleared the entire area. The first area was too easy and could not serve as proper training at all. Ash said, "You should all be warmed up now. Rest for a bit, then we'll head straight into the second area." Before long, the group arrived at the hidden alley. Ash said, "This is the place we're scouting today. The second area is much harder than what we just cleared, so none of you can let your guard down." Before officially scouting the second area, Ash decided to let everyone rest there for a while. After all, even if the first area was easy, it still drained stamina, and in the battles ahead, they could not afford a single mistake. Lucas was the protagonist of this entire world, yet he kept competing with the child over everything, even who could eat more. Ash honestly did not know what to say about the two of them. Ash looked at Damien. "Damien, how's your condition?" Damien answered, "Of course I'm fine. I didn't do anything that tiring." Ash handed him something. "Then take this. From now on, this will be your weapon." The last time Ash opened a chest, he had obtained an SR magic gun. A magic gun was a miniaturized version of a magic cannon that could be operated by one person. Although the magic gun was powerful, it was hard to aim, had poor stability, and carried very little ammunition. Because it had too many flaws, it was considered an off-meta weapon. But if Damien used the magic gun, all of those flaws would no longer be a problem. Damien tried holding the magic gun. "Your Highness, this gun is much heavier than a crossbow." Ash said, "Then you'll need to build up a bit more stamina from now on." Ash did not tell Damien that, in the future, he would have to carry 5 or 6 guns this heavy. Since the ammo capacity was too low, they would have to make up for that flaw with the number of magic guns. If nothing went wrong, the blacksmith should already be hard at work making them. In the game, one character could only use one weapon. But this was reality, so carrying several guns would not cause any problem. Damien said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be extremely careful when using it." Ash looked at everyone. "All right, is everyone rested? Let's keep moving." Before long, the group packed up their supplies and raised their torches again. Ash said, "Let's go. We're heading deeper into this dungeon." The second area of the city, the Lake Kingdom without a single trace of light, was an alley drowned in darkness. Ash led the party forward with extreme caution. When he played the game, he had never truly felt this pressure. But walking this path himself, he finally realized just how eerie the atmosphere was. Just imagining a golem the size of a house suddenly appearing at the end of the alley was enough to send a chill down his spine. Just as Ash was thinking that, a golem suddenly appeared in front of the group. The mission for this room was to eliminate 2 level 15 elite steam golems. The sudden appearance of the steam golem threw the party into momentary chaos. Lucas immediately said, "Everyone fall back. Your Highness, I'll hold it off." The moment he finished speaking, Lucas drew his sword and slashed at the steam golem. Ash immediately warned him, "Lucas, be careful, there should be another one." At that moment, the second steam golem appeared beside Lucas. Evangeline snorted, "Uncle, you're way too jumpy. Looks like you still need my help." Almost instantly, Evangeline blocked the second steam golem's attack. She frowned and said, "These things are way stronger than the ones from earlier." Ash had to come up with a tactic while the two knights were holding the enemies back. That was the role he needed to play in this party. He immediately ordered, "Jupiter, Damien, we attack the golem Lucas is holding first." After all, Lucas leaned more toward being a warrior, while Evangeline was a true tank. In terms of pure resistance, Evangeline had the advantage. Ash continued, "Evangeline, switch fully into defense, and hold that thing back." Large monsters like golems were few in number, but that also meant each one was extremely strong. On top of that, these ones had the elite title, so it was only natural that Lucas would have trouble facing them head-on. Defense was never Lucas's strongest point to begin with. Ash seized the moment and shouted, "Now Lucas, cut off its leg." The moment the order was given, Lucas delivered a clean slash. After losing one leg, the steam golem's movement was immediately affected. Ash followed up at once. "Jupiter, blow off the armor on its chest and expose its mana core." Jupiter smiled. "Gladly, your highness." In the next instant, lightning covered the monster's entire body. But unexpectedly, Jupiter's attack only left a tiny crack on the golem. Jupiter frowned. Damn it, even an attack like that still wasn't enough? But Ash said, "It's enough. Damien doesn't need a big opening. A tiny crack is all he needs." He'd immediately ordered, "Go, Damien. Aim for the spirit core and fire." The moment the bullet was fired, Damien was thrown backward by the powerful recoil. Fortunately, Ash had already stepped behind him in advance. "Damien, are you okay?" Damien quickly asked, "I'm fine. What about the golem?" Ash pointed forward. "See for yourself." The steam golem's chest had been completely pierced through by that shot. Ash could not help frowning. "I didn't expect this enemy to be this hard to deal with." He continued analyzing. "It's an elite monster, much stronger than ordinary monsters." Since the difficulty spiked so suddenly compared to the first area, everyone panicked for a moment. For now, it seemed the hunting style of the second area was to take down a small number of elite monsters. Just then, Evangeline shouted in frustration, "Why are all of you resting already? You're acting like everything's over, but I'm not done over here." Ash said, "Because your side was too quiet. You were holding it off too smoothly." Evangeline shot back, "What do you mean quiet? My shield is about to break." Ash quickly directed everyone to take down the second golem. After that, the run became much simpler. Whenever the alley felt slightly wider, a steam golem would appear soon after, just as expected. Along the way, they also ran into a mimic disguised as a treasure chest, and Ash suffered quite a bit because of it. Still, it helped ease some of the tension from the earlier part of the dungeon run. After that, they tried exploring more places. Lucas even reached his hand into the darkness. "It feels like the darkness keeps pushing my hand back. I really don't like this sticky, damp feeling." It seemed they could only leave by following the designated path. Ash said, "Looks like we have no choice but to follow this road properly." The surrounding houses did not seem accessible either. Their doors and windows were sealed with wooden planks, and they had been magically reinforced, so brute force alone could not open them. Damien guessed. Were the doors sealed to protect the houses from something outside? Ash shook his head. "No, Damien. These planks were sealed from the outside. They're meant to keep whatever is inside the houses from coming out." Damien asked quietly, "Then what exactly is inside those boarded-up houses?" Ash answered, "I don't know. Maybe that's something we don't need to know yet." And so, the group could only continue exploring along the narrow path. The fourth room was a large plaza. Ash warned them, "Everyone, stay alert. We don't know where the golems might appear from." Evangeline looked ahead. "There's a fountain over there, and I can see something that looks like a statue." The figure on the statue wore a crown, so it was probably the king of the Lake Kingdom. Ash was curious why only the statues on the left and right sides had been destroyed. Just then, Damien suddenly said, "Your Highness, look over there." Following the direction Damien pointed, everyone saw a flicker of blue flame. There was not a single monster in the fourth room of the dungeon. But instead of feeling relieved, Ash's party became even more tense. The flame in the distance meant someone else was here, and in a city full of monsters, the only thing scarier than a monster was a person. Because anyone they met in a place like this could not possibly be normal. Ash did not know whether the person they had encountered was a hostile NPC or a friendly NPC. One wrong judgment could end the game on the spot, so they absolutely could not let their guard down. Along the way, they saw golem wreckage scattered all over the ground. That meant every monster here had been dealt with by that person. A voice rang out. "I didn't expect you to make it all the way here. It seems you've been quite diligent in scouting this place." That person was Nameless, the woman Ash had met the first time he came here. Although Ash had met Nameless once before, he did not relax his guard. After all, he had never encountered Nameless in any of his previous game runs, so he could not tell whether she was actually a friendly NPC. Nameless said calmly, I'm resting here. After all, living in this lake kingdom is exhausting. Since you made it here, after successfully clearing the area, I suppose I have no choice but to acknowledge you and bring this out. The moment Nameless moved, everyone instantly entered combat stance. But to their surprise, Nameless pulled a bundle out from inside her clothes. Inside that bundle were rare items and equipment. Nameless said calmly, "Since you're already here, why not buy something while you're at it? I can sell you high-quality goods at a low price." Only then did Ash realize that this mysterious Nameless was actually a merchant NPC. Nameless continued, "Right now, there's a buy one get one deal. First-time customers also get a 30% repeat discount. Are you really not going to buy anything? Are you just going to stand back and watch this incredible bargain slip away? A discount this big doesn't come around often." Hearing that, Ash finally could not hold back. "So what exactly are you selling?" Nameless said, "These are all things I collected while wandering the Lake Kingdom over the past few years. They are precious items you cannot buy in the outside world. Take your time and look." Generally speaking, merchant NPCs sold high-quality items, but the things Nameless brought out were on another level. Ash asked, "How do we pay?" Nameless answered, "Money from the outside world has no meaning here. Pay with magic stones or mana cores." Magic stones were a settlement item that could be exchanged for imperial currency or used for dungeon transactions. But Ash had already converted all the magic stones he had obtained into imperial currency. After all, it was hard to meet a merchant NPC in the early stage. The only things Ash could offer right now were the mana cores they had just farmed. He took out all the mana cores at once. How many magic stones would these be worth? Nameless glanced at them. "Honestly, not much, but since this is your first purchase for me, and I can tell you're taking this place more seriously than I expected, I'll let you choose one item. Think of it as my way of cheering you on." Ash immediately said, "You can't take that back. You said I could choose one item from these." For a moment, Ash struggled over what to pick. Jupiter said from the side, "This old woman doesn't ask for much. If I could just eat one 200-year-old ginseng root, I'd probably get 10 years younger." Ash rejected her without hesitation. "Lady Jupiter, please save up and buy that yourself." Lucas pointed at a pair of boots. "My lord, what about these feather boots? They also increase movement speed. I believe if my lord wears them, you'll be able to escape quickly whenever danger appears." Hearing Lucas say that genuinely moved Ash a little, but reason told him he could not waste this chance on himself. Damien noticed something else. "This seems to be a potion generator. I heard it automatically produces potions every so often. If we place it in the temple, it should greatly help with treating wounded soldiers." But potions were something the outside world could already supply, so Ash felt that choosing this would be somewhat wasteful. Then, Ash suddenly noticed that Evangeline was only standing off to the side and watching. "Why aren't you choosing anything?" Evangeline said, "I'm only temporarily part of this party right now, and I'm not very interested in equipment. When I graduated, the headmaster gave me the highest grain spear and shield as a gift. As long as I have those, that's enough." The moment he heard that, Ash finally remembered. The main reason they had come to the dungeon this time was to compensate Evangeline for her weapons. Ash immediately asked, "Do you happen to have a cavalry spear or a shield?" Nameless answered calmly, "As luck would have it, I have a set." With that, Nameless took out a set of SSR equipment. Not only did it look incredibly cool, but its performance was also excellent. The only drawback was that the two weapons were set equipment. If she only had one of them, she would not be able to bring out their full effect. Nameless said, "I told you at the start, there's a buy one get one deal. I can give you one piece for free, so you can take both. It was originally an item set anyway, and it's of no use to me. In return, keep scouting this place seriously. And whenever you happen to see me, come buy something." Evangeline bowed seriously. "Thank you so much, Lady Nameless. I'll make good use of them." Ash said to Evangeline, "Evangeline, come here and take these." Now that they had equipment to use as compensation, Ash told Evangeline the truth. After hearing it, Evangeline said, "I was the one who attacked first yesterday. Senior only counterattacked. In other words, the responsibility for the damaged equipment is mine, so you don't have to worry about it too much." But Ash said, "Then don't think of this as compensation. Think of it as a gift." With that, Ash eagerly helped Evangeline put on the new equipment. "This is a graduation gift personally given by a prince to his academy junior, Evangeline Cross. You wouldn't refuse a gift from royalty, would you?" But more than that, it was for Border Count Cross, who had sacrificed himself to protect the city. Ash had not rewarded his achievements. Instead, he had damaged the equipment of the man's daughter. If he ignored that, Ash would never forgive himself. Evangeline said quietly, "Thank you, Senior. I'll use them well." Jupiter turned to Nameless. "Merchant, since he won't buy it for me, I'll buy it myself. Give me one ginseng root." Ash could not help wondering where Jupiter had gotten her magic stones from. Ash then asked, "By the way, Nameless, if you don't mind, I have a question. Do you know the Flute Man?" The NPC who had caused Ash so much trouble in Stage 2 had barely had any presence in the previous game. But according to Nameless, he was an especially famous man in the Lake Kingdom. Nameless said, "If you keep moving forward, there is a safe zone between the 3rd and 4th areas. It is a place often visited by the people in this dungeon who still retain some sanity. The people here call it the base camp." Of course, Ash knew that place as well. It was a safe point he often visited in his previous game runs. It was where NPCs gathered to prepare, so it had plenty of facilities and many merchants. Nameless continued, "The man you're looking for is very likely to go there. Even if he isn't there, you should be able to gather information from the others. Of course, reaching that place requires breaking through a certain stretch first. But if it's you, I believe you should be able to make it there safely. Then I'll see you next time. I hope you're still alive when that happens." Evangeline muttered, "I didn't expect there to be a merchant in a place like this. She really is interesting." But Lucas said, in a low voice, "I still can't bring myself to trust that woman. She's far too strong. She handled all of these monsters on her own and still looked completely calm. That means she is no ordinary fighter." But Ash knew very well that if this were late-game Lucas, he could easily do the same thing. So deep down, Ash had already placed Nameless on the friendly NPC side. Ash said, "Let's stop thinking about everything else for now. We're going to attack the field boss." And so, the group arrived at the final room of the 2nd area. It looked as if something had broken through a seal and escaped. He did not know what had been inside before, but the seal clearly no longer served any purpose. Either way, this seemed to be the path they needed to take. Evangeline could not help asking, "Do we really have to go in?" Jupiter added, "Why don't we just head back?" Ash said, "We made it all the way here. At the very least, we should see what the field boss looks like before going back." After entering the room, Ash found that the interior was extremely spacious. It looked like it had once been some kind of warehouse. Damien looked around. There are traces of water moss everywhere. This place must have been submerged for a long time. Ash said, "It's under a lake, so being soaked isn't exactly surprising." Just then, Damien said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, look over there." Judging from his face, he was clearly terrified. Following the direction Damien pointed, they saw an enormous robot lying there. Ash's heart sank. Damn it. That thing isn't scrap metal. This was the boss of the 2nd area, the giant steam golem, warehouse cleaner Banebrook. Ash also noticed that this boss had a human-like name as well. The boss of the 1st area had also had a human-like name. Ash did not know whether there was any connection between the two, but before he could think too much about it, the giant steam golem suddenly moved. Damn it, I accidentally fell asleep again. It slowly rose to its feet and turned toward Ash and the others. It muttered, "The warehouse is a mess again today. Then, for the first time in a while, let's start cleaning." Although it happened so suddenly that Ash's group was not fully prepared, Lucas and Evangeline still stepped to the front of the party immediately. Before Ash could think any further, lasers shot out from the giant steam golem's hands. In almost an instant, 2 beams of light reached the group. At the critical moment, Lucas and Evangeline blocked the attacks. Jupiter frowned. "And it's light magic too, something that's been rare lately." Lucas asked, "Your Highness, how should we handle this? Can you give us instructions?" Although the monster in front of them was terrifyingly huge, Ash had already learned the method to clear every monster in this world. He immediately said, "Don't be intimidated by its size. The strategy is the same as before. We just need to destroy its mana cores." But its mana cores are spread throughout different parts of its body. There are 10 in total. Lucas understood at once. "So until all of its mana cores are destroyed, it will keep attacking like this?" Ash nodded. "That's the only way to finish it off. But once we destroy a mana core, the corresponding body part will stop moving. First, attack both hands." Jupiter smiled. "Now that you put it that way, I understand. This old woman will go first." Damien also raised his magic gun. "Leave its right hand to me." In almost an instant, the mana cores in both hands of the giant steam golem were destroyed by Jupiter and Damien. With that, the monster could no longer fire lasers. Ash immediately warned them, "Don't let your guard down. Next, attack its legs. Take away its mobility." Lucas, Evangeline. But the giant steam golem suddenly muttered, "My back has been hurting lately. Is it because I spent my whole life sweeping floors?" Ash had not expected the giant steam golem to twist its body and attack like that. Fortunately, Lucas and Evangeline reacted quickly, and neither of them was hit. Although the giant steam golem's attacks were powerful, its massive body made its movements slow. Evangeline frowned. "You pile of scrap metal. What have you been mumbling about this whole time?" With that, Evangeline destroyed one of the monster's mana cores with her spear. Lucas immediately said, "Junior, that was well done. As your senior, I can't afford to lose either." Before he even finished speaking, Lucas cut off the monster's other leg. After losing the mana cores in its legs, the giant steam golem dropped straight to its knees. Yet it continued muttering, "Someday I want to enter the court and study magic. I'm tired of this life, cleaning here like a machine." Ash immediately shouted, "Evangeline, fall back and defend." Jupiter, Damien attack its right arm. In the next second, two attacks directly severed the monster's right arm. The giant steam golem continued, "Someday I'll develop cleaning magic, so all my fellow cleaners can live easier lives." But before it could finish speaking, its remaining left arm was also severed. With a thunderous crash, the giant steam golem, now missing all 4 limbs, collapsed straight to the ground. Lucas seized the chance, jumped onto the monster's back, and raised the sword in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucas destroyed the mana core in the monster's chest. The chest mana core had been destroyed as well. Now, only the one in its head remained. But at that moment, the giant steam golem moved again. It muttered, "How strange, I'm sure I already cleaned this place." The monster, whose limbs had already been severed, suddenly started moving again. It was trying to attack Ash and the others with its head. Ash could dodge it easily, but the 2 people behind him were a different story. Left with no choice, Ash had to bet on Lucky Hand. Fortunately, Ash's luck was decent this time. Lucky Hand dealt 125 damage. The giant steam golem's head was sent flying. The monster lay on the ground and finally stopped moving completely. Deep down, Ash had been scared too. Thankfully, Lady Luck had been on his side this time. Still, the giant steam golem seemed to be mumbling something. It whispered, "Is it raining? Is it raining now?" Lucas reminded him, "My lord, please finish it." After all, killing a boss granted a large amount of experience, and Ash was currently the lowest level member of the party, so there was no way he would let such a good opportunity pass. The giant steam golem continued, murmuring, "So it really is raining. It's raining so hard." Ash frowned. "What the hell have you been mumbling about, you damn monster?" And so, Ash and the others cleared the boss room of the second area. After defeating the boss, the group began searching the room for a treasure chest. Ash, meanwhile, checked the experience and levels he had gained. Then Damien called out, "Your Highness, there's a treasure chest over here, and a path as well." Ash immediately called Lucas over to hold Jupiter back, then opened the chest by himself. Inside the chest was an SR item, the Orb of Screams. As luck would have it, it was an item only mages could use. Ash looked at Jupiter. "Since there's only one mage in the party, this can only go to you." That said, the Orb of Screams increased damage after killing enemies, making it especially suitable for an AoE mage like Jupiter. And if they could complete the Screaming set, every enemy killed would also trigger a wide area fear effect. The only problem was that he had no idea when they could farm the remaining 2 pieces. Besides that, the chest also contained 2 top-grade SR mana cores. After checking the loot, Ash led everyone toward the next point. After walking for a while, Ash stopped. What appeared before them was a staircase with no visible end. According to the information Ash had recently gathered, this was the staircase leading to the Lake Kingdom's city wall. After confirming they had not taken the wrong path, the group followed Ash onto the stairs. They had not climbed for long before Jupiter and Damien were already close to giving out. After a while longer, even Ash was completely exhausted, and right then, they finally reached the end of the stairs. Almost everyone in the party collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion. Lucas and Evangeline, on the other hand, looked completely fine. Ash gasped and said, "Everyone, good work. Either way, we finally made it. Once we reach that place, we can go home." Hearing that they could go home soon, Jupiter rushed out first. "Once I get back, I'm taking a hot bath with iced whiskey in one hand and a cigar in the other." But the moment she passed through the door, she suddenly stopped. Ash asked in confusion, "Jupiter, what's wrong? Weren't you just yelling about going home as fast as possible?" However, when the others stepped through that door as well, they froze, just like Jupiter. So this was the true appearance of the Lake Kingdom. It was beyond incredible. Lucas could not help saying, "I have never seen a city this magnificent. Not even the heart of the Empire can compare to this." The Lake Kingdom was the darkest place in the world. Anyone who entered could be swallowed by the darkness if they were careless. Yet when Ash and the others stood on the city wall, they realized there was light everywhere. Someone had placed permanent magic stones and undying flames throughout the city. Because of that, the few remaining survivors could still move around safely. Evangeline looked into the distance. "Over there, what is that? Is it a lighthouse?" That was the royal castle of the Lake Kingdom. It was the final scouting area Ash would one day have to reach, and the decisive battlefield where he would defeat the final boss. However, Reaching that place was still a long way off. For now, Ash had only just entered the kingdom. They had come in through the sewers, wandered through the alleys, and had now only reached the northern main gate of the city. Ash said, "Either way, we'll think about where to go next another time. After fighting all day, everyone must be exhausted. Let's go home." They had left in the afternoon to scout the dungeon, but by the time they returned, it was nearly noon. They had not only stayed up all night, but had also spent the entire day scouting. When Ash woke up again, it was already early the next morning. He thought he had only slept until nightfall, but time had passed much faster than expected. After that, Ash sorted through the items they had obtained this time. The reward for the second area was an ever-burning torch, an extremely useful item for dungeon scouting. Besides that, he had also obtained a monster boss summoning scroll. Although it was a one-time use item, it could turn the giant steam golem into Ash's subordinate. Ash did not hesitate and used the scroll immediately. That way, he could keep it as a trump card for a critical moment. After finishing with the items, Ash felt hungry as well, so he decided to head to the kitchen and see if there was anything to eat. To his surprise, he ran into Lucas and Evangeline in the kitchen. Seeing Ash suddenly appear, both of them were startled. Ash said, speechlessly, "What are you two doing here in the middle of the night, instead of sleeping?" Evangeline immediately said, "I got hungry. I came to the kitchen and found this uncle sneaking food." Lucas quickly explained, "I only came because I was hungry too." Ash asked, "Is there anything left to eat?" Lucas answered, "There are plenty of ingredients left, but we already ate all the prepared food." Ash looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you that hungry?" But the moment he said it, he realized the question was unnecessary. He sighed, "Go wait at the dining table. I'll whip something up." Lucas asked in surprise, "My lord, you know how to cook?" Evangeline was also stunned. "Senior, you're royalty, and you actually cook for yourself?" Ash said confidently, "Is there some law saying royalty can't cook? And even if there is, so what? I'm royalty." Ash really wanted a hot bowl of instant noodles, but this world probably had no such thing. Fortunately, this was the Lord's mansion, so there were plenty of ingredients available. Without another word, Ash started working at the stove. Before long, he brought the food over. "It's ready, eat up and go to sleep after this. This is my special Prince Ash sandwich." Ash took a bite himself and found that it actually tasted pretty good. Since this world did not have those ready-made sauces, this was already a solid result. Lucas's eyes practically shone with emotion. "This is absolutely delicious, Your Highness. You could become the head chef of the Imperial Palace. Being able to eat food personally made by my lord is truly the honor of a lifetime." Evangeline also said, "It's really good. It tastes exactly like the sandwiches they sell on the street during festivals." But after saying that, Evangeline suddenly looked downcast. This scene reminded her of the past. Eating something delicious should have been a happy thing. She said quietly, "When I was little, I would often wake up in the early morning because of rustling sounds from the kitchen. When I went downstairs, I would always find my father rushing to make something to eat. Monster attacks never cared about the time of day, so he would only come back at dawn after driving the monsters away. Then he would make something simple to fill his stomach. He would be covered in blood and dirt, throwing every leftover ingredient in the kitchen into a pan and frying it all together. If our eyes met, he would just stare at me blankly for a moment, then ask, 'Do you want some too?' Ash asked softly, 'So you ate with him every time?' Evangeline said, 'I ate with him every time he asked. That's why my cheeks are still so chubby now.' Then, while the two of us were eating, my mother, who had been woken up by the noise, would come running in and point at my father, asking, 'What are you feeding a child in the middle of the night?' At that point, Evangeline could not help laughing. 'Senior, you really should have seen how panicked he looked back then.' But as she laughed, Evangeline slowly fell silent again. She said quietly, 'Eating a late-night snack like this suddenly made me remember all those early mornings from the past.' After a moment of silence, Ash said, 'The Border Count's funeral will be held tomorrow. Crossroad is not a city that places much importance on funeral customs, so I have been handling the arrangements. But if you want to, you can serve as the chief mourner.' Evangeline shook her head. 'No, you should handle it, Senior. I respect my father. I also believe he was a great man who devoted his entire life to this place and protected everyone. But no matter how much he did for the people here, I still can't forgive him. Senior, have you heard how my mother died? My father protected the city, but he didn't go save my mother. Honestly, I can understand why he made that choice, but my heart still can't accept it. Because a lord's first duty is to protect the city. And at the very least, my father was fulfilling his duty. But on the day we buried my mother's coffin in the orchard, my father didn't come. He went to repair the southern forward base instead, because he had to prepare for the next attack. That was what the Lord of Crossroad was supposed to do. After all, that was the most important thing. Before she realized it, Evangeline had clenched her fists. When I buried my mother's empty coffin in the ground, I realized something. That was when I realized the Lord of the Cross family had to be someone like that. And I am not someone who can become that kind of person. Ash asked softly, so that's why you left this place? Evangeline answered, yes, because I was never meant to become that kind of person. Thank you for preparing my father's funeral. But even though I believe Charles Cross was a man worthy of respect, I still cannot forgive him as my father. Thank you for the late night meal. Eating food personally made by your highness is the highest honor. Ash muttered quietly, so being family is this hard. It's getting late. We should go back to sleep too. Lucas suddenly asked. By the way, my lord, are you all right? Your family situation is complicated too, isn't it? Is that why you are helping Miss Evangeline? Did you see your own past in Miss Evangeline? I may be dull, that even I can tell that much, but as a transmigrator, Ash had no idea what had happened in the third prince's past. He also did not know whether Lucas was asking out of concern or whether he was testing if Ash was truly Ash. In that instant, he froze like a block of wood. For some reason, Ash suddenly felt that Lucas seemed unfamiliar. Why was he asking this? And how was Ash supposed to answer? After all, Ash was the Emperor's son, so of course his family matters could not be simple. But how could he possibly know about the real Ash's family? Ash, who was usually calm and collected, fell silent. He had no idea how to answer. Lucas immediately lowered his head. I deeply apologize. I should not have brought up my lord's painful memories. I believe that both my lord's family matters and Miss Evangeline's family matters will be resolved in time. After saying that, Lucas returned to his usual self. Ash did not know whether he was overthinking it. But after this incident, Ash understood that he needed to properly look into this body's past. Only then did he truly feel that this body did not belong to him. Time quickly moved to the next day, and Crossroad immediately began preparing for the next stage. This time, the attacking force would be a Golem Legion, large monsters, along with a small number of elite monsters. To deal with them, they had to strengthen their defensive facilities. There was still a little more than a week left, and Ash believed they could make thorough preparations this time. No matter what variables appeared next, they had to handle this stage perfectly. They absolutely could not allow any more accidents. So Ash kept placing orders with every production department and urging them to speed up their work. Another day passed. In the Wilderness Cemetery west of Crossroad, preparations for the funeral were underway. Although many people had been injured in stage 2, only one person had died. That person was Charles Cross, the former Lord of Crossroad. Lucas said, "My lord, the funeral procession has departed." Ash nodded. Then let's get ready as well. The funeral procession set out from the temple and moved along the city's main road. People formed a long line, following the procession forward. The one who had passed away was the former lord who had protected this place for decades. Even in a city long numb to death, many people still came to mourn. After that, the funeral procession stopped in front of the cemetery. After discussion, they decided to hold only the funeral ceremony there. The coffin itself would be buried in the orchard where the border count had lived, since his wife's grave was there as well. Ash stood before the crowd and said, "I said this before, your lives are expensive." That was not a metaphor. They are truly worth more than money. But the sacrifice of border count Charles Cross is a loss that goes beyond anything money can measure, and it pains me deeply. The border count once told me to bring people joy. He said that if sorrow makes people do nothing but mourn, the city will come to a stop. This is a fortress city, and sacrifice is always unavoidable. He told me to bring people hope and joy, not sadness. But today, I will go against the border count's final words. Today, I will grieve. This front line was built with countless precious lives, not just the border count. Every single person who died here deserves to be mourned, and because of that pain, I want all of you to remember just how precious their sacrifices were. Their sacrifice and devotion protected the Empire, and they protected the entire human world. I hope you will always remember that. Any of you may also lose your lives on this front line one day, and if that happens, it will not be meaningless. Now, let us hold a brief moment of silence for those who saved the world. In truth, Ash did not want to see scenes like this anymore either. He hoped that one day this city would no longer hold funerals, but festivals every day. Just as the border count had wished, cannon fire, honoring the dead, rang through the sky. And the border count's funeral came to an end. Charles Cross's coffin was carried to the orchard where he had lived. There, they saw someone both familiar and unfamiliar. It was Evangeline, now all grown up. Someone said quietly, "The border count's only daughter came all the way from the capital. It must have been difficult. We are sorry about the border count. We should have protected him." Evangeline asked softly, "May I open the coffin and see him?" When the coffin was opened, the border count lay quietly inside. Evangeline whispered, "So it really is true. He always charged at the very front, as if he would never die." After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you. Please close the coffin." And so, the border count's coffin was buried beside his wife. Then someone spoke. "Miss, there's something I would like to ask you. These are the weapons the border count once used, equipment passed down through the Cross family for generations. We originally planned to bury them in the border count's grave. But just in case, we wanted to ask for your opinion. They are a bit worn, but with repairs, they should be usable again." Evangeline shook her head. "No, bury them. Please place them beside my father." After the priests finished reciting the blessings, the border count's life finally came to an end. O world built behind walls of ice and snow, O bleak and tragic road of life. It was a line of poetry Ash liked very much. Because he felt it suited the moment, he had wanted to recite it for the border count, but since it did not fit the funeral procedure, he ultimately left it out. Ash remembered what the border count had once told him. The moment would surely come when, to protect this city, he would have to sacrifice what was most precious to him. But Ash had come to this world alone. What precious thing did he even have to lose? And if that moment truly came, would he still be able to remain himself? Evangeline suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to have such a refined hobby as reciting poetry." Ash sighed helplessly. "That's exactly why I was reciting it quietly. It doesn't really suit me, but you still caught me." Evangeline said, "Your voice sounds nice. Recite it louder next time." Ash looked at her. "How are you feeling now? A little better?" Evangeline said calmly, "Of course I'm fine. This was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, once I became a knight on another front line, I wouldn't have returned to this city. If my father died someday, and I couldn't be there for his final moments, that would have been my fate. For me, being able to attend his funeral is already fortunate." From the very beginning, Evangeline had already made up her mind to leave this place. That was why, this time, she had buried the weapons passed down through the Cross family alongside him. Ash said, "Then I'll help you sort out the family assets. Having a kid handle all of that alone would be too difficult. Let an adult help you." Evangeline looked at him. "You're not going to try to persuade me? I'm about to abandon my family legacy and run away. I'm making a selfish choice so I can live freely." Ash said seriously, "The Cross family has already done more than enough. I don't know whether I can fulfill this duty as well as your family did, but from now on I will do everything I can to protect this place. So you can leave without worry. I'll do everything in my power to make sure your family's sacrifices over the years were not in vain." Evangeline said quietly, "You really are nothing like the rumors. I thought that after being demoted here, you would do everything you could to return to the capital. I never expected you to seriously become the lord of this place. It's honestly surprising." Ash said, "Because someone told me that if I protect this place properly, they'll grant me one wish. That's why I'm taking this so seriously." Ash was not staying here because of some noble sense of justice. He was trying to clear the true ending because he wanted his own personal wish granted. With that, the funeral came to an end. Ash said, "Let's all go back and eat." The dead were buried beneath the earth, and the living had to keep moving forward. From that day on, Ash began handling two tasks at once. The first was preparing for the next stage. The second was organizing the Cross family's assets. Evangeline wanted to leave this place and go somewhere else, and that was also the border count's final wish. Aide said, "It seems you have decided to let Miss Evangeline leave. Understood. I will liquidate all of the Cross family's assets, and I will handle every issue involved in the inheritance process as well. However, I should still inform you that this will be difficult to finish within a week. Most of the Cross family's assets are real estate, and I cannot guarantee buyers will appear within a week." Ash said, "Then set a proper price and buy them under my name first. I want everything liquidated within a week. Then send Evangeline away from here. As much as possible, finish it before the next stage begins." Every member of the Cross family had died on this front line, and Evangeline was the last heir of the Cross family. In other words, she was the only survivor. At the very least, he could not let Evangeline get dragged into this battlefield again. He had to let her leave safely. Aide lowered his head. "Understood. Please trust me, and leave this to me. I will make sure everything is handled properly." Time passed without mercy, and the next defensive battle arrived right on schedule. Ash wanted to show Aide that even without abandoning humanity or treating human lives like cannon fodder, he could still clear this game. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a week had passed, bringing him to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith lowered his head. "I'm terribly sorry. Since this was our first time making magic guns, we ran into many difficulties during the process. Because of that, we lost a lot of time and could not finish all 5 magic guns." Ash said, "It's fine. This equipment is difficult to make to begin with. Magic guns were equipment from 100 years ago, but they required alchemists and blacksmiths to work together, which made them extremely troublesome to craft. The blacksmith continued, "In total, we only managed to make 2. Ash nodded. "Bring them over and let me see." But when Ash held the magic gun in his hands, he was genuinely startled, because this was actually an SSR-grade weapon. The blacksmith explained, "This magic gun was made using the special grade mana core your highness gave us. The tutorial stage was originally impossible to clear, and after Ash defeated the Spider Queen there, he had obtained that mana core. The Black Spider Legion was originally a monster force that should not appear until the second half of the second year. So equipment made from that mana core would naturally surpass the current stage's power level, but Ash had not expected it to become a weapon that could break the game balance. At least during the first year, they could rely on this thing to dominate the battlefield. And the one using this weapon would be Damien, the cheat character with clairvoyance. Thanks to this weapon, the difficulty of the upcoming game would finally drop a little. Seeing Ash's expression, the blacksmith said, "Your Highness seems satisfied. During the entire crafting process, we felt as if something was pulling us in. We are also glad we could create such a masterpiece." The other magic gun looked much more ordinary. It had flaws, but for Damien, those flaws would not be a problem. Ash said, "You two did well, and everyone in the workshop worked hard. I'll reward you generously." And so, Ash left the blacksmith shop with Lucas. Lucas asked, "My lord, is that magic gun really that powerful?" Ash answered, "Of course, it will change the course of battle." There were still 20 hours left before Stage 3 began, which was enough time for Damien to adjust to the magic gun. To prepare for tomorrow's battle, Ash got into the carriage back to the mansion early. Then, Lucas suddenly said, "My lord, you should probably go see this in person." At some point, Evangeline had already been standing at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Ash stepped down and asked, "Wasn't everything already handled?" "Evangeline, did you forget something?" Evangeline said, "Today your aide uncle handed me the asset certificate. With the money listed on that certificate, Evangeline could live comfortably no matter where she went." She said quietly, "Thank you for handling everything so quickly." But after he gave it to me, that aide uncle said something else. He said, "Lord Ash told him that since I've already received the money, this city has nothing to do with me anymore, and that I should hurry up, pack my bags, and leave." Then he packed all my luggage and kicked me out of the mansion. "Did you really order him to do that, Senior?" Ash said calmly. "Yes. Everything he did was done under my orders." Evangeline frowned. "Aren't you in too much of a hurry to throw me out? I haven't even properly said goodbye to everyone yet." Ash said coldly, "If you're leaving, then leave quickly. Why bother getting attached to everyone? Tomorrow, this place becomes a battlefield again. Do you want to get dragged into the mud and roll around in it with us?" He continued, "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and go. You have nothing to do with this city anymore." But Evangeline said, "Then I can stay and help you in the next defensive battle. After all, Senior helped me too." Ash's voice grew harsher. "If you're going to leave, then leave cleanly. Don't get covered in dirt on your way out. Even without the strength of a kid like you, I can still protect this city." Evangeline argued, "You've seen me fight, haven't you? I can contribute too." Ash finally shouted, "Evangeline, how long are you going to keep acting like this?" His sudden roar clearly startled her. He stared at her and said, "Didn't you already decide to leave your hometown and start a new life? That's why you gave up the title, dealt with the family assets, and let go of your last sense of belonging and attachment." Evangeline said quietly, "That may be true, but..." Ash cut her off. "If you've already made your choice, and don't waver. Leave without looking back. Just like you said, this is the monster front. There's nothing here but death and dust, and once you step onto this road, you'll never escape it for the rest of your life. From now on, don't take part in any war involving monsters. Leave this place forever, and go find what you truly want to do. I hope you live freely, however you want." That was your father's final wish. The moment she heard those words, Evangeline could hardly believe that her father had really said something like that. Ash continued, "Didn't you once say you wanted to be a rebellious daughter? That you wanted to go against your father in every way? Then this time, fulfill your father's final wish. From this moment on, you are an outsider. This mansion no longer belongs to your family either. We are about to hold a meeting for tomorrow's defensive battle, so I hope you leave quickly." Evangeline was silent for a long time before she said, "I'll go see my parents' graves one last time. Then I'll leave Crossroad immediately. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Your Highness. I hope Your Highness wins every battle from now on." Ash did not answer Evangeline. In her heart, she wished him well, hoping his future would be filled with luck. After closing the door, Ash immediately collapsed to the floor. Lucas said quietly, "You did not have to say it that harshly, did you?" Ash sighed. "If I didn't make it harsh, That kid would stay attached to this place. Didn't you hear what she said? Helping me fight the defensive battle, contributing her strength, all that nonsense. Besides, farewells don't always need tears. A stack of asset certificates is enough. Let her see her parents' graves one last time. I hope everything goes smoothly for her from now on. Let the people who leave go. We still have work to do. Lucas lowered his head. As you command, my lord. Ash stood back up. Then let's begin the strategy meeting. Everyone, it's been a while. Did you all get enough rest? After Evangeline left, the party returned to its original 5 members. Lily could not help complaining. Why me again? Have you still not found anyone who can replace me? Ash said, was that brief taste of freedom sweet? Now it's time to follow my orders again. Lily looked ready to cry. Please let me go back to the workshop. I promise I'll work really hard there. Ash said, there's less than a day left before the defensive battle. We're finalizing the party strategy now. Also, Damien, I brought you another gift. Ash was about to continue. Damien, this magic gun. But before he could finish, a soldier suddenly burst in and interrupted him. The soldier shouted urgently, Your Highness, report from the scouting unit. The monsters have appeared. They are a Golem Legion, around 200 of them. Right now, they are moving toward the city at extremely high speed. Ash frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? There should still be time before the stage begins. But the system window that suddenly appeared told Ash that the soldier was not lying. Because of some kind of interference, the stage start time had been moved forward. The soldier continued, That is not all, Your Highness. The monsters have split into 2 groups. Around 80% of the main force, more than 200 monsters, are heading straight for the city. The remaining 20%, about 50 monsters, are heading toward the orchard, where the border count lived. Ash's expression changed. What did you say? Is everything you just said true? Evangeline should be at that orchard right now. At the same time, the soldiers on the wall had already started moving. Everyone, faster. The Golem Legion is approaching. The monsters are attacking. Ash immediately asked, Scout, where are the enemies right now? The scout answered, We can already see them with the naked eye. They're right there. Ash had fought golems in the dungeon before, but the pressure of hundreds of them advancing together was completely different. The Golem Legion was charging toward Crossroad like a massive moving wall. Ash asked, When will they enter cannon range? The scout answered, At their current speed, within 15 minutes. Ash immediately ordered, Finish positioning before then, and prepare to fire. Lucas looked at Ash. My lord, are you not going to save her? Ash could not understand why the stage had suddenly begun, or why the monsters had split into 2 groups. All of this was happening at the exact same time. This was no coincidence. Ash could feel a massive malice changing the situation according to its own preferences. He did not know whose malice it was, or why someone was going this far to ruin the game. Just then, the veterans came running over. Your Highness, we already heard. Let us go save the young lady. The frontline's defenses are strong enough right now. Even without us old men, they can hold. A soldier warned urgently. Your Highness, there's no time. The monsters are getting closer. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to send a rescue unit. Ash said in a low voice, Everyone calm down first. There are 2 mistakes in what you just said. The first mistake is saying the current defensive line is strong. Do you really think the front line looks strong right now? Because the monsters appeared suddenly, not only are the artifacts not ready, even the cannons have not been fully positioned. Even if we can finish positioning them before the monsters arrive, once you leave the front line, only rookies will be left here. Do you really think those rookies alone can hold back the Golem Legion? The second mistake is thinking you alone can rescue Evangeline. There are no defensive facilities at the Border Count's orchard, only a gentle slope and open plains. And yet 50 golems, all large elite monsters, are heading there. Even if there were walls there, you would be wiped out 100%. And that place has no defenses at all. Think carefully. How could you possibly rescue Evangeline with just yourselves? The reason this is a tower defense game is because the city wall provides an overwhelming advantage. But if you face the monsters head-on in an open field without a wall, that is suicide. The veterans gritted their teeth. Your Highness, even if we are wiped out, we still have to save the young lady. Ash snapped. Have you thought about it at all? That is not a battle. That is just throwing your lives away. Do you think the monsters will spare Evangeline just because you go there and die? What I need is an executable battle plan, not for all of you to die for nothing. The veterans asked desperately, Then what exactly do you plan to do? If no one goes to save the young lady, she will die. We cannot just stand by and watch. Just as the veterans said, if they did not send support, Evangeline would certainly die. But if they wanted to save her, they had to form a rescue unit with the best possible members. At minimum, they would have to send the entire main party, along with soldiers capable of holding the monsters in close combat, while the main party dealt damage. But if they did that, the defensive battle here would collapse. They might save Evangeline, but if the defensive line fell, the game would end early. Only then did Ash finally understand what kind of situation the border count had faced back then. He gave the order in a low voice. Everyone, listen. I will not allow any of you to go reinforce her. The answer was already decided from the very beginning. We cannot waste our fighting strength. Every bit of it must be concentrated on the defensive line here. One life versus tens of thousands. From the start, there is no room for hesitation. If the wall here falls, tens of thousands of civilians in Crossroad will die. In the end, the entire human world may be thrown into danger. No matter what happens, we hold the front line. No matter what happens, we keep clearing the stage. If the game ends here, then what meaning is there in rescuing an SSR character? I'll say it clearly one more time. I will not allow any of you to go rescue her. In the southeastern part of Crossroad, there stood a rundown villa. It was the place where the border count had lived. Unlike the villa, the orchard still showed signs of recent care everywhere, but both places were the same in one way. Now, they had been left ownerless and abandoned. Whenever the sun rose and the air grew warm, even this land stained by monster blood would have many trees blooming and bearing fruit. Evangeline suddenly realized she would never see these things again. From now on, she would leave this place forever. After her mother passed away, Evangeline had left home as well. She had heard that after that, her father had tended this place alone. Just a few days ago, he must have still been here pruning these trees. Maybe he had even been praying that this year's fruit harvest would be abundant, even though she knew that was impossible. Thinking of that, Evangeline cursed him silently. He really was a fool. Evangeline's parents were already gone, and she was about to leave this place too. This place had once been a ruin, and it would become one again. The Cross family had protected this place for hundreds of years, yet their ending was this insignificant. In the end, nothing remained except death and dust. Even the family name and the last bit of honor tied to it had been sold off and exchanged for a thin sheet of paper. And she, the last broken remnant of the Cross family, was about to run away before ever truly stepping onto the battlefield. Standing before the graves, Evangeline whispered, "I won't be able to come see you anymore. I'm going to leave this place forever." She knew perfectly well that no answer would come, yet she still found herself hoping that her father might scold her harshly. "I had so many things I wanted to say to you, but now I can't remember any of them." Suddenly, Evangeline felt dizzy, her head throbbed, and it even felt as if the entire ground were shaking. Had grief only caught up to her now? She still remembered asking her mother when she was little, "When do I have to start going there? I heard father say that the heir of the Cross family has to fight on the front line. Does mother not want me to protect everyone?" Her mother said softly, "It isn't about whether I want that or not. That is the fate of those born into the Cross family. I'm just a little sad." Back then, Evangeline had not understood. Didn't mother know it would turn out like this? Didn't you know you would worry about father every time monsters attacked? Didn't you know I would have to fight in that kind of place when I grew up too? Her mother picked Evangeline up and stroked her head. "I knew all of that. I knew that after marrying your father, I would spend every night monsters attacked, crying my eyes out. I also knew that after giving birth to you, you would one day have to fight on the front line. I even knew I would feel sorrow over your fate." Evangeline asked in confusion, "Then why did you still marry father? Why did you still give birth to me? Why?" Her mother answered gently, "Maybe because all of it happened naturally." Evangeline's mother had been dead for 3 years, yet even now, Evangeline still could not understand why. Why had her mother chosen to face it alone when she knew how much fear and sorrow waited for her in the future? She stood there for a long time, until the sun was almost setting. Evangeline felt that maybe she would never understand. Before leaving, she forced out a smile, because she remembered that her parents had not seen her smile in a very long time. After steadying herself, Evangeline was about to step into her new life. But at that moment, a giant steam golem appeared in front of her. Before she had even the slightest chance to react, Evangeline was sent flying. She crashed straight into the wall and lost consciousness on the spot. Soon, pain from every part of her body dragged her awake. Her weapon had fallen not far in front of her. The good news was that she had not been unconscious for long. Evangeline had no idea why a golem had appeared here, but before she could figure it out, her body moved on its own. Just then, the steam golem swung its fist down hard. Evangeline was blasted straight into the villa, but thanks to her body's instincts, she managed to block the attack with her shield. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You damn thing, how dare you barge into someone else's home? Come on then, you big dumb ox, I'll turn you into a pile of scrap metal." But in the next second, 2 more steam golems appeared in front of Evangeline. She could only block one attack while countering another monster at the same time. Unfortunately, there were 3 steam golems inside the house, and Evangeline was soon struck by another punch. She cursed, "Damn things, you should know when to stop." Ignoring her injuries, Evangeline charged at the steam golems again. She had already absorbed far too much damage, so every counterattack she unleashed carried tremendous power. Her 2 earlier failures had only happened because she had been ambushed by the steam golem first, then surrounded by 3 monsters at once. As an SSR rank hero, Evangeline was not someone these monsters could defeat so easily. Then, she suddenly realized that the monsters had attacked 1 day earlier than expected, so she decided to return and tell the others that the enemy had already arrived. But the moment she stepped out of the house, she froze. Countless steam golems were still advancing toward her. Only then did Evangeline understand that the 3 from earlier had merely been scouts leading the charge. What she was seeing now was the monster's true main force. Evangeline knew she could not defeat this many monsters. Her first instinct was to run, but her horse had already broken free from the reins in terror and vanished. Now, the only place she could go was Crossroad. Evangeline's leg was already injured, and she did not know whether she could make it back. But in this situation, whether she could do it or not, she had to try. There was still some distance between her and the enemy. This was her only chance. But just then, the golem in the sky began to move. Evangeline instinctively tried to raise her shield in defense. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke on her, and Evangeline tripped over herself. Her flaw-riddled trait just had to activate at the most critical moment. Powerful magic rained down on the ground. Fortunately, Evangeline barely managed to survive the attack. Her mind was extremely clear, allowing her to quickly judge the situation. It was all over. The last survivor of the Cross family would remain here forever. Death had arrived in a vague, yet completely unexpected way. Evangeline gave up struggling, but she was unwilling to accept it. There were still so many things she had not done. She had never been in love. She had never gone on an adventure, nor had she tried anything new. She had not even truly grown up yet, and she had never seriously thought about what she wanted to do. Everything was about to end. She was not angry, nor was she sad. She only felt regret. That was the emotion this young girl felt in the final moment of her life, just like the ancestors of the Cross family before her. Just then, a voice said, "If there are still so many things you haven't done, how can you give up here? The things you have never tried, try them one by one. Life is short, so you have to waste it properly. Don't leave yourself with regrets. I'm here to save you, my cute junior." The time went back to 30 minutes earlier, on the southern wall of Crossroad. Ash stated clearly once again, "I'll say this one more time. I will not allow any of you to join the rescue. The rescue unit will consist of only me. I'll go save Evangeline alone." Lucas immediately said, "What nonsense are you saying, my lord? Didn't you say this rescue plan was not feasible, and now you're saying you'll go yourself? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ash said in a low voice, "I want all of you to calm down. I'm not going there to die. I'm going because I'm certain there's a chance of success." Because Ash was the only EX-ranked character in this game. If he brought anyone else with him, it would only increase the casualties for nothing. On top of that, Ash happened to have a few secret weapons prepared in advance. A large part of this was definitely him forcing himself to act brave, but at this point, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Ash looked at everyone and said, "All of you have fought under my command until now, so you should know very well that I understand those monsters better than anyone, and that I can clear situations even when the odds are extremely low. This time, I also had a hidden plan, so the chance of success is high. Trust me and let me go alone." Ash turned his head and said, "There's no time. Lucas, you will command the front line." Lucas immediately objected. "Let me rescue Evangeline instead. Please remain here and command the front line, my lord." Ash shook his head. "Everyone has a role better suited to them. This front line needs you." But Lucas gritted his teeth. "But we need you too, my lord." Ash looked at him and said firmly, "Then you must trust the judgment I make as your lord. I promise you, I'll return unharmed." If Ash abandoned Evangeline here, it would mean abandoning the most important piece in this strategy. He had to save everyone who could still be saved. This was the only method that could both save Evangeline and hold the front line. Ash finally said, "I'm leaving this place to you." Then he looked at Lily and Jupiter. "Lily, Jupiter, you are both mages. Even if I don't say it, you should understand how important you are. Give this everything you have." Jupiter grinned. "You had better come back safely, your highness. I'm still counting on you to pay my bonus." Lily also nodded seriously. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll do my job properly. Finally, Ash looked at Damien. Damien, there's something I want to ask of you. Whether we can come back alive depends on whether you can complete this task. And so, after giving all his instructions, Ash left the gate alone. He looked back and said, "Hold the fort, Lucas. I'll come back." Lucas didn't answer. He simply gave a solemn knight salute. And that was his farewell. Ash wasn't doing this because one SSR rank hero was that important. It was because, just as the border count and his family had risked their lives to protect this land, Ash also wanted to protect the border count's daughter, the last survivor of the Cross family. Back in the present, Ash handed a potion to Evangeline. "Drink this first and recover some stamina." But Evangeline asked urgently, "What are you doing here? You should run right now. Didn't you see that golem army over there? The two of us can't deal with them alone." Evangeline knew very well that the two of them couldn't possibly defeat these monsters by themselves. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hurry back to Crossroad, I'll hold them off for you." But it was already too late to run. The magic stone golems in the sky were probably about to cast magic. The good news was that among the 5 magic stone golems, only 2 had come here as the assault unit. They were high-ranking monsters with the elite title. And in a sense, these things were the core force of this stage. Evangeline said urgently, "Why are you just standing there? Didn't you hear me? If you stay here, you'll die. I'm an orphan now, so it doesn't matter anymore. But you are different, Senior. His Highness is now the pillar of Crossroad." But before Evangeline could finish speaking, Ash directly shoved the potion into her mouth. Ash said calmly, "Finally quiet. Hurry up and drink it, so you can recover your stamina. A kid should act like a kid. Sometimes you need to rely on adults." In truth, Ash had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. He raised his head and said in a low voice, "Come out, giant steam golem." A massive magic circle suddenly appeared above Ash's head. With a crackling sound of electricity, a massive head appeared inside the magic circle. Then the boss they had defeated in the second area leapt straight out of the magic circle. Just by landing, it smashed a huge crater into the ground. Seeing the expression on Evangeline's face, Ash felt extremely satisfied. At least risking his life to save her had been worth it. Then a flash of blue light swept over the area. Ash gained control of the giant steam golem. Perhaps because it was a boss, the giant steam golem possessed all kinds of skills. Just then, the mage golems finished charging the magic in their hands. In almost an instant, several magical attacks flew toward Ash and Evangeline. The giant steam golem moved along with Ash's motion. It raised one arm, and a blue barrier enveloped Ash and Evangeline behind him. Every attack from the mage golems was blocked by that barrier. Evangeline asked in shock, "What exactly is that?" "Isn't that the monster we defeated before?" Ash said calmly. "What else could it be? It's obviously the lottery ticket I scratched this time." After a brief exchange, the mage golems returned to the ground. Since they realized long-range bombardment was useless, they intended to win through sheer numbers. Ash said coldly, "Come on then. Let me see if your tactics actually work." The moment he finished speaking, the giant steam golem charged straight into the monster horde. The golem army showed no weakness either, and prepared to clash head-on with the giant steam golem. Just as the two sides were about to collide, the giant steam golem suddenly jumped into the air. Ash shouted, "Take this, you bastards. This is the finishing move." The giant steam golem crashed into the monster horde, smashing countless golems into pieces. There were many kinds of monsters, but they could roughly be divided into 3 levels. Boss monsters were on a completely different level from the other 2 types. As beings that led entire legions, they possessed overwhelming power and could not be treated as ordinary single units. Because of that, even against the golem army, the giant steam golem still displayed an overwhelming advantage. That was why, even if the summon magic that controlled a monster boss could only be used once, it was still basically a cheat item in the game. But even when a lion roars, hunting dogs do not retreat. For monsters, eliminating humans was their highest priority. But they were especially sensitive toward traitors. Even the strongest individual boss could not face 50 giant monsters alone. The giant steam golem was like a mantis being devoured by a swarm of ants, gradually dragged into the encirclement. However, Ash had never expected it to drive back every enemy from the start. As long as it bought enough time, that was enough. Ash immediately said, "We run now. That thing can only be used once anyway. While it buys time for us, we get out of here. How's your leg?" Evangeline gritted her teeth and said, "I can still walk, but I can't run anymore." Ash said in a low voice, "If you want to live, you're going to have to force it to run." With that, Ash poured all the potions in his hand onto Evangeline's injured leg. He immediately asked, "Is it better now? Can you run?" Evangeline moved her leg and gritted her teeth. "Of course, I can move now," Ash said at once. "Then let's go, run north. I tied the horse up over there." But just then, the mage golems moved again, and magic began gathering in their hands once more. Evangeline quickly shouted, "Senior, look over there. They're flying back into the air. What do we do now? The other golems are chasing us too. Looks like they don't plan to let this go." Before Ash could think of a plan, the mage golems' attacks were already flying toward them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Evangeline raised her shield and protected Ash. Ash immediately said, "Nice work, Evangeline, but did you really have to bend that low to match your height?" Evangeline snapped back, "Who told you to be so tall? If you don't like it, stand straight and block those attacks with your own body." Bantering with Evangeline was entertaining, but those magic cannons were genuinely dangerous. So Ash prioritized the magic stone golems as attack targets. Almost the instant he entered the command, the giant steam golem moved. While blocking the attacks, it heavily damaged another magic stone golem. For a short while, Ash and Evangeline shouldn't have to worry about magical attacks. Now, they had to deal with the ordinary golems chasing after them. Evangeline gritted her teeth. Damn it. The moment she said that, she leapt onto the top of a golem. With just one spear thrust, she pierced straight through its body. Ash couldn't help saying, "That was kind of cool. You can even do flips." Evangeline's face reddened. "Don't suddenly praise me like that. Where's the horse?" Ash pointed ahead. "Right there, we're almost there." But when the horse saw the monsters behind them, it immediately began struggling wildly. At that moment, two magical attacks streaked past Ash. They struck the tree where Ash had tied the horse with perfect accuracy. As it turned out, those were the final attacks of the dying magic stone golems. Although they paid with their lives, they successfully ruined Ash's plan. Now, Ash had lost their only way to escape. He said in a low voice, "Looks like we need to change plans. Time for plan B. Now, we take them all down." Evangeline stared at him in shock. "Take them all down? Just the two of us? Are you insane?" Ash looked at her. "This is the only way. Want to give it a try?" At this point, Evangeline had no choice but to force herself forward. Ash immediately said, "Good. Evangeline, focus entirely on defense. Only use your spear when your stored damage is full." Evangeline asked, "Then who's handling the attacks?" Ash raised his fist. "Leave the attacks to my prince's fist." Evangeline, who could both attack and defend, was being used only for defense, while Ash, who had no real combat ability, would handle the damage output. But with just one punch, Ash blew up an ordinary golem. Evangeline couldn't help wondering what the principle behind the prince's fist actually was. The principle was actually simple. It relied on the blessing of the god of dice. Although Ash knew that someone aiming to clear a game should never rely on luck. Even so, in order to make full use of the item in his hand, he kept using Lucky Hand. If he blindly relied on luck, the clear would eventually fail. Ash knew this day would come eventually, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. For the first time, Lucky Hand rolled a 0. The price of that failure was that Ash, the attacker, suffered massive backlash damage instead. Evangeline was horrified by Ash's condition. "Senior, your left hand." Ash gritted his teeth. "Don't make such a big deal out of it. I was already prepared for this." After he poured on the potion, the torn skin healed and the broken bones reconnected. Although the emergency treatment worked, Ash could no longer use his left hand. Ash said in a low voice, "Buy me 10 seconds. Evangeline quickly asked, "Will resting for just 10 seconds really be enough?" Ash shook his head. "This isn't the time to rest. They're coming." Evangeline desperately blocked the golem's attacks and roared through gritted teeth, "Damn it, you hunks of stone, enough already." Ash knew very well that blindly relying on luck would eventually make the clear fail. Even so, the reason he kept using Lucky Hand was because he had prepared one final fallback for when his luck ran out. Ash pulled the trigger, and a magic bullet shot out. The 3 golems in front of him were instantly shattered by the magic gun. This was Ash's second trump card. An SSR rank magic gun forged with the Spider Queen's mana. Although it originally belonged to Damien, Ash had borrowed it first to deal with the emergency. He had brought every cheat level item he currently had, all so that even if his left hand was injured, he could still deal with these golems. The magic gun was difficult to control, but at this ultra-close range, even Ash, with his mediocre stats, could land his shots easily. However, the price of that power was terrifying recoil. Ash could not even imagine what would happen if someone used this weapon for a long time. He could not help thinking of Damien, but aside from apologizing to him in his heart, Ash could do nothing. At the same time, Evangeline's battle was also nearing its end. She used damage reflection to defeat the last golem that had chased after them. Only then could Ash finally sit down and catch his breath. Evangeline looked at him and said, "I still have a lot I want to ask, but I'll start with one thing. What do we do next?" Ash said in a low voice, "I said we're going to take them all down. First we go back to the villa. I still have a few more safeguards there. If they chase us, we're dead anyway. If we want to make it back alive, we have to wipe them out here." At that moment, the giant steam golem was already losing ground in battle. At this rate, it would not last much longer. But from the moment Ash summoned it, there had been one skill that caught his attention. After Ash entered the command, the giant steam golem fulfilled its final mission. Unfortunately, its self-destruction did not kill every golem. Ash and Evangeline still had to face 14 golems. Ash immediately said, "We have to get into the villa before they recover." But just then, another attack from the magic stone golem flew toward them. Evangeline shouted urgently, "Senior, that thing in the sky is still attacking us." As expected of the strongest tank in the game, Evangeline easily blocked the attack. Ash frowned. The most troublesome one is still alive. Evangeline gritted her teeth and muttered, "Of course, the bad guys always last the longest." The good news was that only one magic stone golem remained in the air. The other had been destroyed by the giant steam golem's self-destruction. At this point, the border count's villa was right in front of them. But without the giant steam golem holding it back, the magic stone golem kept harassing them with attacks. Finally, Evangeline's shield durability was completely depleted. But the magic stone golem's attack would not stop because of that. If they could not block this strike, the rescue operation would end here. At the critical moment, Evangeline used damage reflection to forcefully cancel out the magic stone golem's attack. But a cavalry lance was not a defensive weapon. The spear in Evangeline's hand snapped. At that moment, the magic stone golem's attack was already right in front of them. Risking injury herself, Evangeline grabbed Ash and forcefully dodged the assault. Ash gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. Get inside the villa." Before the magic stone golem's next attack arrived, the two finally managed to rush into the villa. Evangeline said urgently, "Now we're inside the villa like you said, but the golems followed us here too. Senior, do you actually have a way to change this situation?" Ash said in a low voice, "Trust me, Junior. I may not be a prince on a white horse, but I'm at least a pretty decent con artist." With that, Ash threw the SR rank mana core in his hand, straight outside the door. The villa had partially collapsed, but because of that, there were plenty of building materials scattered around. Combined with the SR rank mana core Ash had just thrown out, it was enough to activate his fourth safeguard. Almost instantly, the automatic defense turret blocked the broken entrance of the villa. Just as the golems were about to rush inside, the automatic defense turret finished preparing, and its barrel began spinning rapidly. The charging golems were quickly blasted into pieces. Judging by the current firepower, Ash and Evangeline were safe for the moment. Ash sneered, "You damn monsters, did you really think I would fall here?" But the remaining golems suddenly began retreating, as if they had realized that continuing the battle would only wipe them out. Ash could not understand why the monsters he was facing seemed so intelligent. Neither in the game, nor in the previous siege battle had anything like this ever happened. Still, the two of them could finally catch their breath. Evangeline said quietly, "Looks like we're safe for now. Senior, you really do have a lot of strange tricks. I used enough potions today to last a lifetime." As she spoke, Evangeline poured a potion onto her shoulder. Then she asked, "Senior, do you have another plan? What do we do next?" Ash said, "Those monsters don't seem like they'll come back for now. We wait until sunset first. When that happens, I can use another safeguard." Just then, Evangeline suddenly clutched her shoulder and began trembling. Ash remembered that it was the spot where she had been injured while carrying him out of the attack. But he had not expected even potions to be unable to suppress her pain. Ash immediately said, "Wait here, I'll look for bandages or something like that." Although the border count had long since stopped going to the battlefield, there were still plenty of bandages left in the house. After treating her wound, Ash said, "This should feel better than before." Evangeline said quietly, "Thank you, Senior. You seem pretty familiar with this place." Ash answered, "That's because I came here often to see your father not long ago." Only then did Evangeline notice her surroundings. "Come to think of it, why is there so much alcohol here? The smell is so strong." Ash said, "Because Border Count Cross was a heavy drinker. Every time I came here, he dragged me into drinking with him. Didn't you know? Your father's drinking problem is serious. He's practically drinking all day." Evangeline froze. How is that possible? The father I remember was someone who never touched alcohol in his entire life. In the girl's memory, her father was a man who never drank. Since the border count never knew when monsters might invade, as Lord, he had to always be ready to fight in perfect condition. Ash said quietly, "Looks like a lot changed during the 3 years you were gone. He's been suffering terribly, to the point where he can barely get through the day without alcohol." The moment she heard that, Evangeline froze. Ash looked at her and asked, "Even so, do you still hate your father?" Evangeline said quietly, "I'm sorry. I still can't forgive him." Ash asked again, "If 3 years ago, the border count had abandoned the city to save your mother, wouldn't you have blamed him?" After a moment of silence, Evangeline said, "At least I wouldn't hate him the way I do now." Ash said in a low voice, "But back then you were in the city too. If your father had gone to save your mother, then the one in danger would have been you. Your father didn't abandon your mother. He protected you. You know that too, don't you?" Evangeline bit her lip. "You're right. Father did everything he could. He always did. I know all of it. But if not him, then who am I supposed to hate? My mother was brutally killed by monsters. I was so angry and heartbroken that I nearly went insane. But they told me there was no point hating the monsters because it was just an accident, a disaster. Then who am I supposed to blame? I always knew. I knew it was cowardly. I wasn't blaming the real culprit. Instead, I used my father as an outlet for my anger. That really was cowardly. But if I didn't hate someone, I felt like the pain would kill me." She did not hate the monsters that were like natural disasters, things people could do nothing against. Instead, she hated the living person in front of her, the one who could still bear responsibility. Because compared to forgetting pain, hating someone was much easier. Evangeline's voice trembled. "Do you know? Father accepted my hatred willingly. He said it was all his fault, that he failed to save Mother, and that everything was his responsibility. So I hated him even more without holding back. But now you're telling me to forgive Father. Then what am I supposed to do next? If even Father wasn't wrong, then who is to blame for all of this?" Ash said quietly, "No one did anything wrong. All of us were just trying our hardest to survive. No one acted out of malice. Everyone was simply struggling with everything they had to stay alive. But the monsters invaded and hurt humans, family, friends, comrades. They all died at the hands of monsters. People are fragile. So in a way, there is nothing we can do about that. If someone wants to keep living, they need a clear target for their hatred. Then, from now on, hate me. I'll carry that hatred in your father's place. Because I'm now the Lord of Crossroad, the person responsible for this place. The people of this land needed someone they could hate, someone to take responsibility for all this suffering. If bearing that hatred had always been part of the Cross family's duty, then as the current Lord, Ash would accept it too." Ash looked at her and said, "I'll become the target of your hatred. So for now, try to understand your father a little. He doesn't want much. He only wants you to be happy." Evangeline turned her face away and muttered, "Stop touching my hair. You messed up my bangs." Ash pulled his hand back and said softly, "I fought this hard to save you because of that wish of his too." Evangeline looked at Ash with slightly flushed cheeks, and no one knew what she was thinking in that moment. But just as she was about to speak, the ground shook again, and the violent tremor interrupted them. It turned out the monsters outside had already surrounded the entire villa. If those golems attacked the automatic defense turret all at once, the turret would not be able to stop the attacks coming from its blind spots. "If they rush us all at once, we're dead, so we have to break out first," Evangeline said anxiously. "But Senior, I don't have a weapon. I can't fight like this," Ash immediately reminded her. "Don't you still have your spare gear? You were the one who buried it with your own hands a few days ago." Only then did Evangeline remember that the weapons passed down through the Cross family had been buried by her parents' grave. At the same time, the golems outside charged the villa together, although the automatic defense turret's firepower blew apart quite a few of them. Some of the golems still slipped through the blind spots and reached the turret. In the next moment, the turret stopped firing, and the remaining golems all swarmed around it. But then the automatic defense turret self-destructed, and that blast took out quite a few golems for Ash and Evangeline. Ash immediately shouted, "Now, move! Get to your parents' grave, now!" But almost the instant the two of them broke out, the remaining golems latched onto them and gave chase. Ash immediately pulled out the magic gun and started firing. While covering her, he shouted, "Run, Evangeline, just a little farther. I left one last safeguard there." Before she knew it, Evangeline had already reached the orchard behind the villa. Her parents' grave stood there, But she had no time to grieve now. Evangeline dropped to her knees and started digging frantically with her bare hands. It didn't take long before a wooden box appeared beneath the dirt. Inside, it was an old cavalry lance and a shield, the weapons used by generations of heads of the Cross family. They were the very weapons that had been buried on the day of her father's funeral, at Evangeline's own request, together with the border count. Evangeline still remembered the day she left. Her father had held them out to her with both hands, and she had coldly rejected them. "I don't want them. I don't want to inherit something like this." The truth was, Evangeline had never really meant to throw them away. She had thought her father would scold her harshly, just like he always used to. But the border count didn't. He only told her softly, "It's cold in the north, especially in the imperial capital. Winter there cuts deep, so dress warmly and don't catch a cold. If you want to come back, you always can." His voice had been trembling when he said it, but back then, Evangeline had simply shut the carriage door and offered no reply. And the border count had stood there in silence, staring after his daughter until she vanished at the end of the road. Now, seeing those weapons again, Evangeline was overwhelmed with emotion. Both the lance and the shield were badly worn, just like the border count himself. After losing his wife and going gray overnight, she still remembered how majestic they had looked when she was little. Why had they ended up like this now? Just then, Ash's voice rang out from the distance. "Evangeline, what are you waiting for? The golems are almost here." There was no time left to think. With both hands still covered in dirt, Evangeline tightly gripped that old cavalry lance.